Or what? Yeah, it's the show about the witches.
They really do think about themselves that way, right? Like with the credit sequence as well. They're like, we are the quintessential witch show. I feel like witches deserve better.
Honestly, I will probably go into a couple mini tangents about how upset I am at the show for really completely squandering the whole witches, occult, like aspect to it that you could do so much neat stuff with, especially because this show just it doesn't really have anything to do with the MCU at all, really. It's just completely doing its own thing. So you have essentially complete free license to do any witch stuff that you want, and they just haven't they have completely squandered that opportunity.
Yes. Uh, Among squandering basic opportunities like character or
Having characters or
plot, world, theme, the whole lot blended. But yeah, before we even begin, you might notice this is a classic format of three lads having a chat. What's going on
classic,
here?
yeah. We'll call it this is a classic episode. This is
Yes.
vintage. Well, not vintage maybe. This is old-fashioned EFAP.
We
Just the three of
I
us.
think every time we've done the just the three of us, it's essentially been deliberate. It's been like, hey, it'd be neat to just do the three of us on a thing, or maybe we've got a topic or a series of videos that are so long, we're like, it'd be better if we reduce the cast because we're gonna have to get through a lot, that sort of thing. This is the
Mhm.
first time I'm pretty sure in the history of EFAP that we've essentially been forced to be just us three because every single person I asked if they'd be interested in covering Agatha either said no or they haven't watched it and don't intend to.
Uh
So, you know.
yeah, so if you know someone who has seen Agatha, then
Did anybody watch
send us
Agatha on Earth? Is that like. And I just like the idea that all of chat are like, no, no, no,
What
no,
are you
no,
talking
no,
about?
no.
It's doing really well.
Uh,
It's a
and you
very
know,
popular show.
when you
even
ask
within
if
our spheres.
someone wants to jump on and stuff, a lot of the time they will say, you know what, I haven't, but I will check it out and have a chat about it. That's the repelling nature of a show like Agatha. It's a bit of an abyss. You don't want to get anywhere near it. Don't want to touch it. There are several people who'd said they'd watched episode 1 and 2 and they don't intend to talk about or view it ever again. So this is, I guess, the way I would put it is that we're not looking at a show or a movie or whatever where it invites a lot of vitriol or frustration. This one, I think the word would be apathy from the
Yep.
audience. Kind of
Um,
echo-ish, you know?
a little bit, yeah. Whereas there are moments in Agatha that make you upset. It's just because you're stuck here and you're watching the show, and then you just see the things play out, and you get really upset at the things the characters say and
I think
do, or what they don't say and
you were
do.
definitely describing a different experience to me. For me, a lot of it is like, well, I don't care though. Like, as soon as this is done, I'm never gonna think about it again. And it's not. I just don't care about like the impact, I suppose, or like what actually happens. And it's like, yeah, okay, cool. You don't exist though. Once I'm done, like you're just
But
sort of
I
Oh
do
yeah,
want to say
once
just
it's
it's.
watch the show.
done, this will completely just evaporate from my memory. But as I am sitting here watching this and I have to focus on it and I'm like, this is my job. I will take notes. We will talk about Agatha and analyze the storytelling and the characters and the plot and the logic. It has this it puts this level of investment into my brain because I'm focused on it, and that is enough to get me to be like, oh wow, this like makes me upset because it's shit, and I could be watching a good show, but I'm not. I'm here watching Agatha.
To be clear, I think there is a meta apathy that people have before even watching or seeing what the show is, and then there's a bonus apathy when you actually watch it of just any show with any title, any IP that is attached to a show like this will invite that kind of feeling. So
Mhm.
that's a lot of apathy to have to overcome. It's a challenge, you might even say. Definitely one of those ones where
But
it's like you watch it on behalf of other people and tell everybody. It's like you go, I'm gonna go in there and I'll check it out and I'll see what's happening. I'll report back. And then
I
when
think
the guy comes back and he's covered in blood and he's like, don't go in there, that sort of thing.
the recognition of how long it's still going for. There's still like 4 more episodes after this. and kind of the awareness. Well, I'm not going to learn anything by watching this. Like, I'm not gonna extract anything from this in terms of like meaning.
No
Um,
lessons, no themes, no life values,
so
nothing to improve you or better you or make you think as a person.
which yeah, just sort of contributes to like, man, just anything can happen basically, and I
Oh
don't
yeah,
care. So
it
you
is
know,
devoid of substance. This show, in the worst ways, I would say, this show embraces magic in the worst ways. Um,
or where the characters just say, "Oh, this is how it works," and this just you just sit there as a viewer going, "Okay, all right,
all
yeah,
right,
yeah.
all
Oh, that.
right,
Oh, it's this. You got to
okay,
do this.
yeah,
Oh, okay,
that's
yeah, all
the
right.
thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
that means that this is what you need to do. That you've just figured out at the exact right moment to keep the plot going. Yeah, all right, okay,
This is
okay.
why we have. Well, maybe we'll get to the magic stuff as it sort of starts to pop up more in the show, because it's because if we want to get if we want to get through these 5 episodes, we'll probably not spend like super long analyzing it, going through it. But maybe we will. Probably not. I mean, I got notes. We can talk about it as much as we want, really.
You guys,
Um,
the apathy's setting in.
Agatha, all along, episode 1.
But,
Seekest
well,
thou the road?
I guess just a slight bit of foundation being, of course, for those who do not know, this is a spin-off of a spin-off in the MCU.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
quite a
spin-off from
thing.
WandaVision. Yeah,
That's,
back when projects were just getting greenlit like all the time.
I
why
think the
was, of
last
course, the question
episode.
of the time when this got mentioned, even.
We're going
Yeah, I
back
mean,
to March of 2021 to when the final WandaVision episode came out. So now we're basically like 3.5 years after the end of WandaVision,
well
and here
past
we are.
when the project was still sort of successful,
Well
you know,
past me
broadly.
remembering a lot of things about WandaVision. Um,
Yeah, a little bit too late, I suppose, if you want to just get on the bandwagon of, oh, there was that song that people liked, even though what did Agatha actually do? Wanda did everything. She was just kind of a troll, just sort of in the background, kind of like messing around, but Wanda was the one who was ultimately responsible for everything. But yeah, let's make a show about that character than Wanda trapped in a mind prison because she's evil.
Watching the show is like being trapped in a mind
Yeah, a little
prison.
bit. Maybe that's what's
Um,
happened. Maybe
I
that's the point. Watching the
I
show is you get to experience what Agatha experienced for years.
There was a short story. I think it was like an SCP story. I can't remember. But a bunch of explorers go into this old, like, haunted, spooky tomb. And slowly but surely, I think they learn that the curse that is mentioned, that they don't believe in at first. It is a curse of apathy, and it's very subtle, and so they don't catch it until a long time later. But a lot of bad things happen because just random slip ups, because they're being apathetic. They don't care. They lose their like passion and drive and motivation for things. And I was like, oh, that's kind of like a subversion of curses, a curse that's very subtle and soft. And I feel like this is kind of like, oh yeah, that's kind of what the show does. You sort of get into this lull of nothing's happening, nothing's interesting. It's that typical gray, gooey sludge that Marvel's been putting out for a long time now. This slots in perfectly, and it's totally squanders its premise and its concepts. Um, it is a forest, is a tree in a forest, but it's a shitty forest.
I mean,
Hey, speaking of shitty forests, we'll get to
the
we'll
notion that
get to a shitty.
it's everyone agreed, like, what the fuck are you doing? That was absolutely the take. But of course, we try to do this with everything. If you're ultimately forced to make this, what are you making it about? And it's like, well, you can do actually a hell of a lot with someone who is being tormented by some kind of spell to be trapped in a universe that's not real, that may even change or be affected by particular events outside. For example, like if Wanda dies in Multiverse of Madness, quote unquote, that is what triggers this event, as in like her power is weakened as a result and the spell is broken or at least falling apart. Think of the visuals, think of the writing, think of the ways you can create symbolic meaning for all kinds of things. And think of the chance you get to have to make everyone get to know Agatha, because we don't know fuck all about her anyway. She was, that we've gone over it back in,
Mahler.
what was this, like 4 or 5 years ago?
The end of WandaVision was like 3.5 years ago.
It's too long. But when it was like, aha, it was me. We were like, what? And then it was, aha, I'm gonna kill you, Wanda. Oh no, you got me. We were like, what the fuck's happening? Who is this woman? What powers does she have? And then it's like, I've trapped you inside your own head. And that was that. We never saw her again. So I guess what I'm getting at is like, you practically have a blank slate. You can kind of just do whatever.
You really do, yes.
Especially being about magic.
This is an ultra opportunity show. A character we don't really know. An entire system of magic that is virtually undescribed before this, that you can do anything with that you want, as well as the surrounding culture of that magic system. You have basically zero connection whatsoever to the MCU that you're in, and you've got a lot of money, and you can essentially do whatever you want. This is the ultimate opportunity show. So, we get to find out if they completely squander it, or if they do a great job of really making a gem in the middle of this mountain of poo.
They're gonna make a mountain together. They're gonna make a mountain out of a hill. Yeah.
We're gonna make a mountain. No, wrong song. We got songs, but not that one. I hope you guys like songs.
Joker had like potentially the highest box office drop for like a comic book movie ever.
Its legs were never ever.
It had a 90% drop from its domestic opening day.
Who the fuck is gonna watch it again, and who the fuck is gonna watch it because friends told them to?
90%. Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's like the legs were just cleanly, popped off. Anyway, off you go, Rags. Welcome us to the world of Agatha.
Agatha all alone.
Agatha.
All along. Sorry, I can't even say the name of the show correctly. I don't give a shit. Episode 1. Seekest thou the road? Hey, maybe we'll find out what that means later. All right, everyone.
The first project that's labeled as Marvel Television. The label that was created specifically to signal to you as the audience that you don't have to watch it. I feel like that needs to be reiterated. They literally said that the point.
It's like the Lucasfilm logo. Yeah.
You don't need to watch it.
Well, it's the Disney logo at this point, isn't it? If it's attached to anything, please do not watch.
Don't worry about it.
I suppose what I find funny is it's a meaningless distinction. It's still Marvel Studios. Like it's not actually like a different thing. It's Marvel Studios. It's just a different branding.
Someone said, what happened to Jedi Brooks? Someone cast a sigil on him.
Oh, yeah.
Cast a sigil on him.
Let's just say there was a couple people who may have made it on as guests, but then decidedly didn't want to watch it or stopped at a particular point. Because some people were even saying like, why isn't Az here? I think he's busy, but 2, he has not seen episode 5. I don't think Gary's available. I don't think Drinker is. Like, they're all doing different things. But then most people you would imagine we could have invited on, like Jay Longbone, for example. She gave up and said she never wants to speak about this show because it is mind-numbing. So you see what I mean? Like we
needed to have a woman here. I'll have to be the woman, but we really needed a woman here for this show. Because of it, how much it celebrates femininity.
Yes. Sometimes I make thumbnails ahead of time and make mistakes on who's going to be in. I'll fix that as Rags continues about his womanhood.
Now, let us begin a journey of self-discovery by exploring the first 10 minutes of the first episode, which is the most interesting this show ever gets. So
I disagree.
Oh, interesting. All right.
I don't think it ever gets notably interesting at any point.
Oh, I
even
think that this is
a sliver above the rest, Fringy, or just nil.
I don't think I want to give it that much credit.
I still would say that this is the most interesting the show ever gets.
Okay.
I didn't say it was interesting.
Sure,
Now,
that's a good point.
yeah.
That's true.
So on the Agatha grading
Yeah, I guess the
scale,
grading scale.
so the forest, bleak day. A
Oof.
car is driving down the road, and it approaches a crime scene on the highway. Now, out steps from the car Agnes, or we don't know her name. That's her name yet, but it's Agnes. She's a detective, and when she walks up to the crime scene, we get our first exchange of dialogue. It'll be a banger, guys. You'll really like it. One of the cops there at the crime scene says, "Oh, hey, it's you." And Agnes says, essentially, that she's upset that she was put under disciplinary action. The guy says that you punched a suspect. And she said, "Oh, well, he's a convicted felon now. I can't be right and wrong at the same time." To which he says, "Yes, you can."
Get it?
Not a great start for Agnes's character.
To
Not
which I say,
great.
what's the point of this? She's a witch. I know that this is fake.
Oh, that
No.
broadly,
That's my
sure.
first thought.
It's just that, as with anything, first lines is like I assume that one's supposed to capture like the grand point of this show, that there are going to be things she'll do that'll make us think, because she is evil, but is she capable of good? Is she? She.
Yeah, but I don't. But this isn't real. This is like, I know it's not
this
real.
isn't real.
This is very
I don't
real,
even know what
Fringy.
we're doing right now, because at this point you're like,
There's
oh
a crime
shit, is this
scene.
gonna be like, is this for the whole episode? Are we gonna
Fringy,
do
someone
this
died.
when we know
Someone
that
was
it's not
murdered.
real? It's
If
not
you could
real.
show a little bit of solemnity,
Yeah.
someone was killed. All
It's
right.
not real, and everybody knows that it's not
No,
real.
this is
Everybody
very
who
real.
watched this knows what WandaVision
There's
is.
cars and streets and mugs full of coffee and everything. This is all very real. Please stop trying to gaslight our audience. All right? They showed up for us talking about Agatha. All right? We should appreciate every single one of them who wanted to know what happens in the show no one watched. Okay. Now, she says that the chief said only Agnes can solve this crime. You see, right? There's been a murder. And oh, what's this? Do we have a development? Have we oh my goodness gracious.
You talk about
No, yes, I'm talking about the thing you said. It's just magical. Essentially, there's been a murder. There is a woman, a Jane Doe, an unknown female victim who's been killed by blunt force trauma in the woods out by this little stream. And Agnes goes to check it out with some of the other cops who are already there, gathering evidence, taking photos. It's very strange. This woman's lying face down, no shoes. I was about to say no gloves, but that's kind of normal, you know. I don't know why that came to mind. But they don't know what's going on. They're gathering evidence. What a weird murder that this is in this very real world. Agnes she's kind of walking around in the woods around the crime scene, looking around at stuff, and she notices that there's like this little, it's like a little knickknack, a little doodad that's in a puddle, and she picks it up and puts it in her pocket. And then when a cop shows up, she's like, "Oh, I didn't find anything. Don't worry about it." When she goes back to the body to take a look at it, her coworker guy, he's like, "Hey, Agnes, you don't really seem like yourself. You seem a little off." And she's like, "Of course I'm off. There's a dead woman here. There's a dead girl here. How happy am I supposed to be?" And then
which is weird, because they've been flipping up to that point when they knew there was a body there.
It comes across as very, like, you would think that if your general job was to deal with bodies and murder and death, that there would be the air of, yeah, we all understand that there's a dead person here, but we still have a job to do. We're still people. And when you look down, it probably isn't because of the murder, because we do this all the time. It's because you're just not typically like this. He showed some level of interest and concern in her mental state or her emotional attributes, and she snapped at him. Agnes so far doesn't seem like she's a very friendly, approachable person.
And at this point, probably worth mentioning, someone who has seen the show is available.
Oh, good. I'm no longer the designated woman. Thank goodness.
Welcome to the extremely exclusive team of people who've seen this show.
This is a VIP club.
Yeah.
So
We dragged you through torture just 2 days ago. Wouldn't have expected to see you again, at least for some time, but looks like you've seen
Yeah.
Agatha, so
Unfortunately, I'm actually so much more anxious for this because I don't have anything to say,
Oh,
but I
you
feel like
will.
you will.
You
it
will.
would
I'll
just
ask
be
you many questions throughout, and I'll force
great
you to think
because
through.
I'm just so good at answering them, but
That's good because this show is a celebration of femininity. And as our
Yay.
yes,
token woman on the podcast now, I'll need
yes.
you to give your input, right? Um,
Mhm.
so
At least, yeah.
Welcome,
we've
welcome.
we've yeah, percentage wise, this is an incredible
Thank you.
increase to the panel.
Yes,
I
it
thought
is.
it would
Size,
just
so.
be evil to let you guys do this alone when I have seen it. So,
Well,
yeah.
what an exciting adventure we have ahead of us.
That's
Mhm.
right, because you're just in time for the credit sequence. It's a cool credit sequence for a show called Agnes of Westview.
The whole
She's like
thing,
a
sorry, it's just so cynical. Like, I don't like. Oh, see, look, WandaVision. They were doing like homage to TV shows, and this is a spin-off of WandaVision. So we need to do homage to TV shows. Except the problem is that it's obviously fake. So, and it's not good. Like,
To be
what are we
clear,
doing?
when you say obviously fake, you mean because when we saw this, however long it fucking came out, we were like, so how long are they going to drag this out for? Because nobody in the
Pretty much.
audience, if they've paid any attention, and I don't mean that as an insult, I mean literally, it's like baked in, it's on the tin that this is nonsense, and we're going to end it soon.
Yeah, there's no there's no like earnest attempt to present this as like the real deal, because everybody who's watching the show knows what WandaVision is, and they know that Agatha is a witch and not a detective. So like, why? I don't know. Like, the whole time you're just sort of sitting there going, "Yeah,
to be
how
clear,
how
you could
long
be
are
a
we going
witch
to
and a
drag this out?"
Which
Yeah,
detective?
but yeah,
Mhm.
that's true. But for real, like, what is this? Why are we even pretending like
No, there's a
this is
mystery.
even?
Someone's been murdered, Fringy.
Ooh.
If you could please stop bringing down the room with your appeals to reality, that would be very appreciated. Okay?
Mhm.
We're trying to have a good time. All right, watching
With
Agnes of
Agatha.
Westview. Yes. All right. A woman's been killed, Fringy. Show a little bit of respect. She died by the stream. Okay. She's dead. Nothing will bring
You
her
know,
back.
if the show was one episode of a genre every time, I would have more respect for it.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
so, especially if they did it, even if it was superficial, even if they did all of the elements of the genre well, I'd be like, oh, hey, you are actually doing something you didn't have to do, and you kind of
Well,
nailed it.
hence why I feel cynical about the whole thing. It's just a gimmick for one episode, so you can be like, "Yeah, we're kind of like WandaVision, right?" And
Mhm.
that's creative, isn't it? But there's
Not even the
nothing
full episode.
like there's nothing. It's not. So
Right.
yeah, that's true. It doesn't even last that long.
But that would take brain
But it
power and
also lasts too
creativity.
long. You
Yeah,
You
don't
have
you
to have a
really
do.
lot
We
of
don't
brain
have
power and
those.
creativity to be a detective, and Agnes is the best detective in Westview.
They
Oh,
almost
yeah.
pretended they were doing it, but not with genre, but with like era in WandaVision. That's why it's some of the best things we ever got in Phase 4 and 5. We were like, oh, look at that, and there was intrigue, and there was artistry. You might even say, and yeah, if they did it with this and a different genre every time, and they had linking elements between each one, and something was achieved with each one, maybe gradually getting characters who were stuck inside it to break out or something, or getting, I don't know, getting something, adding towards something. Maybe the broad thing was a detective thing, and then each episode was a different. I don't know. I'm trying to cope. Like, I'm trying to be a part of a world that wasn't what it was. Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah, this is a really cool, fun show called Agnes of Westview. She's the best detective ever, and she's kind of like a jerk to everyone, but that's why we don't like her. Now Agnes, she goes to a library because they have one clue on the body. They've got a clue. They notice that the feet and the hands of the person are they have like this, they're kind of dirty, like they've got a little bit of like black soot kind of stuff on it. And they only found one thing of interest on the body. It's a library card. Now, to our audience, a library card. Well, first, let's back up. A library is a big building where it's full of books, all
Bookhouse.
kinds of books, the real deal, actual books made of squashed up paper and trees. It's really amazing. You can go in there and they have books on all kinds of different subjects. They have old magazines and newspapers and free internet for homeless people. Now,
Aw.
the library card is typically every book in a library, because I know a lot of these units 2024, I gotta tell everyone what these things are. It's this is lost forbidden knowledge, like knowing what this show is actually, now that I think about it. But on every library book, whenever you check it out, right, they write down the date and the person who checked it out of the library. So there's like a little history on every book written down on that card of who checked it out and when. This is analog stuff, right? This is really cool stuff. Now, there was a library card in the deceased person's pocket. So Agnes goes to a library to check out this clue. And the clerk there doesn't seem really interested in helping solve this murder, which is kind of odd. She says they don't even use library cards anymore. 1 and 3 a.m. She's like, hey, all right, I'll take a look. I'll tell you what the name of the book is, even though it's written down here on the library card. All right. The book is called Dialogue and Rhetoric: Known History of Learning and Debate by Andrew Ugo. Ooh, wow.
Mm.
Now, Agnes goes to the place in the library where that book would be. Maybe she even uses the Dewey Decimal System.
Whoa.
Ooh, do you guys remember the Dewey Decimal System? Have you guys ever used the Dewey Decimal System?
I'm sure I've learned about it, but like I don't recall ever actually using it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
pretty
one of
sure I
those
have no idea what
fallen
that is in
completely
English.
out of thing for me because I don't even know the last time I would have used it.
Yeah, I think I used it once, maybe twice, but I do remember learning about the Dewey Decimal System in grade school. We might be I think we're on the tail end of that one. But yeah, she goes to where the book would be in the library, and oh my goodness, this is weird. The whole little segment here, this little part of the bookshelf, it's singed, it's completely burned, like someone took a flamethrower to it. That's
Curious.
really weird. That's a strange thing to discover, and it just is there, and no one mentioned it or noticed anything about it. That's weird. Speaking of
Mhm.
weird, there's this weird guy who shows up, and he says, "There was a fire. Every last copy was destroyed." And he like whispers it in this weird, creepy voice, and then he walks away. So that happened.
Hmm.
I have.
How convenient.
I
don't
don't
know. It's
even
just
know if
the
it is
whole time you
convenient,
just
Well,
actually.
sitting there, it's
this
like, well,
nothing is convenient or inconvenient. Whoever, I don't even know who controls the events of this fucking thing. You know, like
yeah,
a
it's
head,
that's,
It's
wanders.
that's another
magic.
thing. Like, can
Magic.
I'm just sort of sitting here. It's like, yeah, but just explain what actually is going on because like me speculating is pointless and worthless. So I'm just waiting until you actually explain what's happening. You know, because any of this, as you're watching, it's like, well, this can't be like her just walking around, right? Like actually doing this, and like that would be no way, right? So like it's got to be recontextualized to some other thing, like her imagined hallucinations or something. In which case, yeah, like if I can't tell what's real or what's fake, if I can't tell if she's talking to a person who actually exists or doesn't, and I know that I'm not going to be rewarded for paying attention, then I'll just wait until you tell me
Well,
what matters and what's actually happened.
something I think that's actually pretty lame on that front is any attention anyone wants to give as taking this seriously as a detective genre thing is going to be dramatically disappointed because none of this means anything. You might
Yeah,
be like, no,
exactly.
it does because it represents blah, blah, blah. No. I mean, there's no investigation to be done. This is all lies.
You're not in a position to like really meaningfully like form conclusion. I feel like an important part of a mystery, not only for like a detective story, but just any mystery in general in a story, is your capacity to figure out what's going on before the reveal, right? Before like the story essentially confirms it, because there's all of these little clues and bits of evidence where you can go like, okay, and then you make a mental note of that, and then something else happens,
Yeah.
and you know, the whole idea in a whodunit that you could be like, oh, it's that guy, before Poirot's like, yeah, it was you did it. Whereas like a lot of bad mysteries, it'll just be they're stringing you along, until they just reveal information that you were in no position to speculate on or glean or identify or be able to put the pieces together. It's just you're being dragged along until they reveal the answers to you, which is not a particularly fun way to engage with a story. Plus, there's the reality and understanding of like, yeah, but this is the MCU, so you know it's going to be incompetent. So,
Yeah.
like, who gives a shit, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this spooky
And
detective story is a far
yeah.
cry from A Haunting in Venice.
And you already have the context of that this is like 100% fake. So
Exactly.
it is Agatha. So you have the answer to the mystery, and you can definitely guess that that's going to be the conclusion that
Well,
Agatha comes to.
Exactly.
It depends on what they're trying to get to. If you already know that she's trapped in like the Wanda dream and she's a detective, we still don't know necessarily what is the brooch she found in a puddle. What's this book? What's the importance of this
Mhm.
book? How come these particular things are things that are being highlighted in this investigation? Does it relate to something in the real world to some degree? Like kind of like the stuff Frangie was talking about. Like all of these clues get recontextualized as something important later, or it ties specifically to her being a witch, or some resonant element of Wanda's magic or something. You can do things with it, even if you know that she's going to escape this dream world.
Mhm.
But they, I mean, it doesn't. Like they
To,
don't
yeah,
do
to
anything
an
with it.
extent, what you're
So
describing is
It's
actually
not a
what we thought was happening in WandaVision before it went to shit. Because we knew,
correct.
yeah,
obviously, watching them in the
exactly.
50s, we were like, so they're in something and they're going to get out of it, whatever it is. But this one just
Yeah.
feels even less interesting because we saw the mechanics set up. So she is trapped by Wanda. So how much of this is even
Yeah,
relevant in terms of clues?
we know how it happened compared to in WandaVision where we didn't know, and then when we learned, it's like, oh shit, uh-oh. It's what Natsa said. You're just waiting until Agatha is Agatha for real. That's what you're waiting for.
Well,
There's nothing to learn. There's nothing to glean. There's nothing to anticipate that will surprise you.
the fact that apathy is a huge problem in the audience for this show, and it opens with half an hour plus of like, you don't really have to take this seriously yet. The show hasn't started. Like, it
Yeah.
doesn't
Mhm.
surprise me at all that that's happened.
Yeah, and what's the most ironic and just sad is that this is probably the most sense the show will make somehow. Like in a
Well,
way.
I
the
think this
problem
makes more
is that
sense as a narrative, the detective following
Yeah.
clues, than what we get for the rest of the season. Yeah.
Yes.
but
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
the
so.
problem is that does any of this make sense in terms of like, well, wait, but what was Agatha actually doing? What was she actually
No.
doing in the real
Well, yeah,
world
we may as well get to that. Well, once there's a few more bits and
once
bobs, I
the
suppose.
reveal? Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we'll get to that, and we'll get to that quickly because nothing really happens that's really important. Actually, she goes back to the police station, and the chief says, "Hey, the soil samples on the body shows that the dirt is from Eastern Europe. That's weird." Anyway, here's a federal agent to assist in the investigation, Agent Vidal.
And they are not clever
Do
about this. Like, wait, what were you gonna say?
I don't remember who is this person?
When
Am
you
I
do you mean the actress or the character?
honestly kind of both?
So Aubrey Plaza, who's best known, I think, it's one of the shows, Parks and Rec, or
From Recreation.
Yeah.
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 That's who I recognize the actress from, just from the clips.
Well,
And
so we don't
things.
know the character yet, but I mean, nobody's gonna care. So the Funko Pop has accidentally leaked who she is, which is Lady Death.
Oh.
And she hates Agatha, and Agatha hates her, and so Agatha being trapped in this spell, Lady Death is coming in here to try and get her out? Question mark. So that she
Well,
can. The point. The reason I bring this up is because all of her dialogue is supposed to reflect that in this scene.
Mhm.
But they think that
yeah,
they're doing
it's
the clever thing of being like, but the dialogue kind of passes for the spooky, weird detective land.
Yeah.
And when I was watching, I was just like, no, I mean, I already know Aubrey Plaza's one of the main people, and she's Aubrey Plaza, so she's obviously
Yeah,
more.
Yeah.
exactly. So that kind of makes it pretty apparent that that's obviously, yeah, like the meta is hurting you.
But I'm just
But
not
also,
impressed. I'll sell.
if that's her intention, why is she dragging this for so long?
the like Disney dragging the show for so long,
No, the
or
character. Why doesn't she just like Why? Yeah, what's she doing? Why doesn't she
Instantly
just like
tell her
actually
on the
get her out of
spot.
it instantly?
Well,
Yeah,
there's that, but there's also where the fuck was she for 3 years?
exactly. Yeah.
And does Wanda having been crushed under a mountain have anything to do with any of this? I don't know.
Mm, Forget Wanda. She's irrelevant.
She costs too much money. We can't get
We
her
can't
for
get
Yeah,
her.
kind of.
any
Yeah.
substantial portions of the show.
So
Mhm.
there's they have a little chat. There's some implied history between Vidal and Agnes, like they used to know each other, and there's some tension here. And they're like, "Oh my goodness, it's like the body magically appeared because there's no drag marks and stuff like that." Blah blah blah. You've lived here your whole life, isn't that right, Agnes? You've lived your whole life in Westview. Isn't it weird that you don't, this shit we got in WandaVision? We don't care. Now, remember that little brooch doodad she found in the little puddle? She goes to a pawn shop and asks, "What's going on with this brooch?" And it's a brooch with 3 figures on it: the maiden, mother, and crone. And inside, it's actually like a little locket. She opens it up and there's a little lock of hair inside, little hair sample. Maybe it's Gladriel's hair. We don't know. I've got no clue. We'll have to wait and find out. Wouldn't that be fun?
Hmm.
Agnes is like, "How much for it?" And he says 200, and then she says, "Oh, good, because now I'll know where to start the bidding on eBay." Agnes is really fun. Um,
I mean, it's notable
uh,
that the person she's talking to is the man who was tormented in WandaVision, who Vision released briefly and then put him back into his torment, so to speak, because he was so in pain. It's the kind of
Yes,
thing where
that's right.
you might be like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck? Why is he here? Is he under a spell or something?" And well, the reality is that he's playing along with her, which is insane. Why the
Which is
fuck would
just
he even be in
ridiculous.
Westview? Why is like it?
I mean, you would expect that Westview would be a barren town after what happened.
Why would the government let people live there?
I'm not sure that they would. Yeah, they'd
Like,
probably have to
Sword
do,
would have cordoned it all off for
Sword,
study.
that's right. Sword would be, yeah, I'm sure we'll see Sword again.
Couldn't afford them either, even though we have bazillions of money.
Couldn't
Oh, I
afford-
just think
couldn't
they'll
afford
forget that they
Sword.
even existed. That's what'll happen. They'll
What do you mean
just forget
Sword
that
was
they
in the
exist.
Marvels? We love Sword. Yay,
Yeah,
woo,
but,
Sword.
Yeah.
like, I'm saying
Sword's
after
great.
that, I feel like we're never going to see it
They were the
again.
ones with the big space station, right?
Saber.
Yes, that's right.
Saber. I see Sword,
Weird,
Saber.
kind of weird that
Jeez.
we never heard about them when they had a massive space station that had like its own. I mean, that was a crazy space station. They had like
That's
gravity and
nuts.
everything.
Yeah. How do they do it? I didn't know humanity was capable of that, but
I
well.
mean, yeah, shit, craziness.
Neat.
There's some like detective stuff. Oh, I think there's a crash over here, and it's about the time of death, and there's a blood stain in it, and da da da, and da da da. It's it's all meaningless. It's all meaningless. Nothing matters. Vidal asks at a later. Vidal and Agnes go back to Agnes's place, and they eat pizza and drink beer. It's wonderful. Vidal asks Agnes, "Do you remember why you hate me? And are you hiding evidence?" And Agnes is like, no, I don't." Oh my goodness. Something happens. They hear glass breaking upstairs, and Agnes goes to find a robber. Oh my goodness.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no, it is a robber because they're present. He's not a burglar. He's a robber, right? He's a robber.
He has yet to
And
burgle.
well, it's not burglary if there's people there in the house. It's burglary when no one's present. And I think it's robbery when someone is present.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, he scurries out the window and he climbs down the house, and Agatha's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you." And after a very, very stupid,
Well,
yeah,
something I found really weird in the chase is that she like sort of falls down and then holds onto the gutter, and I'm just sort of like, let go, like you're
Yeah.
just let go and drop down, like it's not that far.
yeah, it's like
I was
a
also
4-foot
thinking
drop.
that.
Like
She's
what's
holding
going
on for like dear life, and then it breaks, and then she gets more hurt than if she had just let go.
Maybe
Yeah.
she felt so scared in the moment she just froze. She was paralyzed with fear.
Huh,
You
okay.
can't judge her too harshly in her moment of peril.
It's just
Mm.
because you're right.
You're
Yeah.
not you when you're hanging from a
And
house.
also, it is pretty funny to try and even pretend like she could catch him. Like,
Oh yeah, he's like
he-
a lanky,
you know.
tall, skinny guy, and she's like
Well, it's just
her,
even the way she
and
runs, like the way that she's running, it's like, yeah, that looks like kind of like a suboptimal sort of run.
We got that,
you look like
the editor
it's
is
the run
helping
of
her
someone who
sort of
doesn't
thing.
run. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There's no
This
way
is
she's
Well,
catching him.
this is a
well, it's just
terrible
'cause
representation for all of us strong, powerful women.
Or is it
no, I
not,
guess the thing is
maybe?
that
I would say it's
I look
excellent
'cause
representation
Yeah, they're
because she
saying that no
catches
matter
them.
what, you'll catch that guy, even if you look slow.
I mean, I guess, but like, I wouldn't even because Catherine Hahn's like she's like 50, right? So like, I wouldn't even, it's like if you can't run like super duper fast, that like that's not even really surprising. But it's just yeah, there's no way you're catching him.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they catch the guy, and one of the reasons that she catches the guy is because just totally randomly, a car pulls into this alleyway, this dark alleyway where they're on, and it turns out that the person in the car, you might recognize her from WandaVision. It's Mrs. Hart.
Well, that was the name
You
Wanda gave
know,
her, right?
Yay.
yeah, that was the name that Wanda gave her. There's one we might know her by. She was the one at the end who was like, "Please let us die."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She,
she's still here.
yeah. Yes, and a grim fate awaits her.
Well,
Yeah,
I was
she
actually
has to
going
be
to
in the
say,
show.
because I have yet to just understand what I'm dealing with. When I saw this, instead of thinking it was a coincidence, I was like, no, it'll be that she is, I was like, she's going to be Aubrey Plaza or something, because Aubrey was there, and it would make sense. Like, I was like, that's going to be the twist that she, no.
No, that's not the twist.
No.
It's just a
that's what
coincidence
happened.
that she ran into him. It was like, okay, all right then. Sorry.
What are the odds of that?
Yeah, it's far too late for her to be drinking.
I wish he
Oh.
died here. It would spare us a lot of cringe.
Yeah.
It really would. But
Mm.
the cringe has not yet begun. We have so much
Oh.
more cringe. Oh,
Ooh.
we have not yet begun to cringe.
We're 20 minutes into this episode already, by the way.
We are. Many
Yeah.
really cool things are happening. So she takes him back to the police station and she interrogates him. And it's very cringe. She was like, "What did you try to?"
Oh, it's
Well, can we,
really cringe.
just to highlight where we can, there's some lines that just really stick out to me. For example, I'm going to go talk to Edward Scissorhands in there. And, like, there's
I
a
don't know
gap
what that's a
before and
reference
after.
to.
And it's so... Wait, are you joking? Or... Point is that I find it super cringy when the writer leaves so much breathing room because they're so proud of the reference.
Well, they think it's like
Mhm.
actually they need to leave room for people to get the laughter out of them.
Yeah, it feels like the
Yeah.
writer wrote it down and smiled. I was like, yeah.
It's just like, oh, it's just a reference. Yeah.
I know what that is.
This show
my
is missing
goodness.
a laugh track.
It's
Mm.
missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And
is.
I think sometimes with a
the show's trying to be
performance,
funny.
you can actually get... Like, Christopher Walken is one of the most legendary actors for taking a line that would be normal and making it really funny just because of the way he says it. Nicolas Cage can
Yeah.
do this. A couple of others.
Mhm.
Catherine Hahn, don't know what the fuck is going on with her, especially in this episode.
I'm not sure what the direction was.
No.
Because
Yes.
the direction seems to be like
Be
be over
goofy.
the top. Be really over the top.
Yes. I think there's a disconnect between her writing and directing. I don't know what's going on. It's very messy.
Yeah, she interrogates him. She's like, "What? Why'd you break into the home of a decorated detective?" And he's like, "Actually, you got suspended without pay, blah 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 things. What were you after?" She says, "What are you after in my house?" And he says he was after the road. And I assume that was the book by Cormac McCarthy. Because I don't really know what else that is a reference to, but we'll find out, I think. Oh, wait, I forgot something that's really, really important. This is super important. I forgot about it. When she was investigating the murder, you remember that book I mentioned, Dialogue and Rhetoric, Known History of Learning and Debate?
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a dark hole.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you take all
clever.
the letters, it spells out Darkhold, Darkhold.
Yeah,
All right.
and remember, Wanda destroyed every single one in every universe Because that's, when you're writing for Marvel, it's a really good idea to just slam the door shut forever on like an aspect of the world.
They
Just
do both.
get rid of it completely.
They slam the door shut on all kinds of things in sweeping statements, but they also just open up the entire world to all kinds of things forever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the worst of both worlds.
This show does that a lot with how it's just like magic and witchcraft, and you can just do it if you have the right ingredients at home, and you can just create portals and do all kinds of insane. And it's just like, no,
Stop it. But then at the
no.
same time, they're just like, yeah, that's the end of this massive aspect of the world that, like, in the comics would have been persisted for decades. But
We had
we've
our
just
one
got it
movie
and
with the
done
Darkhold, and
one.
we're done with it. Like, okay.
And now nobody else is allowed to have it. Nobody else can use it.
And then, of course, the person who wrote that, when they're told 10 years later, by the way, someone undid that, they'd be like, eh.
Oh, also, I'm not sure if you'd be able to play it more, but you got to show the part where Agatha's the really cringe part in the interrogation. You know which part I'm talking about?
I actually don't, because there's more than one of them.
You want total loser, that part?
Yeah, that one. That's that was really bad. And I feel like people need to see it to understand it.
I mean,
don't
obviously
know what they
copyright
were
prevents you from
thinking.
doing a lot of things
Yeah,
here,
no,
but I
I
should
know.
be able to get away with at least some of it, and I just played a little there. Yeah.
Total loser.
She's like this a lot. Like this,
What?
I don't even think she's really writing that down on that notepad.
I think she's a liar, and they told her.
Being cheeky.
The thing about it is, right, she could have had all different kinds of directions for this, but the problem is, immediately after doing this embarrassing shit, we're supposed to believe he's intimidated by her.
Wait,
Mhm.
wow. I mean, it's something that wasn't mentioned before, but she just kicked him before as well, which is very mean.
I wish I was the one to kick him, actually. Wish that was me.
But yes, it does seem to, again, it is really awkward because it's like, that's not intimidating, that's just like cringe. That's very cringe.
Now when the kid here, when he said he was after the road, she does not ask for clarification, like what that means. Do you mean the novel by Cormac McCarthy? What are you talking about?
Or do you mean just like any road, just like a road somewhere, and they have names, which would be
like
very helpful.
Like metaphorically, you're
Yes.
on the road to getting something, and this is where your path took you. Or I have some. She doesn't care. I know I would certainly be curious what he meant by that if it was my house and my stuff. But I guess she doesn't actually care. She notices that he has kind of blackish stuff on his fingers, sort of similar to the body in the woods. Isn't that very interesting?
No, he says it's from his fingerprint ink. That's all that was. Don't worry about that.
No, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Checks out. Story checks out. She does this. Yeah, she does that weird aggressive thing where she like pretends to write and yells at him. It's really cringe and strange.
And it works.
And
He goes, oh.
He's like, "Oh God, you're actually a psychopath. You might stab me at any second with that pen. I will do anything you say.
I
You are
mean-
clearly unhinged and crazy."
To be fair, if someone did that in front of me, I feel
You would look to
I
like
mean,
the people in charge. Like,
Yeah.
is she allowed to? Can I have someone else?
yeah.
Yeah, she's like, "Hey, look at these pictures of this body that I took earlier on today where this person died. I'm a detective. What do you know about the body?" And he's like, "What the fuck? What are you talking about? These are just flowers on someone's lawn." And then Agatha looks down and the
Get
photos
it.
are actually What?
I said, get it.
No, what do you mean?
It's not real.
Oh my god.
Yes, and you look at that and
Oh.
you're like, yeah, of course it's not real. Yeah,
It's
I know.
weird. It's a weird vibe of like, oh, who's this for? I guess it's like, well, for her. You're like, well, but
Is it for the people who didn't watch the trailers and didn't watch WandaVision?
Well, but
How many
also, why
people
would
are
it work?
watching this show?
why would it work that way? Why would the photos not be working, quote unquote? You
Why
know, like
wouldn't they work? Yeah, why would it just be because he said that they're not? They're why wouldn't he react like they're not that? But then she looks
Well,
and
and
it's
then,
like,
of
what are you
course,
talking about?
if all it
the
took
pictures.
were people in the illusion to start poking holes in it, how the fuck did it get this far for 3 years?
I guess you just
Yeah.
have to rely on literally nobody else ever being like, Agatha, can you like
Stop.
shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
Like, this is
Yeah.
not real.
Anyway,
You're
makes
the,
much
crazy.
sense.
All of the people who suffered at the hands of Scarlet Witch were just like, fuck it, we'll just play along for some reason instead of it getting the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
But, all right.
Yeah.
Now the photographs change. The glass in the interrogation room turns into a painting. This kid starts talking in Latin. Things are going crazy nutso. Now she starts being like, holy shit, am I going crazy nutso? Am I insane in the membrane? I should go check and see if that body was actually real. And the best way to check and see if the entire police investigation that you did with like the murder and everything, the best way to check and see if it's real is to go to the morgue and look for the body yourself. It's not to like call someone or check or anything. No, straight to the source. No questions. We're gonna go see that body. So she drives to the morgue, and a body appears on the examination table. And then she says, the hair was the color of scarlet.
Oh, I know
What
that.
does it mean? Oh my god. And then the library card, it's clipped, it's hooked on the toe of the body. And it says W. Maximov.
I know that.
Oh
Oh,
my
but like
god.
Wanda's definitely not dead though, as well. Anyway, it's you know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
almost
They've-
like twofold. Like,
What
yeah, but
bothers me
also
about
no
that
way.
is we haven't even pretended she's dead for many projects, let alone time. Like the fact that like what has happened since Multiverse of Madness? It's like, well, I guess this. He's like,
Well,
okay.
I mean, just you know, it's the amount of time that characters just don't tend to appear anyway. You know, like a character will appear in a movie and then you don't see him for like 2 or 3 years, typically. So like it's not it's not like it's actually been emphasized in terms of like an absence of a character's presence
Also, can we
in the world, presence or impact.
we just confirm this? This is a CG tier, correct?
Is it?
Looks to be
I
like it
think
is.
so.
That's awkward.
I would assume this isn't because Catherine Hahn can't cry on command. It's probably because they
But because-
decided later that she should be
Yeah.
crying.
Wouldn't it be better if she
That's-
was crying
Yeah.
and at least
Yeah, that's-
shed a little tear?
That's kind of like awkward, isn't it? Of just
Yeah.
deciding like, you know what, like we're gonna change your performance so
We
that
changed
it's
our
Yeah.
minds. You should be. We want you sadder.
And,
It's-
and what's
it-
funny is I think it probably would be better if she wasn't crying because she's Agatha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird because I do think it's probably CGI or added later because it does not have any build up to it before, and that's why it just registers as weird also, besides like how it looks, because it cuts to her and she's suddenly like crying, even though there was nothing that alluded to that before
Yeah, I think
in any
this
of
this
the
moment
cuts.
should be capturing that of just utter confusion and a bit more of like horror maybe, but getting a
Yeah.
tear out of it, I don't know, that did feel a little like whoever's controlling the edit was like, let's throw a tear in.
Mhm.
Well, it's like, oh, you're sad about that, and it's like, I'm not, but I mean, she wouldn't be. She'd be like, if the real Agatha was registering that, she'd be like happy, I presume. She'd be like, yeah,
Mhm.
she's gone. The person who put me in this like illusion torture for years.
Mhm.
Well,
Like 99% of the time, she's like, she takes nothing seriously, jokes around, doesn't matter if they're about to die, whatever. And then there's like this 0.1% of the time that she's overly emotional this way, and it just does not make sense
and
at all.
No,
to be
yeah, it's
clear,
when the
she's
writers
not she's not back to normal, she's confused. She doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that's why I was saying that the tier feels a little we should wait on the tier yet, if we're doing it at all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there will be plenty of time for tears later. Believe me. Anyway, Vidal shows up. She's here now. She says the witch is dead and all the copies of the Darkhold with her. Agnes asks if it's really hot in here, and she takes off her jacket and puts down her hair, which bugs me because if you're as a long hair haver, if it's hot, you keep your hair up because it keeps it off your shoulders and your neck.
But that's her
So
iconic
that's a
look
weird-
with her hair down.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Well, that explains that because I thought that was just a stupid thing to do, but I guess now I know the answer. So let me just scratch that. Let me scratch that off my list of problems with the show. All right, that one's good. Um, her outfit keeps changing. She even turns
Yeah,
black
it's
and
all the
white like one of the
iconic- It's all
episodes.
the iconic WandaVision appearances.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, this is nostalgic.
It's nostalgic for a couple of years ago.
Because
of
so many
amusing.
people care for for that show. They're
Oh,
gonna
I guess
lose
that's
their
what part
minds.
that people did when it came out. Like, it was successful. It was
it
quite
was
successful.
honestly we're
Oh
far enough away
yeah.
from it now that we can say, yeah, that was a different time. That was when people would watch anything
Yeah,
Marvel. They had their shot.
exactly.
We are
Mhm.
now
Yeah,
distinctly at a
I
time
watch
where
it.
people not only do not keep up with Marvel but avoid it actively.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Agatha or Agnes remembers her name, Agatha Harkness.
Ooh.
Ah. Anyway, she appears back in her house and she is totally naked, and that's why she put her hair down. Actually, that's the answer. Is I guess it wouldn't matter. Actually, I don't know if it would or wouldn't matter. I don't know.
Oh
It
well, I
covers up her
mean,
boob.
to be honest with you, there isn't necessarily an answer because she keeps flipping between hairstyles anyway throughout this whole sequence. So, like instantly, not like it's actually being changed by
Huh,
some.
women.
So
Um,
it being up or down didn't fucking matter anyway.
Mm.
yeah. So she is in the nude. She's au naturel, which is fine if you're in your own house. Totally fine. Um, freeing. I understand it. I don't wear clothes myself. But then she goes outside, and she goes to where this guy is trimming the hedge, and she's like, "Oh, how long have I been living here?" And he says, "3 years. But the last few days, you sure have been weird." Uh, and, like, she's confused. She's trying to figure out what's going on. She's getting out of the spell. She's broken out of the spell or something. Um, and the guy says, apart from you being unclothed, you seem actually pretty lucid. You seem aggressive. You seem powerful. And Agnes is like, what did you say? Powerful. And then she goes
Oh,
back into her house. Yeah, she's very powerful. Or is she? Because she goes back into her house and she tries to cast a magic spell, but she can't do it. Then she finds a rabbit. Wanda took her powers.
yeah.
There's a thumping
Mm.
noise upstairs. Yeah.
This is
The
accurate. He's describing the episode as it happens.
yeah, man. There's a thumping noise upstairs, or at least I thought it was upstairs. It's actually coming from the closet because that perpetrator from earlier who stole stuff from the house, the kid, he is tied up in the closet with duct tape over his mouth.
Hmm.
She's like, "Oh, I might have kidnapped you, I guess." But before we can explore this, the front door of her house explodes. Holy fuck.
Oh.
It's time for the obligatory action scene.
Oh
Yes,
no.
That you need
And
from
we get a
Vidal is
particularly
here.
funny one.
Vidal is
Yeah.
here. She casts magic and she tries to stab Agatha. And she could have stabbed her, but she just doesn't, I guess. And they have what can only be described as a really shitty fight. Now we get some confusing, like the beginning of what I can only describe as extremely confusing, messy witch world building, I think.
What, you mean just the characters declaring how the witch stuff works when they both know it?
Well, if I
Kind
may,
of.
I feel
You
as
may.
though they had no clue what they were doing. They just were like, "We need to get you fighting, so let's fight." And then it's like, "I'm gonna kill you," because that's what you say when you want to attack someone. And then she
That's
throws
what
the
I say,
knife
yeah.
and hits her with a knife in such ways that it's like clearly she's trying to kill her. Yes, yes. And then the first thing we do with a conversation of significance and substance is, "There's rules. We can't kill each other." And you as a viewer are like, "Huh?
What?
what?"
But you clearly tried to kill her. You have the knife at her throat and everything. You even
It's
drew blood.
And all of it is as you know. Like, we know these rules, don't we? Yes, we do. All right, then, no more killing. And you're like, but we were just killing. It's like, I'm gonna watch someone kill you. You're like,
So why did you barge in then?
what's going on? Like,
Like,
I don't think we should call that barging in. She made the door explode.
yeah, that's
That
more.
is,
It's more aggressive than a barge. It's an
It's a bit
exploding
more
in.
aggressive.
Mm.
It is aggressive and powerful, like Agatha is. But
Like,
essentially, Vidal says like, "Hey, we can't kill each other. It's not allowed." And Agatha's like, "Oh, don't you want me at my power? Isn't that more like good if I have my power? If you kill me like this when I don't have my power, that's just like not fun at all, I guess." And Vidal says that there's a lot of others who want you dead, Agatha. And Vidal says that, "Oh, I do have a heart. It's black and it beats for you." but you better be careful because the Salem 7 will be there that
Oh, it's so
evening to
terrible.
kill her.
It's
All
barely
the
more. It's
exposition.
barely more than script notes. It's I'm gonna kill you. Can't kill me. Okay, I'm gonna hurt you. No, we don't want to do that because you want me to wait until I'm powerful. Okay, yeah, fair. Well, okay, I'm gonna watch people kill you. Well, what? Why would you? What? And there's like the Salem 7 are coming. What?
And you
Like,
said there
if-
wouldn't be another group of Avengers.
if that was the goal from the like, she shouldn't even be here if that was the goal. You know what I mean? But she had to be reminded of things she knows in order to then redo the goal that she already had. It's like she literally barges in. Oh no, I said it too. Just to tell us what's going on. It has nothing to do with her or Agatha.
It is very confusing from the beginning. I'm instantly getting this idea that they didn't think about anything. The world building of the witch stuff and the magical secret society that deals with this stuff is all shit. It's all terrible. They don't give a damn. Nothing matters.
There was a tweet about this fight that I think pissed Ryan off quite a bit. It was funny. So it was like, I think it might even have been viral. It was like, this fight scene gets even better when you consider that Agatha is naked under her gown. And it's like,
did you know that Agatha's naked under her clothes?
yeah, that's the thing. It's like everyone is naked under their clothes, you moron. Like, what?
I'm naked under these sunglasses. I'm naked in this pumpkin.
I think we found the target audience for the show.
Yeah, we did it.
Well, yeah, as you can tell by the fact that there are so many people here on this EFAP who've watched this and want to talk about it, the target audience is, well, we'll learn what the target audience is. That's the first episode.
We did it.
The credits roll.
One
You did it.
down,
That's the
4 to
first
go.
episode. That's right. So far, it's pretty good. 7 out of 10.
Well,
Oh,
so
by the
something
way,
that actually
that's-
bugs me is the montage of famous witch iconography in the credits. It's like, what does this have to do with you, show? What does any of this have to do with you?
That's you. It's a witch show. It's about witches. Yeah, look.
It definitely
Yeah,
is.
they have, like,
they would be like,
cards.
well, we're the witch show.
Have
And it's like,
Lisa.
fuck off.
Lisa Simpson's here in a witch outfit.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
didn't know
there's,
that.
That's because Disney owns The Simpsons now.
They're allowed to
so,
do
yeah.
that. Shove
You
it in
even
right
have
now.
the evil queen from Snow White.
Yeah.
She's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Random pictures of witches, random pictures of skulls, tarot cards, pointy hats.
Because that's relevant to
Wicked
Agatha.
Witch of the West,
Woo.
pentagrams.
Mm.
All right.
So anyway, episode 2.
Yeah, episode 2. This one is called
Yay!
Through Many Miles of Tricks and Trials.
Nice.
It rhymes.
Nah, tell us how you really feel.
Honestly, Friggy, I don't
Um,
think it's nice.
Oh my goodness, you fooled us like Wanda fooled Agatha.
Wait, what
in
did you
her-
say that it's called? I think you got it mixed up, Rags.
Wanda fooled
No,
Agnes?
the titles. That is not the name of episode 2.
Oh, I scrolled down too far.
Yeah, the
On my
number
notes.
episode 2 is Circle Sown with Fate, Unlock Thy Hidden Gate.
Through
Yes.
Circle
Way
Sewn
better.
with Fate, unlock thy
Oh,
hidden gate.
and I mean, no, I guess we can save it for later. But the episode 4 is really bad, like really bad in terms of a name.
True.
We'll
I
talk
mean-
about that when we get there.
Yes, we will.
Well, all right then.
All right, yeah. So after the first episode, we have this one. It continues. All right. It doesn't just end and we can go home. Nope.
No.
So this tied up guy in the closet who's just kind of been watching all of this fighting happen. Well, Vidal leaves, and
Can we talk about who he is? Because we can talk about it as it go through then. Because I feel like there's problems throughout once we know who he is.
I mean, it's probably worthwhile
talk
to do
about
that,
it.
especially
Well,
since
so-
like it was.
Yeah, it was
obvious
leaked
anyway.
before the show came out anyway, so you know.
I don't
Now,
think
I
most
don't-
of people
I don't
care.
know.
I don't think people care.
Well,
That's also true. But well, there's
hey,
complaints
you
I
haven't
have,
asked me.
and I'd rather not like stack them all once it's revealed. I'd rather just go through.
I think that's
I
fair.
get
Yeah,
you.
that's fair. It's fair. Go for it
So-
because we're only talking about the first 5 episodes anyway. So whatever, fuck it.
This is combined from things I've read and also from things I've heard. Gary's mentioned some of this. So for those who don't know, this kid is one of the 2 twin sons of Wanda's. And you might be thinking to yourself, Mola, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, because they're
Mhm.
not real.
Well, let me help
Mhm.
you out. We're going to get
Okay.
lore that isn't in the show yet. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the show or in the future for justifying this shit, because I know that we're getting more Wanda-related crap and Westview.
I like how you can just say so confidently, you know, it's we just don't know if they'll ever explain it.
Yeah, no,
And that's true. That's like an actual question. We're like,
The thing
"Oh,
is,
yeah, we don't know if they'll ever bother to explain it.
let's just put it this way. Out of all the leaks that have come out related to this kid, half of them have been 100% accurate. The other half, we haven't seen them explain yet. So I'm assuming it's true. So I'll give you the full package, which is when Wanda was doing all the shit in Multiverse of Madness, the spirits / the whatever they are of those 2 boys were... I don't even know if I've spoken to Friggy about this. But there were boys in real life who died, and their spirits left their bodies, and the spirits of Wanda's sons were put into those bodies to become real boys.
So she can create with illusions actual, real, verifiable, genuine human spirits.
That
Like
see,
the
this is
it's
what I
like
mean
the
about
witches from Acolyte.
this is what I mean about
She made them
whether
with
or
the
not
Force.
this will actually become the truth. But from what I gather, it's the same source for the same leaks that I've been reading. That is what the story is going to be to justify her sons being real. Because we're going to get the other one, I think, at a different show or something. But this is one of them. But then,
I don't know.
how much insanely offensive that is on its own, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
just
Um,
we put that to one
That's
side.
messed up.
What in the fuck? Like, who did that? Why did they do that? How is it okay? What is he doing here? Like, what is...
mhm.
What's going on? He came to Westview and wanted to go on the road because he's desperate. We already got that. He wants to go on the road. It's the kind of thing I think that when the reveals is kind of most of what they have in general, and so once you have them, you can't rewatch the show because there's so much time wasted not making use of those elements. Like the character he
Well,
plays
it's
for
like
the
you put on
first
pause.
5 episodes is kind of irrelevant.
Basically, yeah. It's like you placed on pause until they decide that they can do the reveal so that people can talk about it on Twitter. But then it's like, oh, but all the stuff that came before was kind of just like
Just
a waste
empty
of
now.
time then. It was just sort of it was just like your standard meandering, advancing the plot stuff, but not building character that will be relevant or consistent going forward.
So
Like,
also
can
now
you
he's older.
imagine?
They just fuck with all of that. Looks different, is whatever age, whatever powers, they just whatever they want. Because one of them is going to be
Mhm.
super fast, and the other one can cast spells, right? That's the 2 twins.
Can you imagine having that crazy ass like origin story, and then be wasted as a character,
Well,
following around Agatha and
yeah,
like fanboying the whole time?
and having some of the cringiest lines in these first few episodes. Holy shit! He's
Yeah.
our Starbucks Twitter man. Just
He's our Zoomer trash character.
he'll say things
Hey.
like vibes and iconic. He'll say these things in casual conversation, and they'll make you want to scratch your ears out.
Yeah. And
Well,
he won't know what. Well, we'll get there. I actually would be curious. Would you rather be able to move at like super speed or cast spells? Which one would you rather be able to
Probably
do?
cast spells, because I'm assuming if I get anywhere near to Scarlet Witch's power, that's insanity in terms of things you can do.
well, it depends on what kind of spells.
Yeah.
Oh, just like, you know, witchy spells.
Okay. Well, let's just put it this way. If it's Scarlet Witch, yes. If it's fucking... Who's like a lame witch?
Agatha,
Well, I mean, she's pretty
Jim,
powerful at
Lilia.
top tier.
I guess. Lame witch. Oh, I don't know.
Someone
What's it,
said Doctor
Glinda? No,
Strange.
Glinda's a good witch. Don't say that. I don't know. I think I would choose spells myself. I feel like spells are very, very like going to be useful in your daily life. You could do all sorts of cool stuff with them.
The other one
As
is speed, right?
yeah, like
which
super
is
speed.
super useful. It's
Mm,
just
That's a good one. That is a good one.
If I could be anything like Quicksilver, I'd probably, I don't know, maybe that.
can
It's
we get like
probably a hot
a
take.
Fat Silver where he can run really fast, but he's overweight, like he let himself go, and he doesn't get you don't get the thing of being super athletic from running. He's actually like it doesn't work that way. I feel like that'd be fun.
Yeah.
That's probably been done though.
Just generates calories like a factory. All right. Enough fun. We have to talk about Agatha. All right. So, this tied up guy, this little kid, this kid, who could he be? I don't know. This weird Zoomer kid. He tells her that he wants Agatha to take her to the Witch's Road. Oh my goodness. Apparently, it will give you the thing that you want the most if you can reach the end of it.
I think it was because me and Frankie saw this one together for sure. It was, we were like, let me guess, you get it along the way.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
of
was the
course.
journey. You know what? At the end of the road, you realize, then we realized like, oh fuck, it's gonna be a shit Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. God damn it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I felt. Yeah, this will be
Yep.
shit Puss in Boots. So this he's a kid. He's 16 years old. This 16-year-old kid is apparently obsessed with Agatha. And he's read so much about her. He says he knows everything about her, even back to her Salem days, which is going back like 330 years, something like that, a long time. And I guess all of this is like documented, and you could just read about Agatha, like she has biographies and stuff. But yeah, he knows all about her. He is her biggest fan.
He's
He
like
wants-
Lee from Joker 2, but without all the lying.
Also, I have to share this with you guys. I just happened to read it. It's so funny. Someone's
Okay.
posted this. It's the post on Star Wars Outlaws. It's not long. I was absolutely
Okay.
loving this game. 45 hours in, and then I get this damn bug where I can't take off. I'm also stuck in some random space station in Akiva's orbit, and I have no way of getting out. I guess I just have to wait for an update. So sad.
It's basically the game is essentially imprisoned you in
Yeah,
space
they
to
imprisoned
think about
him
what
in
you've
the
done.
tiny space station.
Which is a copy of all the other space stations.
Just waiting for an update on the space station. Like, please.
I want to go to Akiva. I want to see Boba Fett.
Oh, poor fella.
That was update the game, save me.
Ubisoft.
Anyway,
please.
Ubisoft they're too busy panicking in a fiery office room right now to patch this game. They have to figure out how they're going to survive the next year. So this kid, he says that he wants magical powers from the road. He wants power. He wants to be able to cast like magical spells. That's what he wants. And he says, "Take me with you." Well, yeah, take me on the road, because Agatha wants to go on the road to get her powers back, because she doesn't have any magic powers. She's just a woman, just a regular old,
Boo.
everyday, completely secular, natural woman.
Hmm.
And those are
We don't like
hate
them.
No. Now, on the ground, Agatha notices the locket from before with the hair in it, and the maiden, and the other two, and she's, oh, look at that, that's weird, and she takes it. Now she asks, "Hey kid, who are you?" And when he tries to tell her his name, there's like a magic spell on his mouth, and he can't say what his name is. And all she says is interesting, and then agrees to take him on the road.
This annoys me. You know why?
This annoys me immensely. Oh, I have no idea, Mahler. Why does it annoy you?
So first time through annoyance, because it gets worse the more information you have. is, wow, did you know when you say your name, it's obscured, like someone's put a spell on you? Did you know that? And then he can say whatever he says, and let's assume, according to the information we have later, he would say no. He would say, what? No, that doesn't make sense to me. Why is that happening? And then you'd be like, write your name down. And then he does it. And let's say it comes out in complete squiggles, because that's how the spell works. You'd be like, interesting. All right. I need you to jump when I hit the right letter. A, B, C, D. And then you get him to get it, and you get the answer, and then the twist of episode 5 is already done. So that's annoying. Secondly, I don't know if you guys knew this, but it's a spell he cast on himself. That's what we discover. If it's a spell he's casting on himself, like, then...
Why is... Yeah.
Why? So you'd think, oh, because he doesn't want people to know his name. It's like, me. I have... So humans do this a lot.
What?
There's times where humans will want you to not know their name, and so they give you a different name.
Oh,
But
really?
Yeah.
That would be a lie.
Whoa. What? Well, okay, we better do a sigil then.
A Zoomer kid would never lie about his identity.
I was like, what the fuck? Why would you put that? You cast a spell to obscure your own name being sounded, as opposed to just saying, yeah, Bob.
I'm Jeremy. Yeah. I am. Yeah.
What? Like,
because when Agatha notices that he is like bewitched and can't say his identity, at that point she should say, "Get the fuck away from me! You're not coming. You're bewitched."
She's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, she says interesting, and then she's like, "Come on."
You know what? I just realized if Wanda could see her son like this, right? The entire multiverse of madness just wouldn't happen.
yes.
She would just give up.
I mean, we don't need to get into it, but they annihilated Wanda. Annihilated.
Yeah, she's gone. She's gone.
The horrible
She
monster.
went from being like a worthwhile character to
Well, at least we'll get a new cast of fun characters for us to get invested in and care about. Now, this part is weird, and I don't know exactly what it's trying to say, but maybe like if you could pull up the visuals on the stream here, we see Agatha like sitting down at a table, but it's got like this mocked up car.
Yeah, it's
stuff.
supposed to
like
mean
there's...
this is what she was doing in her fantasy when she was in her car. That's all that means.
That causes more problems.
No,
than
yeah.
results.
So, to be clear, it's meant as a joke, but as Fringy mentioned way back, nothing makes any fucking sense about the way her fantasies worked. So there's almost no point in going over it. It wouldn't have worked. You need everyone to cooperate, which they wouldn't. You need everyone to cooperate where they wouldn't even feel inclined to. They should kind of hate her, if not be very scared or worried about her. Sword should have taken this whole place down anyway. And then, of course, the nature of like laying out a world in your mind that maps the fake world so that you feel like you're actually moving through it in like an imaginary or brain fucked way. No, none of it works. They did that for the meme. That's all.
All right, because it actually confused me because it doesn't make sense. So I thought they were going with the route of like she doesn't know what a car is because she picks up the scissors. She picks up a scissors and is like, oh, these are like the keys to like a car. Oh no, they're not. I guess you're driving because. Because it just can.
It's implied that she never went out of her house because the guy was in her closet locked. The car is whatever that is, but it's also implied that she still interacted with other people. So what they were they coming over her? What is?
This is a classic case of. Hey, look, this would represent that in a thing, and this would represent that in a thing. And then you go, oh, you've just presented me this, and it doesn't make sense. And then they would immediately recoil and be like, it's for fun. It was just fun. It was just supposed to be a fun thing. Why are you taking it so seriously?
Yeah, why do you hate fun?
It's like, you're the one that told me this was the case.
You enjoy anything?
You told me this was the case. That was funny, by the way. Elm Street 4 went out. We were not a fan of it, and there was a comment that said something like, fucking hell, do they like any movies? And someone was like, they just praised Elm Street 3. Like, that just happened.
Dream Warriors was good.
We did a whole thing on Elm Street 3 being
like
awesome.
A loser. uh,
Though we don't like Agatha, you got us. Hands
no,
up.
we do. Yep.
Mhm.
Guilty as charged. Cast a sigil on us to something. We'll learn about those later. Hey, she asks the kid what he knows about covens. You know, because like witches' covens and stuff like that. Now he says that they are drawn. The people in a coven, the women in the coven, they are drawn together by mysterious forces of fate. It is the truest form of sisterhood. And she says that they're gonna need a coven
Ugh.
to access the witch's road.
Oh, and in the middle
At
of
which
all
point
this,
it's like, oh,
he
yeah.
randomly just announces to the audience that he's gay, which I thought was pretty funny. This.
Oh, that's in the.
Okay, explosion, right?
Oh, this is in
What did I say?
the phone.
Oh, I was moving forward to the whole sequence being that we need to get the coven.
Oh yeah, they're driving down the road and the kid is gay. The kid is, they're that's it. It's just the, and it's not even done well. Okay, so the kid is gay. That's why in all of my notes he's just gay kid. That's
It's
who he is. He
so-
is gay kid.
This might be one of my favorites for that sort of nonsense idiot trope that they've been doing in modern stuff, where he literally his phone goes off and he's like, it's my boyfriend, and
It's
that's it.
BOYF. BOYF is the person that is calling him
Like,
boyf.
What
Now-
did they think? What does that do for anything? To be like, he's gay. Like, all right. Anyway, moving on.
That's the whole purpose. He calls, gay kid hangs up. He doesn't answer the phone. He says he worries sometimes. Carry on with the show.
Yep, on you
That's
go.
literally it.
The
It's
story-
just a phone call to let you know
Yeah.
that kid is gay. That's it. And also, he's an asshole because he doesn't even have the guy's name. It's BOYF on the name on the phone.
Well, and hey-
just so you know that this is his boyfriend, not just a friend. You know how in your phone, like in your contacts, if you have like a boyfriend or a girlfriend, that's what you designate them as in the phone. Like
Sure.
wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, dog. You know, so that's just the title of things. They don't have names. That's their title in your life.
Rags, you wouldn't understand. He's a wonderful
You're right.
young
I don't
buck in
understand.
the world of Twitter and online social. He's a social media man.
Boyf.
That's what they do.
Like, they could have added some kind of like little conflict there between him and his boyfriend, like to add, it would characterize him, it would add something to him and also explain his gayness, I guess. But it's just this scene, like, anyway.
It's just weird that we're at that point of just like, he's gay. You're like, okay. Anyway.
Now because
When will we
because the show-
snap back and one day we'll have a character just go, he's straight? And then we're all like,
oh my goodness, he will be here to referred to as gay kid because that's what the show wants me to think. So I will gladly accept the
Sure, gay
the
kid, why not?
convention of the gay kid. So the Covenstead rule, which is like a magic rule. It's a magic. I don't know if it's a rule in the sense that it's like a descriptive. It's like the laws of logic. It's like a descriptive element of what seems to be the real world, right? Well, they have what's called the Covenstead rule in witchery and magic, and that is within a 3-mile radius there will be appropriately witchy enough people in order to form a coven. Which means that there will be at least, as we will discover, there will be at least 4 people that are going to be able to draw you together by a mysterious force of fate, and this will be the truest form of sisterhood. Within a 3-mile radius, there's
It's-
just those people exist.
it's almost as bad as if they were like, we're gonna fight a zombie apocalypse, we need guns. It's like, there's always a gun store around the corner, and then they turn around the corner and the gun store is there. In fact, that would be in like a fun, action-packed, crazy movie, but they're doing it to try and get past the fact that we get the coven immediately. Because we gotta get through this
and
quick.
you realize, yeah, at this point it's like, oh, so it's gonna be, the episode's gonna be that there's like 5-minute, every 5 minutes they'll go and counter the new witch, and then they'll get them as their group, and then there'll be like some action scene to round it out, and that'll be that.
Yeah, like
You know, it's
the
like nothing surprising would ever happen in terms of the story structure. It's like we got to be as expeditious as. No, expeditious is a positive word. We just got to be fast. We got to go super duper fast.
Mhm.
and it's funny. A lot of people were like, "Well, that is in the U.S." Like, you know what? Yeah, there's probably 2 per gun store. Actually, there's a gun store per gun store per corner. But point I was trying to make, of course, was that normally speaking, this would take some time. This whole sequence, but we're gonna get. Is it? It is 3, isn't it? Yeah. Which is, and
Yeah, in a
the
day.
scenes are all exactly the same. It is. We're not
Yeah.
gonna go with you because you're Agatha Harkness, right? Step 1
Hey,
of
here's your character motive. Okay, maybe I'll come.
well, so yeah, if you did a list of reasons why they would not come with her, it's like you're Agatha Harkness. You have a reputation for being a horrible monster. Number 2, you actually have a desire, motivation to kill witches and steal their powers. We know this. That's something we don't want to be with you for, as well as the fact we don't like you. 3, probably got a history with her where she did something horrible to them. That seems to be the case for all of them.
Yeah.
4, they don't believe the road is real, several of them, and of the ones that do believe it's real, think it's like a place that kills you. So there's no fucking point in going. And then, of course, that they don't trust her. And then, of course, you pile on, this is how the scenes go. It'll be a selection of one of those is said, and then Agatha will be like, yes, but, and then describes their situation as though they don't know their
central
situation.
character motivations.
And
Yeah.
then that
They'll be like,
is...
oh, hey, your character, this is your problem that will be resolved by going on the Witch's Road.
And that will be twisted into somehow being a thing that makes them go, you know what? Maybe I will come. And it's like, no. You already knew all of that, and then you made all those positions clear that have nothing to do with... You know, like, if I said, like, I don't want to go because it'll kill me, and then you say, yeah, but you're poor, you're like, that doesn't
okay,
do
that doesn't address the big problem here.
And similar problems for all of them in terms of like, don't you want to be more powerful? Don't you want to be having your witchcraft back? Don't you want to be blah blah blah? All of them making very clear, very good reasons to never go with her, and it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like clockwork, each scene, and they're very lame, and they're filled with the what did you say, gay kid? I think Rags was saying. I don't even know what his actual name is. What is his actual
they
name?
just keep calling him. They call him Teen. They just call him Teen. That's what they start calling him.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think his name is said.
He's supposed to be Wiccan as like an actual, comic book character, but I don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the so.
Oh.
Anyway, he just makes random comments here and there that are all very hard to watch and listen to. Even like I said, we named a few of them, but he'll just come out with like he's making tweets in real time. How I feel about him. And it hurts.
It's like a completely out of touch older person is trying to write a young, hip, plugged in Zoomer kid.
It's like, oh, you look so wonderful. Like, and you're like, you're so iconic. Oh my god, this place is so wonderful. Gay. Yeah, it is. Okay. I love your Insta page. It's like, please stop. I beg you.
At no point so far has he ever gone, yes, queen. But I think I just manifested.
Oh, he's on the verge.
That's going to be my...
But correct me if I'm wrong, do all 3 of them essentially come to the conclusion of they probably not, or they may be, and then they all do? That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, basically, every single one ends with, oh, no, I you know what? Nah, I don't like the idea of doing that, but then they all show up anyway, because of course they do.
Yeah.
I wish they...
It would be a little bit interesting if even one of them just didn't show up, you know?
Yeah,
I just don't.
Didn't come.
I don't want to hear about how much they hate her, how much it's a bad idea, and how much they don't want to do it, and then to just do it. It's so boring.
I wish at least one of them was like, okay, sure. Like,
yeah,
that'd be interesting too. Diversity, I guess, or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's for as much as the whole point of these scenes is to be like, see, this is this character, and these are her traits, and you know, sort of idiosyncrasies, and sort of, you know, look at them go. But like all of them are basically sort of blend together in terms of like motivations and like it's just they all do the same thing. Like they all essentially just like all of the scenes are structured in more or less the same way and achieve the exact same thing for each of them. So, you know. Doesn't it help make them feel like distinct people?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
they're the same character.
Nick Diorio said, I see what you EFAPs are trying to do. I've started the Renew Agatha petition and it has 6 current members. Is that real? I hope that's real. 'Cause
none of the actresses agreed to sign the petition.
I can just totally believe it ends up at like 15 after a year. It's like, yes! Yes, let's go!
Oh.
There's a few little interesting tidbits as they go and gather their coven. Again, don't know what the Covenstead rule means for like, is fate actually real? What if you're in the Antarctic or whatever, or in a desert, or don't even begin to think about that. Maybe it's more of a rule of thumb. But we start to get a lot of very strange inconsistencies with Gay Kid in terms of what his knowledge is. He seems amazed that the first one they go to, Lilia, doesn't look a day over 450, and he's like, "Oh, you're so old." But he knows that Agatha's from like Salem, and she's at least like 330 years old. So very strange that he thinks it's crazy witches can live a long time. A lot of inconsistent stuff there.
I don't even know
I don't think-
if he's lying this whole time or not. I don't know what they want us to think exactly.
Well, even if it's all a ploy, it would be weird because of how inconsistent he is at his knowledge. He knows what very specific things are, like specific spells and terminology, but he will not know what would be very broadly known things, like witches can live a long time, or what a sigil is, or like what a blood witch is, or something along those lines. He knows. It's very, very inconsistent level of knowledge. He seems to not know some of the most basic elements, but also know some of very obscure, specific things. So if he's trying to come across as somebody, not a great job is being done here.
Oh, and when I was going through the law, I forgot to mention that one of these witches just writes a list of the witches needed to collect for the... That's such a, like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's Lilia. She's the divination witch. She divines things, knowledge. She reads time,
Like,
or something.
they couldn't be cheating more to get through this fucking story, could they? They'd be like, we need a team. Well,
Yeah.
luckily for us, it'll be within a 3-mile radius. Okay, but that's still not great. Like, where are they? It's like, don't worry, the first one we visit writes the list of ones we gotta collect. It's like, cool.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
not-
Magic.
It's not shorter the show than any other show really that's coming out, but it feels so much more rushed. It just rushes through every key point that ever happens. It just every time you think something is important enough to focus on, it just rushes right past it. So it's yeah.
Now remember, you need a coven to access the Witch's Road. It's the truest form of sisterhood. So, you would think that it would be like a very, very tight bond between them for some reason, but very, very confrontational. They seem to all really hate Agatha, but still go along with it.
Maybe
as
they'll like
Mala
each other
had
by
pointed
the
out.
end, Rags. Oh.
Maybe.
Aw.
Maybe I'll like Agatha by the end, but it's still up in the air. Let me see. It's not really too much to say.
Ooh,
She's
edible candles.
confrontational.
You know, when that scene started, I was legitimately wondering, like, was there anybody thinking maybe this shouldn't be in the MCU?
Edible candles?
Yeah, just women
I think it's fine
testing
to
and
have
tasting
edible-
candles. It just I start having
What
flashes
grounds us
of
to the characters, to the normal person, to the experiences of the people who live in this world. Haven't you ever eaten a candle?
It's more about
It's actually a woman thing. We all do it.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
guys
they
just
do.
don't
They do.
know.
I've
We
seen
do,
it.
yeah.
And then they
Mhm.
notice and they stop, but I knew they pretend like they didn't do it, but I saw them.
It's our secret ritual. Yep,
I miss
it's out now.
remember when the MCU had like stuff in it that was cool and interesting and everything, you know? Like yeah. The
I'm starting
few
to think that was Wanda's spell.
I think there are a couple of moments like that in the Quantumania and Multiverse of Madness videos that just drift into a montage of clips of fun, cool things from Phase 1, 2, 3, and then it's like anyway, because your brain sometimes wanders off. Like
Anyway, back to Gay Kid and the lesbians
Eating candles.
eating candles. Yeah, so that's Jen. She's the potions guy that they need. Because you need like one of every kind of witch to walk down the witch's road. You need a divination witch, a potions witch,
Protection witch.
you need
something like
a protection witch, and you need an earth witch, a green witch, who does earth magic.
What's Agatha then?
An asshole.
The asshole
I actually
witch.
don't know. She's the leader. I
Leader
guess.
witch.
So she's pretty confrontational to the three people that she gets, particularly to Alice Wu Gulliver. She's working security at a mall store. She's the protection witch they need. Agatha gets her fired when they show up. And then they say, hey, you're fired now. You can come and do the witch road stuff for us.
That barely gets acknowledged, like in terms of between the characters, that she got her fired. She doesn't seem to give a shit at all.
She doesn't care. Yeah.
It's
She
because
just accepts
she
it,
treats
walks
it.
out of the store.
She treats it like it's the introductory scene for her character, as opposed to a job she was actually working. Crazy. Probably shouldn't
Well, we
do
can't
it like
have.
that.
Well, if they show that she's really, really mad at Agatha, she won't show up.
Good point.
But then again, Agatha should know that if you're being extremely antagonistic to these people that you need, or else, I guess, you're gonna die when the Salem 7 show up, you should be a little bit nicer, even if it's just, like, pragmatically a lie, you know, to convince them. But Agatha's just an asshole all the time, non-stop. It never ends. She's a jerk. She's an asshole. She's a bitch to everybody, constantly. She's a
That's the
snarky
character,
jerk.
Rags. It's great. So quirky.
All right. I mean, fair enough. It's very, very, very quirky. Anyway, she gives each one of the three witches, one by one, a card. Well, Gay Kid gives a card with the address and says, show up at 5 o'clock and we'll go do the road thing. Which is weird because that seems like it's a huge deal, because if you go down the road, you could die. Most people
That's what they say.
like die doing it. It's very dangerous.
Dude,
Like
Rags,
most people
someone
die.
say it's not real, and then they're like, yeah, okay, I'll come up. I'll do it. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Wu doesn't think it's real.
Ugh.
But she shows up. But Agatha basically is assembling a team to do a magical ritual journey so that she can get to the end of it, get all of her power back, and like if she fails, she dies, and she doesn't have magic power. Turns out basically none of them really do. Two of them are bound, which mean that they can't use magic. Agatha can't use magic. Jen can't use magic. Lilia can sort of like gets visions and is a divining witch. And of course, Wu is I'm the protector. Anyway, they all show up at the house. They're all like, yeah, this is a cool idea. We should
They,
totally do this. I don't have anything better to do. Whatever.
They write them all with this sense of like, I don't want to be here. I don't like this. Bad idea. Don't like you. Anyway, I'll do anything you say. It's very boring. It's like, stop. It's almost like an insecurity of just, do you want to be honest with who you're writing here? Because their actions don't match the people at all. Not even close.
After they meet the witches and say show up at 5, they're driving back home, and on the way she asks Gay Kid where he's from. And as he starts to explain his backstory, that magical spell happens again, and as he's trying to explain what his backstory is, she can't hear it.
Do you think he
It's
was actually
all just
describing
nothing,
the
like his
events
name.
of WandaVision? And
It might as well be a magical spell that nobody remembers.
Well, because what I guess I'm saying is like he's got that spell going on himself, so it's that so he can be like, I'm free to just say the whole thing and the truth, haha, and she'll never know. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is the point of all that? Just lie like normal people.
There's no normal people in this show, so that's off the table. Can't be done.
It's just women.
Oh,
True.
And
women
gays.
and a gay.
Women and gays. True. Now,
That should be the name of the show.
lesbians and a gay.
Yeah.
So they get back home. Agatha puts on a blue jacket, walks outside. There's a coyote in the street.
Yeah.
That's weird. She walks back inside. All right. Now, it is here that all of the witches show up. Lilia, Jen, and Wu. They all arrive here. All right. Nice. They've all showed up, even though they seem to really not like Agatha at all. And if they don't do a good job on this journey, they're all going to die. And Lilia even said earlier, "Oh, you're just going to try and steal all of our power." And Agatha had to say, "Well, I can only steal your power if you blast me with it, so don't do that and you'll be fine." Which is like, "Oh, okay. I'm definitely not coming. Also, you told me your secret, so that's weird that you did that."
Why would you believe it? You know?
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that at all.
Also, why would she, if that's true, why would she tell them that? And also, why would they believe her, really?
Which I guess is really awkward because it is true. That's how
Yeah,
it
that's the funny
works.
thing. It is true, and
Yeah.
then she may as well have lied because apparently they'll believe her anyway. She should have just said, "Nope, don't have any powers and never will. Can't do a thing. Nope,
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't worry about it.
nope,
Anyway,
nothing to worry about. Trust me."
Now, all these witches are like, "Hey, where's the green witch? That's the earth magic wish. They need one of those to walk the witch's road." And then Gay Kid's like, "Hey, what about that last name on the list that you weren't telling me about earlier?" And Agatha is like, "Okay, I'll go and I'll go get them." So Agatha walks out of the house and she goes and talks to Mrs. Hart, or as she wants to be called, Sharon, because Mrs. Hart was her slave name.
Mhm.
Now, she loves gardening, and Agatha's like, "Hey, there's a party, come on over. It's gonna be a fun party." And Sharon is just like not a witch. She's just a normal woman. She's just living a life, gardening, just living in the suburbs. She doesn't seem to be in
Bafflingly,
any way magical at
living
all.
in Westview, which is just the place where she begged to die.
Mhm.
She's reclaiming it. She's
Uh-huh.
reclaiming this.
Uh-huh.
This town is ours. Wanda's gone. This is our town. We're not going to give her that kind of power. We're going to continue to live here, but we're going to be happy now. That's not in the show. That's just me having a fun meme. But yeah, they need the stakes are potentially death on the witch's road. Agatha walks down the street, grabs someone. "Hey, you're gardening. You can be our earth witch. You're our green witch." All right. So, uh,
but it's just like, why would you do this? Like, she's not going to be able to
Spells.
do anything.
she doesn't know
She's like,
anything about witches. Like, it's not even
I-
like she's a witch who doesn't have magic powers. She doesn't have any clue about the
or any
road,
awareness of
witches,
it. And even if
covens.
you were to go like, oh, well, she's evil, she doesn't care. It's like, like she can still hamper your, like, she
She
can
can
still
be,
mess things up for you.
yeah, you can be evil and not stupid. That's the thing.
Yeah, like this is just a terrible
Really?
idea.
Yeah.
It's totally stupid.
And because another again, when I was watching this, I was like, see, Mrs. Hart, she's gonna be Aubrey Plaza, and that's why this will work because it shouldn't work because she's not a witch, but Aubrey Plaza's pretending to be Mrs.
Oh, that
Hart,
would be so cool.
and I was like,
But
well,
that's not.
I thought that's what it would be because nothing makes any sense otherwise.
But that is
No.
not the case.
Yeah.
It's just not the case at all.
Why didn't you just make it with the walking on the witch's road? Like, you have to bring someone who isn't a witch. You have to bring an outsider. That's just a rule. You have to bring someone who is new to this. They don't know anything about this. It'll be like they're part of the test or something like that. But no, it's nothing like that. It's just you, random woman gardening. We're gonna go on this crazy adventure where we might die, and there's gonna be like trials and magical journeys. But she doesn't say that. She just says there's gonna be a party. So they all gather at Agatha's house in the basement to conjure up the road.
And they got to sing the song, the ballad,
Yes,
which
they
the thing that is particularly striking about it is the lyrics are just clearly not like old. It's meant to be like an old song, like
well, it's
hundreds of
in
years old.
English.
There's that, but I mean, even that, it's like the lyrics just sound modern. They don't sound like it doesn't sound like a song that would have been written hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, you're not gonna open up like the old magical tome, and this is what it says.
No, and certainly not how they fucking sing it. Ugh.
The power
Uh,
of
Very modern.
magic.
It's very
Yes.
modern.
It doesn't,
Very,
and it would be a cool opportunity to do a ritualistic song thing, like that summons something or whatever between
Yeah,
a coven of
a
witches.
proper
But oh
witch's
well.
ritual.
No, it's
We're
just a fucking.
summoning a
It's a
doorway
lame
from the
ass pop
netherworld.
song done with some of the most obvious auto tuning you could ever hear. That doesn't match their mouths. Ugh.
The it's one of the first biggest examples of they have the opportunity to really lean hard into some of the cool imagery, into the magic, into the whole like witches summoning ritual kind of thing. And they just don't do anything with it. They just chant and then a door shows up and then they go through it and that's it. It's just there's nothing
Well,
interesting visually about it.
no, I mean, though I suppose the thing that's noteworthy is while they're singing this song, the house is getting attacked
By the
evil
Salem
witches.
7.
The
That's
Salem
right.
7.
And I sure hope that that rabbit is okay. That rabbit that
Oh,
got
the
be
left
okay.
behind.
rabbit.
He'll be okay.
Also, now I could be wrong about this, but aren't rabbits kind of like not super thrilled about getting picked up, right?
I don't know. It's a I don't know.
Like, or that it varies, but like you shouldn't just assume that a rabbit would be comfortable getting picked up. That's what I understand. And also that rabbits have incredibly fragile spines as well.
Uh-uh.
It means if you pick them up the wrong way, it can actually cause them serious damage. This is something I noticed while I was holding the rabbit. It's like, geez, I don't know if the rabbit, especially since both time the rabbit gets picked up, the rabbit's clearly trying to get away. Like, I don't
Oh,
know,
Yeah, there
the
is a shot where
rabbit's,
it's clearly
trying
trying not to
run
be
away.
picked
oh
up.
no.
Yeah, but
Um,
you know, I just hope the rabbit's okay.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, I
think
hope
he'll be
so
all right.
too.
Nothing of value, but something notable is their little copy of like the stylistic creatures moving in ways that don't seem natural at low FPS. They do that a tiny bit here, which is the
Yeah,
most
they crawl
style
around.
that they've ever had in a
Mhm.
show like this, and you're like, who'd you take that from then? I guess
It
it's
feels
not yours.
well, it feels out of place. It feels weirdly
Mhm.
creepy.
Well, and I
Yeah.
don't think once we get the truth on who the Salem 7 are fully and what they're doing here, I don't think these actions are going to make any fucking sense. My theory
No,
when we were
well,
watching it at the time was they're probably the good guys.
I mean, well, Agatha is a bad person, so
Yes.
you know, in contra. Well, and then later you find out the history, right? Is that they're like the descendants of people that Agatha killed. So
Well, I was gonna say like I wouldn't be surprised if it goes further than that at some point and says they're like a police force for the witch world and they're trying to prevent her from destroying something further. You know, because the thing is, they're just overreaching so much with them. Like every time we see them, they're like, "Blah, I'm a monster." Blah blah.
they're super duper evil, and it feels like there'd be an angle of, hey, they're not actually.
How many times have we seen this in almost every? I think Rick and Morty does it like 10 times, where a horrifying thing goes blah, and then it goes, "Hello, my name is Ronald, and I'm here to," and you're like, yeah, okay, get it. Just too many times I've seen it. Bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just want a
I mean,
blog monster to be a blog monster.
No, the
What
orcs have
actually-
families and children.
Orcs
They just want a
have
place to
families.
live.
Sorry,
Okay, they just want to live in a home.
I
Peacefully.
am actually wondering what did happen to the rabbit, because like they didn't bring the rabbit, so was the rabbit just left there while all of the evil witches were
I
attacking
guess
the house?
He's
I guess the
inside
gay
Is,
kid
somewhere.
put
is
it
the
down.
rabbit safe?
Yeah.
Is,
Yeah,
is
gay
he
kid-
safe? Is he all right?
Gay
He's
Kid
probably
came
fine.
in and put the rabbit down.
Yeah,
I
but
think
he was
so.
gonna
I
say-
don't-
Salem
care of
7
him.
wouldn't want to attack
Well,
the rabbit.
Yeah, but while they're away, who's taking care of the rabbit? Is he getting fresh?
He's gonna break out of
vegetables?
the lack of door and go out there and live his life.
Well,
Yeah,
the
but
neighbors
that's gonna
will be there.
Yeah, but
Well,
but if he's a domesticated rabbit, that's gonna be really challenging.
I have hope for him. He's gonna go on an
find
arc.
it hard out
He's gonna
there.
have a family.
I think.
I sure hope the rabbit is okay. I
Well,
really do.
Yeah, Fringy.
He's
I
my
wouldn't.
favorite character in this show.
I wouldn't worry about it because the neighbors will probably
Mhm.
notice that there's some hijinks going on, and then they'll send in some people to be like, "What's going on at this house with no door and the broken windows and everything?" And then they'll go in and be like, "Oh, hey, it's the pet rabbit," and then they'll
I'll take care of
it.
this rabbit because I'm a good person.
I
and
still
Yeah.
hope that the rabbit is
Yeah.
fine. That's really that is when the greatest amount of investment I have in this story comes from, is the fate of the little rabbit. I really mean that. I hope he's okay.
I think he will be a.
I hope he's thriving and living his best life. That little rabbit.
Now that he's free from Agatha's oppression, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the spooky Nazgul rejects, they all try to get, no, we're gonna get you, we're gonna get you, Agatha, we're gonna kill you. They don't really say that, but they might as well be saying it. Actually, they kind of do. They kind of whisper like, Agatha Harkness.
Blarg.
Ugh. And they are able to summon the door to the Witch's Road with their little song, and they get into it just in
Well,
time.
Just a bit of how the storytelling always fucking works in this show. They finish the song, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, that shouldn't have worked. You didn't have a witch. And then they go a full set, and then one of them is like, wait, it hasn't worked. There's no door. Oh my god, what? Why? How could it not? And I'm just sitting there like, well, yeah, it wasn't gonna. And then it does work, and you're like,
Yeah,
like they
it's
just
like,
flip
okay,
back and
sure.
forth and back and forth. And if you remember all of those motivations we had for all the characters, they're not relevant anymore. They're just like, the road is open. They talk for a moment here about killing each other, and then they're like, all right, off we go.
Yeah, she
Nothing
tries to rile them
matters.
up so that they'll cast like magic on her so we can steal their power.
Mm-hmm.
But then Lillian's like, no, don't do that. She's trying to steal your power. Which
Now,
is a concern that
actually,
we have, and then we're gonna go on the Witch's Road with her when she's trying to steal our power.
so
And
also,
they still
I,
trust her after that. Sorry.
I know that this is jumping ahead a little bit, but
Okay.
like the evil witches, they show up again later, like
Yeah.
in the road.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, it's because the doors were open, but like they
They're
very
not.
much showed that it was not. Yeah, that it was
Magical door.
inaccessible. Well, it's just because Agatha turns back around, and where the door was, it's rock again.
That is another
So I
great
don't know what
example
happened.
of the process, right? Right behind you. Oh, are they going to get you? They're going to get you? No, because you locked off the entryway. Nice. And then they turn up several episodes later, and you're like, oh, so how did they get to you? It's like, well, because they could chase us right through. It's like, but they couldn't. You showed they couldn't. Well, not
Yeah,
anymore.
well,
Like look,
you
we needed them to
changed
go
minds.
away for 2 episodes, okay? And you're like, that's great.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll talk about that in that spell that they cast. All right, that's episode 2.
Woohoo.
Yeah, they're there.
Hooray.
They go to the Witch's Road, presumably for the rest of the season.
Episode 3. This one is called Through Many Miles of Tricks
There you
and
go.
Trials. There we go.
Ooh.
So they're in a spooky, dark forest, and there's like a little pathway for him to follow. This is the Witch's Road. There's a big moon in the sky. They're clearly in some otherworldly place. Now, Sharon, who is like just a normal person, she says this is kidnapping, and she wants to call the police, but there's no signal. Jen says that Sharon has no business being here because she has no magical qualities, and that puts the rest of them in danger. And like, I'm thinking, like, yeah, this is insane that you just got a random person. Apparently, it worked for the ritual for the door, and she's just here now, and she doesn't know anything about witchiness or magic or anything like that. Totally
Nothing about it
non-magical.
is coherent at any level, being the mechanics of the world allowing this to happen, Agatha's decision to bring her in, all of the other characters' decisions to not question it, and then the character herself having gone this far. None of it works. But don't worry, they'll fix it by the end of this episode.
And turns out they didn't even need a witch because everything works the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, seems to
So who cares?
Well, no, I guess what we're meant, because it's meant to be that like each trial is for one specific witch, so they're just really lucky that the first one didn't require that one. They didn't
That's
require
true,
a
actually,
real
yeah.
green witch, because it could have been the first
Oh,
one,
yeah,
and then they would have
Aubrey
died. They would have all
Plaza's
died.
challenge is probably going to be one of the latter episodes, right? Like the
It'll be
ending
one of the
ones.
last ones, and it'll be maybe it'll be like like episode 7 or 8, where they have the big reveal episode or the flashback episode.
gonna
Because
make
I
a-
presume there's going to be a flashback episode. There's always one.
And they'll make a big deal out of the reveal of her being Death, and the audience are going to be confused because they won't know why that would matter in any
Sorry,
way.
I'm
Wait, there's an
almost-
audience?
I'm talking about us.
People are asking us questions. What?
It really is a fascinating like trend for these shows, is that like the way that it works is the penultimate episode, it's only ever one of 3 things. It's either a flashback episode, it's a like spirit quest like sort of epiphany episode, or it's like they just slow down for a little bit and just chill for just a little bit episode. It's literally is like every single episode 5 or episode 8 fits that formula for every single Marvel show. It's actually crazy how often that's the case. They don't know how to do television shows. They can't do it. They just have no capacity to do it.
Now,
Yeah.
if you're a little confused about what's happening, don't worry because Lilia is here and she is going to tell you what's going to be sort of like the sort of the blueprint for the next for the show going forward as far as we're concerned.
And
all right?
she's
Now,
doing it in a format that is going to become very common in this show, where they go, "Hey, this thing we clearly knew nothing about. Does anyone know anything about it?" And then one person goes, "Wait, yeah, yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's this very explicit thing. Yeah,
It's this.
it's
It's
this."
the you gotta do
oh shit,
the that's what you gotta do. And
It's
they're like, oh yeah, okay,
they
yeah, it's
they
that.
say a
Alright,
bunch
cool.
of bullshit, and they're like, "Yeah, I guess I knew that the
And
entire
then that's how
time."
it works.
It's like, oh
Yeah,
wow,
and
it's
so you're just gonna
great.
sit there, it's like there's literally no point for me to like even wonder about anything. I just gotta wait until the writers decide that this is how it works, and then they can resolve the conflict.
Thank goodness.
Or alternatively
Mhm.
protract and prolong the conflict. It's a really annoying way to watch a story unfold.
so
Yeah.
essentially there is going to be they're going to be up against their worst nightmares in the form of trials, and there is a trial for each skill, which is why you have to have a witch of each skill to help you get through the trials. um Obviously we're going to encounter many questions about the construction of the witch's road and how you're supposed to get through, and what happens if you need someone for the third trial and they die in the first, and what happens, you just trapped there forever and you starve to death, or what, we don't know. um, don't think about it. Just don't think about it. It's just really, really shitty Puss in Boots. All right. Trial for each witch. They have to face their worst nightmares. Now, they're like, hey, wait a second. Who is gay kid? Who's this guy? Who's this gay kid?
He's a
And so
familiar.
he tries to tell him his name, but then he can't because of the spell from earlier that stops him from speaking his name or his backstory. And they're like, oh my goodness gracious. They say it's a sigil. Someone's placed a sigil on this kid. And the gay kid asks if a sigil is a spell, which is like very inconsistent. You'd think that with all that he knows, he'd know exactly what a sigil is. But a um sorry, it's a sigil is they call it a redaction spell. It's a redaction spell that hides something. So you cast a sigil on someone or maybe something, and it like hides something about it from other people. I don't know. So yeah, can you not write his name, spell it out, use a code to designate letters with numbers, jumping? No one even bothers.
I mean,
to
I thought at
try
this point I was
with
like,
that kind of
so
thing.
finally they will be forced to figure it out because they're all going to be curious. I know I would be. And then Agatha's like, anyway, we'll deal with that later. I was like, oh.
Yep. She says, don't worry about it. Focus on the road. No one's curious. No one's super suspicious that we just have this gay kid with us and he can't say his name or where he's from and he's just palling around with Agatha. Interesting. Okay.
That's what we call
And I guess there's
great intrigue, because instead of getting us any kind of reasonable character action, we now have to wait until it's going to be revealed at the end of episode 5 that he's not all that he seems. And you're like, yeah, okay.
And I suppose there's no worry about, like, so you have someone here who doesn't know anything about magic, and they're on the witch's road with witches, and you have gay kid who doesn't seem like he can cast magic, at least, but he knows about witch stuff. So, what's going on with like hiding the magical world from the rest of the world? Is that a thing?
As
Do we not practice magic
this
openly? Is
retarded
that
world is ready to deal
don't-
with something like
oh yeah,
that.
don't even think about it. The
Like-
witch world building is just, it doesn't exist.
Remember,
Don't even think about it.
they are
Don't
soon
even try. Don't
to
bother.
introduce the concept of analog witchcraft, meaning you can do it if you don't have witch power. Meaning, you got the right like ingredients to a thing, you will cast a spell / make a thing that's witch related, and apparently this just doesn't happen across all of Earth when people are fucking around with
Yeah.
everything. Or do we just call that
Because
chemistry?
essentially witchcraft. Oh yeah, I was about to say witchcraft is basically just another science that you could do if you have the right ingredients and you'd say the right words, even if you can't use magic, because like Jen, who is bound and can't use magic, still can do all the brews and potions and stuff. No one's found it.
Nope.
Oh, interesting. Okay then, I guess.
I think
All right.
it's
Yeah.
important to note from this point on I have no opinions or thoughts about this show, and I'll be reduced down to just pure vocalizations
That's
of
good.
like disappointment and
That's
sadness.
a form of your body protecting you. It's trying to heal.
Yeah, because I
It's like
have
when you touch a
no
hot stove
idea.
and your hand
Yeah.
goes away from it
Yeah.
instinctively. It's like a self-defense instinct of your body. You should thank it later. Have a
Yeah.
candy bar, say, "Good job, body. You did it. You protected me."
Thank you.
Yeah. Nothing makes sense. There's no point.
Now, before we set out on the witch's road, Agatha reminds all the characters what they want at the end of the road. Jen wants to be unbound and use magic. Lillian wants to reverse her fortune. Wu wants to find out what happened to her mother. And, oh my gosh, Sharon has run off. Where is Sharon? No one even noticed that she ran off. Because now she's wandering around in the woods. And I think she's like sort of on the road, but she's elsewhere. I don't know. She stops to catch her breath, and her purse sinks into like this quicksand, this goopy mud, this goopy, terrible rings of power mud. It's awful.
Why the fuck would she wander
And
off? Like, ugh. Whatever.
I
This is
wouldn't
just
want to
a
be around
setup
these crazy
anyway.
bitches either.
That's true, but
Yeah.
you know they're the only thing you're familiar with in this
Yeah.
world.
Sharon cries out for help, and they go and pull her out of the black muck. And Agatha says, "Rule 1 is to stay on the road." Now they walk down the road a bit more, and the dark forest starts to kind of clear up and turns into like this semi-sunny
nice.
little sandy beach house. Oh, this is really nice. It's a big old house. Isn't this wonderful? They walk up to the door, and it has the phases of the moon on it. As Gay Kid says, this is the water phase. But he doesn't know what sigils and everything are. But he does know about this, right? Now, they walk
Because why not?
inside. Yep, they walk inside. And Sharon's the only one who wipes her feet, which is like, oh, that's funny. When they get inside, they are suddenly redressed. They are in different clothing and different hair and all that stuff. They're dressed very
And
nicely.
instantly, you're
And
like,
instantly,
oh,
yeah.
they'll just do this every episode. This is gonna happen every episode. Every episode, they're gonna have a different costume and a different theme.
Well, and I'm dying to say it. I just like because this came up on a couple of the streams I was part of once it was out. It's just the broad summary for anybody who's just in and out of keeping track of the MCU. The Marvel Cinematic Universe filled with superheroes clashing, blowing things up, lasers and explosions, and all kinds of great characters clashing. What's next for this universe? What are you missing out on? Well, broadly speaking, this episode is about many middle-aged women trying to defeat the challenge of drinking wine.
Well, they drink
Yeah.
wine that makes them declare their central character motivations as well.
This one has the most. This one is the episode that actually really. I think this may be the worst of them. I really hated this.
I think I could
episode.
pick this one for worst out of the 5. Yeah.
Yes.
So, they get inside this house, and the door's knob has disappeared, and they can't get out. I guess they're sort of trapped here. This is they got to find a challenge. And there's a card on the fireplace mantle that says, "The Witch's Road cordially invites you to the first trial." And it has a riddle on the back. Yes, I love a good riddle. I love riddles. Yes, riddles are great. All right. So, everyone in chat, here is the riddle. You have to solve the riddle, or else you'll explode. All right. My age has no value. I'm no fun alone. I mess with your mind. My tricks are well known.
Disney.
I actually was thinking memory. That was going to be my answer, is memory. But we'll put it down. So the answer is wine. And they know the answer is wine because sitting there in the middle of the table in the room, there is a big bottle of wine and glasses for all of them who are of legal age to drink. Because the first trial in The Witch's Road adheres to modern day American legal drinking age legalities, which is actually kind of weird to think about, in fact, that it gives a shit about that. So, if you thought that the riddle was something important, it isn't. The wine's just there. So
Isn't age super important for wine though?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
My age has no value, though.
Okay.
Or my age
Dang.
has some. I don't know. Whatever.
That's such an effed up thing to say about wine. As it's wine is very important to me because I come from a country of wine.
It was
So
rude of them to
this
make an episode about
is
wine when you were
disrespectful
right
to
there.
me.
Yeah. They might have done it
Yeah,
on
I'm-
purpose. You never know.
I
Yeah,
don't know
Yeah.
what they were thinking though, but for real, like of actually just having it be, yeah, they go in there and then they drink wine, and then
Mhm.
it gives them hallucinations of their deepest, darkest fears, and
I
all of their insecurities and all of their character arcs that they're gonna go on in this story. Like, what were they thinking?
Oh, by the way, I got the poem wrong. It's my age has value, not my age has no
Right.
Oh,
value.
okay.
My age is value.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
it was
great.
memory, like you cherish your old memories and you want
It's
to share
still
them with people.
disrespectful
But
because
maybe
it's in
it's
the
age.
episode.
Disrespectful.
I would rather it
My
not be
age has
in this
value.
episode.
So
Um,
there's a. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I wish I was the one drinking it actually
You know,
right now.
you're
The
allowed.
show will drive you to drink. Yes.
Yeah.
We're almost
All
halfway
right.
through.
So
Full thing.
Yay!
yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. So yeah, there's just a bottle of wine in glasses, and they say, "Well, I guess we're gonna, I guess we should drink it." So when Gay Kid goes to get a corkscrew, Jen follows him and says, "Hey, you better what?
Isn't that already a huge fucking leap in this insane place? Let's drink
No,
the
there's wine
wine.
here. Drink it.
Okay,
Everyone drink the
let's
wine."
drink the wine.
Why not?
You're right.
Yeah, it's just you drink the wine. Here's the poem. The poem means, or the riddle means wine. Drink the wine that's here on the table. Drink it.
This is like such a trappy trap.
Oh, it's the trappiest trap that ever
Well,
trapped.
Well, something that
Yeah,
bothers me
and
is they try to use the logic of like, well, we've got to do it because otherwise nothing will happen. Do you remember how they throw those fucking rules out in the future
oh
trials?
yeah. Oh yes.
Like to me, it felt as though the writers knew no one in their right mind would just drink the shit in a crazy room on the road when you have no idea what the fuck's going on. And so they're like, yeah, go, 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 go. Just say they have to. And it's like, yeah, we have to. It's like, yeah, we have to. There you go.
Isn't it kind of messed up because this is a woman show, right? And we're always told
This is no
don't
one's show.
drink random shit in random places because
The
that's
bottle is
dangerous.
sealed.
What kind of message is this sending
It's sealed.
here?
It's a sealed bottle.
Well,
You can fucking. Have you not seen
okay.
Sherlock Holmes rags? Remember?
No.
Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes. The wine was
I
sealed because
forget which one you're.
she injected the roofie.
A needle through the cork.
Yeah, and then she actually even the wax she remelted on top so that it looks like it's sealed.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that part. I need to watch those again. I remember those.
Yeah,
being
fun
pretty
movies.
good. So they have to drink the wine. I guess that's certainly what they decide basically instantly to do. We need to drink this wine. So when Gay Kid goes to get a corkscrew for the wine bottle, Jen follows him. And she's like, "Hey, you better watch your back with Agatha. Didn't you know they say that she traded her own child for the Book of the Damned?"
Ooh.
Ooh.
Why
Yeah.
do they have to bring up that argument as if right before going down that stairway, she just tried to like steal their powers already? Why are they trusting her even now?
I mean, she
I don't
sounds
know.
right enough. There we
They're
go.
just sort of around.
She sounds right
They're
enough.
just sort of around for the ride, it feels like. But yeah, Jen says, yeah, no one knows what happened to Agatha's kid. He could be dead, he could be a demon, or an agent of Mephisto. She said the name. I've heard that name before. All right.
Famous bit of funny is the when asked. So I think, Fring, was it WandaVision that made a reference visually to Mephisto, and people thought
Maybe.
I can't remember if it was
I
that
know
or
people were
Loki.
speculating on it.
It was it was one of them, and they were asked in an interview whether or not we'd be seeing Mephisto, and the person they were asking said they didn't know who that was. So
Yes, I remember
clearly they've moved on. They've graduated from I have no idea what you're talking about to ooh, I can use that to bait you. Cool, I'll throw it in.
that. Yep.
Oh, it was Loki that had the bait in it. Yeah. Ugh. Well, a lot of people said
So-
Loki. Some
Yeah.
people said WandaVision. It was one of them.
They go back to the table. They pour the wine into the glasses, and Sharon instantly drinks her glass. She says it's been a long day. And then once they start to drink, there's a digital timer on the wall that goes beep, and it starts to have a 30-minute timer. It's a 30-minute countdown.
Wow, that's almost exactly the length of an episode of TV. Huh?
That's right, but it still
Crazy.
gives us plenty of wiggle room to fucking mess around and lie with what the time really is, and to have bookends at the beginning and end. Because boy, they do it, and we're gonna talk about it because I am upset. But they all say, "Well, okay, I guess we're all gonna toast and drink now that Sharon's done it and the timer's settled down." So they drink, and they go to the sofas in the living room with the wine, and no one asks what the fuck the timer is for. No one's even worried by it, even though it's obvious and they all see it.
Did none of them see Saw?
I don't...
Guess not.
No, I don't think so.
What you've just ingested will kill you in 30 minutes.
There's random banter a bit that happened here. One of it's really weird. So Agatha goes and pours her wine into a house plant, and leaves the empty glass on a table, but then it refills magically.
Yeah.
Because Agatha smartly doesn't fucking drink the wine. That's like something's up with it.
No, right? She's the evil one for doing that. They're all.
That's true.
They make
She's
her evil by
She's
making
evil. everyone
everyone retarded. It's like, how is that the evil choice? It's like because everyone else drank it. Like, no, but that. To be honest with you, it probably would be better to maybe do it one at a time. I don't know. Like the idea that if anyone's willing to take it, because it might kill you, it might kill all of us. What would be the point? And then it tries to kill them all.
Well, there's a really weird line, and I don't know what it really refers to. Maybe you guys can help me. As they're just sitting around drinking the wine, waiting, not caring about this countdown timer, Gay Kid asks Wu about this tattoo she has on her arm, and she doesn't really want to talk about it at first, but then she says she got it in Colorado, and it wards off evil curses, and her mom made her get it when she was 13. And then he says a lot happened to him at 13 too. What the fuck is this referring to?
Was he 13?
Is this part of the reveal
years when
at the end?
Was he 13 when he got transferred into the dead body? Maybe, I don't know. It probably will be. That's such a weirdly clunky line.
Because before the we get the reveal at the end that happens later, it's like, what are you like? Were you molested? Like, what are you talking about? Why'd you say it that way? Why? Like, it was so weird. I had to write it down because of what. It's so strange that you would just say that. A lot happened to me at 13 too. I'm like, oh my god, are you okay?
Yeah.
Does that explain why? Well, no. So very weird stuff. Sharon, the person who is normal old Sharon, she asks about witches. Like, oh, what's up with witches? You guys are witches. Magic's real, I guess. Which people should probably know because of the MCU and whatever. Who knows? And Lillian says that she blames Halloween for the witch imagery, like pointy hats and green skin and brooms. All right, okay. Even though they lean into this in this show themselves,
yes,
the, credits and everything, so that's kind of weird. But we'll get more stuff like that later. Now they notice that Sharon's face starts to swell up considerably. You might have noticed it on the thumbnail, but her face swells up. And everyone's like, oh my goodness gracious. And Jen says, oh no, the wine is poisoned. And then all of their faces start to swell. Oh no. It's the symptoms of the poison. And also, they refuse to call... I'm calling her Sharon because Sharon wants to be called Sharon. They keep calling her Mrs. Hart.
That's actually really odd.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hart was the name that most of them wouldn't even know about. Like... because then they're from outside the Westview Dome, which is what everyone in there was forced to call her when that wasn't her name. I get Agatha doing it, but
like
the other characters doing it is like kind of, in a way, it's kind of an asshole move. Especially if they have any context for why you wouldn't call her Mrs. Hart. Didn't her husband die as well?
I think he died.
Not in WandaVision,
die,
but between then and now, I think it's been said that he died.
Her husband's
Yeah.
recently deceased. Yes.
Like,
so
I mean, we're almost to it, but just she feels a little bit like the punching bag for no reason in this show.
Really weird considering what happened to her in WandaVision. Like, I don't know if you remember, but do you remember what she said? She was the one who said,
tormented.
"Oh, you know, if you let us die, just let us die." It's like, oh, yep, but let's bring her along so that nobody remembers her name, places her in imminent danger,
Mhm.
and just shits on her constantly when she hasn't done any of the
Well, and
crazy evil things.
honestly,
Yep.
she's pretty
You know?
terrified, right? She would be. At least
Of
all of
course, yeah.
them
Yeah.
want to be here in some way, shape, or form, understand it somewhat, all have power and knowledge, but she said it, she's been kidnapped.
Pretty much, and
Yeah,
nobody
she has been
cares.
kidnapped.
Nobody gives a shit.
They don't even care enough to call her what she is
Her
saying. My
name,
name is
yeah.
Sharon, and regularly everyone calls her Mrs. Hart. It's really weird. I have no idea. Is it supposed to be funny? Is
It's
this a
meant to be
joke?
funny.
Well,
Yeah, it's
and,
meant to be funny.
we'll head back a little bit, like just a slight jump ahead when the whatever this is starts to take effect, and she actually makes reference to re-experiencing what Wanda did to her. Like which I was just like, this show, like, I don't even like WandaVision that much, but can you not? Like, you're a goofball nonsense idiot show where their faces puff up and they're like blah, blah, and then it's like also this poor woman that just keeps getting brutalized over and over again. Lol. You just said they're like, okay, I guess that's what you want to do.
Yeah,
Hopefully she makes it out of this episode okay.
Hopefully she does, because she's clearly like the sympathetic, but like the comedic, like outsider, fish out of water character, the normal person in the magic world, and she'll be around for a while to make her commentary. And she has like a personality of sorts and everything. It's like, oh, she seems like a nice lady.
Mhm.
But anyway, Agatha's face is not swelling up because she didn't drink the wine, and she kind of tries to hide it from the others instead of being like, yeah, I didn't drink the wine and my face isn't swelling up. But I guess she wants to hide it, like she knows it's a shameful, terrible thing to not have drunk the poison. Now Jen, remember, she's our potions person, right? She asks Sharon some questions. Do you feel tingling in your throat? She says, do you have the taste of mulberries? And when Sharon asks, what do mulberries taste like? And Jen ignores the question, and instead of describing it or comparing it to some more common berry or fruit, she just moves on with another question. It's like, I don't know what mulberries taste like. I don't think I've ever actually had a mulberry. But if you said, oh, it's kind of like a this or that, or maybe it's like a grape, or maybe it's like a raspberry or whatever, I'd be like, that's important. You're trying to identify the poison in someone's system. She then asks if she can hear ringing or the sound of fairies crying. As if she would know what a fairy crying would sound. I would assume a fairy crying sounds like just a normal person crying, I guess.
Or like a
I
quiet
don't know,
version
but
of that.
yeah, maybe. But why would she
So-
know what a fairy crying sounds like?
Fairies are canon in Marvel, or what is this?
Sure.
Yeah, everything is, so
Why
yes.
not? Why not? Least of this show's problems is confirmation on the
The
FQ.
fairy question.
So Lillian randomly says, I love you guys. She just says like random things here and there because she's like a divination witch or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, the swelling starts to disappear, right? And everyone's like, oh, the swelling's going away. That's wonderful. But Jen said, no, that's not good. The poison, it's the Alewife's Revenge. That's the name of the poison.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, Alewife's Revenge. Fair enough, I guess. She says next, you'll have dizziness, delirium, you'll lose motor functions, you'll hallucinate, and then you will die.
How do we know this?
Because she is the potion lady and she has identified the poison. And she says at the end of the
Okay.
poison symptoms, you will fucking die.
How
Would have
convenient
thought
that we know this.
this should have been discussed before they all downed the fucking thing. As in, like, what if this is poison, especially since these are trials or whatever
Which
that
was,
relate
like,
to us.
the first and most obvious thing. Like,
It
why
is
would
funny,
they
right?
just
Like,
assume that it's fine?
that is number one on the list of things this could be. And it's like, oh, it turns out
Yeah,
it was.
of course
Crazy.
it is. Like, did you seriously think it was gonna just be like easy? I mean,
Like,
you
drink
all
wine and
they
wait
all
half
know
an
that-
hour, and then
What's-
the trial
yeah,
is
like,
finished.
What's annoying about it is, like, maybe someone would say, well, what do you expect him to do? Is, like, look around, see what's in everything, what things you have.
Yeah.
Before making any important decisions.
And
Yeah,
if-
it's like the Saw movie, the second one, right? Where they just start doing random shit before exploring the house and
and then
checking
they
on things.
kill themselves over and over again.
Basically.
Instead of looking around the room before you fucking press any buttons that say play me. I swear to God.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh.
upon hearing
was-
that Yeah, go ahead.
I wish this poison was called like Botox poison or something. That would.
I mean,
Botox.
And
The Botox Bane,
bane
or
of Botox.
you have 90210 seconds to live, or something. I don't know.
Mhm.
But Alewife's Revenge, fine. That sounds witchy, I guess. You know, it sounds like a
Ooh,
thing. It sounds like a
Botoxin
poison.
from chat, not bad.
Botoxin, yeah. Botulism toxin. Vintner's Widow. Botoxic. So there's mild panic upon hearing that they are gonna they have poisonous poison inside of their bodies and they'll fucking die. Agatha says that she has to get out of here, and so she tries to crack the glass on the window in the living room. And then Jen says, "You can't run from the poison." And then the gay kid finds Agatha's refilled wine glass, the magically refilled wine glass, and she's like, "You didn't drink the poison. You can't cheat, Agatha."
Which is
And
weird because Agatha could be like, wait, but no, I did. Like, she could just lie. It's like, I did drink it because she threw it out. So she's like, so how the fuck is that refilled?
Mm-hmm. And also, like, maybe you can cheat. I don't know. Like, maybe that is possible.
Well, it's weird because when she said when gay kid says you can't cheat, Agatha, Agatha asks who says, and then Lilia says the road.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Mm.
haven't they already? They don't have a green witch.
Well,
so
and
they
what does it mean
kinda
to
did
cheat?
already, right?
Is casting spells to reverse the effects of this thing cheating or not? And it's like, it's not. And you're like, how do you
Exactly.
know?
Yeah. Like, what is the nature of what the rules are here? What, you know,
It's
you
a matter
just
of how
declare-
broken they are, really, because we're already
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't a coven. You know, this is it is not the tightest bond of sisterhood. These bitches hate each other, and quite frankly, I hate them too.
Fair.
Like Sharon's all right, but
Yeah.
yeah, they just seem like insistent that she has to drink it. Agatha even says there's no reason for her to suffer too, especially because the side effects are dizziness, loss of motor function, delirium, hallucinations. And she points out that gay kid didn't drink, and the others are like, "Oh, but he's not in the coven and he's underage." Again,
Well-
as if as if the fucking witches in the witch world in the spell casting bullshit witches road would be like, "Yeah, but in the United States 21 is the drinking age and he's only 16." So we wouldn't want to put anything on film that could be misconstrued as underage drinking. So the witches road totally respects United States drinking laws.
Mhm.
The grand logic of, hey, maybe all of us being poisoned, now that we know what it is a bad idea, and that, in fact, it would have been better if just one of us was, to identify what it was and then get a solution. Because now, we're all dealing with hallucinations and near-death experiences, when we could have been 100% focused on a solution. Huh.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah, but they're dumb. They're stupid.
Very stupid.
Agatha, yeah.
It's kind of out of topic, but between this lesbian witch coven and Acolyte's lesbian witch coven, which is the worst?
We should wait until we're further in
Oh,
before you
yeah,
ask that.
we
Ask
should.
that question
In a minute.
after we get to the
A
end
good
of this
question
episode.
for another time.
Yes, but
Mhm.
keep that one in your back pocket for later. Oh, you're a woman. You don't have pockets in your pants.
Aw.
That's
Now,
actually true.
You can pretend. Make
um,
believe.
Mhm.
ooh, that's very true. Very true. So Agatha smashes the glass on the floor, and Wu tells her, "You have to drink, Agatha." They're like insistent that
Yeah.
she drinks this poison. You got to be poisoned too, Agatha. You can't just not be poisoned like we aren't not poisoned. And Agatha says, "Oh, there's no more wine to drink anyway. We drunk it all." And then the glass magically refills in Wu's hand, and Gay Kid says, "If you don't drink the poison, I will." And in a very odd, out of character thing, Agatha stops him from doing
No,
that,
but you
and then she drinks the poison.
You say it's out of character, but it's like, no, see, they're setting up her storyline about how she doesn't care about anybody except this one random person that she only met, like, what, a day ago?
Well,
They don't know each other.
she believes he's her son right now. Ooh.
Why? I don't know why.
Does she?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're to conclude that that is the case. But
Aubrey
why?
Plaza has to reveal that it's not the case to her.
Yeah, but like, why would she believe this?
Don't really know.
You see a random gay kid and you're like, "That's my son."
Honestly, other than maybe the hex or whatever it was
Yeah,
called.
but still, that doesn't. I don't know.
Well,
why
but that
would
makes
make
it
you
worse
think anything.
because if you thought that might mean that he's your son, you would be trying
you
to
would
figure
try
it
a lot
out.
harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you'd probably be treating him a bit better in general instead of just generally being a jerk, except for occasionally going like, "Oh, wait, hold on." So when you talk about like tonal whiplash as well, so you have that, which is like, oh, so that's character. Then she drinks the wine. She's like, oh, it's cheap wine. And then you have the lady, the '70s show lady, like reliving the
Sharon?
horror of her being
Yeah.
tortured. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
when
like,
she gets
what are we
delirious
doing?
and she's like, "Wanda, I'm begging you, let him
Yeah,
breathe."
you've got like, oh, character moment, stupid joke, and then like crazy,
It's
horrific
cruel.
reliving of this horrible nightmare. It's like, what is these tones? Like, pick a lane and stick with it for 1 minute, please. Just be serious
Well,
for
like,
1 minute straight.
From what we can gather, Sharon is like the nicest person here. Why are we making her
Well,
suffer
of
so
course she's the
much?
nicest
She
person.
seems
She
pretty
hasn't done.
normal.
She's just a normal person, which by
Yeah.
the standards compared to all of these people, they've all done worse things because she's just normal.
The problem is, I think she is the only one with the personality, and writing characters with personalities takes like
Oh, Jen's a bitch.
It takes a lot of writing
intellectual
power.
labor. Yeah, and they don't have that. They run out, so they had to get rid of her. That's my, theory. Yes.
We can see who our favorites are at the end of this episode, along with your other question. It is
My
Favorites.
it
favorite
will be
right now
relevant.
is. Well, bear in mind, my favorite is the rabbit.
Rabbit is clear
That's
lead.
pretty good, yeah.
Clear lead.
Yeah.
As long as the rabbit doesn't decide to take a nap during this race to the finish line of good characters, he is gonna easily win.
I'd say the Salem 7 have been knocking it out of the park with their few seconds
Well,
of
they're
scenes.
trying to get
Oh.
Agatha, so that's good.
Muller, I realized like for like half of my notes as I was writing them down, I accidentally called them the Salem 6 because I just did not give that much of a fuck and it probably didn't matter at all. I only realized that I'd been saying the Salem 6 in the notes the whole time is when someone said the Salem 7 later on and I'm like, "Oh, is it 7 or oh, okay."
Close enough.
Yeah, like, it doesn't matter, but
I would not notice the difference, to be honest. You could have said 5, and I would be like, "Yep."
So Sharon passes out on the couch. Well, we will revisit this point later on. Sharon is out. She has passed out. It is at this point that Agatha must prompt Jen, the potions witch, that they need to brew an antidote.
Yeah, you'd think that would be like the thing that the potion witch would suggest, you know?
Or anyone else would be like, "Oh shit, we've been poisoned. Holy fuck." Now, it is very important to note, 15 minutes have passed in world.
Ow.
The timer
Ow.
The timer is halfway gone.
How did they allow this to happen?
I don't know. They've been fucking around for 15 minutes.
Well,
timer
calm
is
down.
at
It's not like anyone's gonna
15
die.
minutes.
It's just them having some fun. Jeez. If it were life and death, maybe I'd have an issue with that.
So, upon being prompted that they need to come up with an antidote, Jen, the potions witch, she says, "All right, we need ingredients for our antidote. I need frankincense and the gut of a eusocial insect and a corpse that's been decaying for at least 30 million years," which I didn't even know was possible. I didn't even know. That was Now, when she mentions this, Agatha says she doesn't know what a corpse for like that's been decaying for 30 million years even is. And Jen says, "Why do I even have to translate? It's zooplankton." Because Jen is a fucking bitch who just thinks like that's even approaching common knowledge.
So,
I don't know.
While they're on death's door, she felt the need to make the complicated versions of the things she wants. That's how she said it, instead of translating to the things that would most quickly get you the results you need.
Yeah, which I
15
don't know,
minutes to
man.
death.
Like part of what it means to be, expertise in a field is to be able to explain things in a way that laymen can
Yes, to be a
understand,
good
right?
communicator of your
Yeah.
field. Exactly.
I understand that not everybody knows the same things as you do because we're all fucking different people. Like,
Because again, like when I read this, I was like, I didn't know a corpse could last for 30 million years in a state of decay. If it was like petrified or
yeah,
fossilized,
'cause if
it's
it was
not
in a
like
state of
it's
decay,
not
you'd be like,
decaying. Yeah.
exactly. That's what I thought too.
But she
But
says zooplankton. I'm
as if
pretty
that's something that
certain that
everybody
that's
would
not even
know.
true, but the show's like, okay, zooplankton. They can decay for 30 million years, I guess. Um, she said that zooplankton can be in petroleum products. So Jen says she needs a really big cauldron, not helping the stereotype to say that. Surely you wouldn't need a
No,
big
no.
cauldron. Surely you'd only need like a pot, a soup pot, or maybe even a cup, you know?
And
No,
also,
no.
like, if you need a cauldron and you need a big one, the sink feels like it's a bad choice compared to other things that are typically found in
Isn't that
houses.
but also just don't like this the witch stereotype of cauldron. I'll instead put it in the kitchen sink for this ultimate move from
Like,
women. You know, like why would
yeah, that's a little bit
why
awkward.
would you?
I mean, again, if you need something that's really big, a bathtub feels like the
Yeah.
obvious choice in a house.
Mhm.
But if you just need an antidote, it probably don't need that much. A gulp from each person or whatever, but she says she needs a really big cauldron, so
Yeah, which again,
okay.
it's like, okay, off to the bathroom then.
Now,
to that
we
bath.
will very shortly revisit. Jen is a fucking moron in this episode, and it's actually insane, and it does have consequences. So, Agatha
yeah.
and Lillian go to look for petroleum products. They go to the bathroom where a lot of Jen's skincare products are in there. And Agatha says that, oh, she's a snake oil salesman. They say that they're all natural, but they probably have like petroleum in there.
And
So
again, you're just kind of struck. It's like, so there's wine, there's skincare products, there's like candles that you can eat. What are we doing?
Yeah.
now remember,
What?
the ingredient that they need is zooplankton. So
Do you remember
Agatha,
when Iron Man? Do you remember when he made his Iron Man suit and he flew around in it? That was
yeah, that
pretty
was really
cool.
fun.
That
But
was
we have
really-
to talk about the zooplankton. All right.
You remember when Thor flew up to the Empire State Building, got all the lightning, and shot it through the portal and blew up all of the Chitauri? That was
No, we have to
really
talk
cool.
about frankincense for the potion antidote. We
Let's
can't
just
talk
watch
about
Marvel
Thor.
compilation video instead.
Do you remember when Captain America was driving on his motorcycle, throwing his shield around and everything, and doing leaps and stuff? That was really cool.
No, we have to
Anyway.
talk about the gut of a eusocial insect, okay?
Remember
We're
when
not talking
Hawkeye,
about
like, he shot
care products.
the arrow, Loki catches it and smirks, but the
Look at
arrow
him.
blows up because it's a bonus
Yep.
arrow. So it like
Do you
gives a
remember when
win to Hawkeye and Loki, even though
Yeah.
Loki gets fucked up in that scene.
Do you remember Hulk? Do you remember Hulk in general? Just when he was
In
the
general.
Hulk, when he
Just
was
that
the big rage
character when
monster
he
and
was
got in the
around.
fight? When he fought Abomination, when he was fighting in New York, that was really cool.
Wait, what do you, oh,
Anyway.
Hulk was in She-Hulk, Attorney at Law.
Yeah, he was.
And his son
he
was there.
He was much
Thrasher, or whatever his
smaller.
name was.
He was much, much smaller than Abomination, even though in The Incredible Hulk, they're the same size, enormous.
Remember
But
when
now he's like 10 feet tall. That's it.
remember when Squidward fired the army thing of like loads of little bricks that were drilled into little drill spikes, and then
Yeah.
Doctor Strange portaled it into like the void, and then Wong portaled it out of the
Wong
void back
Pulled
into
it
him.
out. Do you
That
remember when
was
Doctor
fun.
Strange just created like a million Doctor Stranges to fight Thanos? That was really
That was
cool.
really
that
cool,
was
yeah.
that was a really good one.
Do you remember
Yeah.
when Thanos grabbed the moon and turned it into like projectiles and then threw it at Tony?
Remember Veronica versus Hulk?
Oh shit, that was crazy. Yeah, that was really, really
Remember-
cool.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Remember when the Guardians of the Galaxy had to escape that prison when they first met?
Yeah,
that was
right.
really fun.
And then
Yeah, that was funny.
Rocket figured it all out, and then they got away. Remember when they
Yeah.
grabbed the Power Stone and the power of friendship was powerful enough for them to control it so that
Yeah.
they could win?
Oh yeah, and I was like crying, and it was like very emotional. Oh, remember when Yondu used this little whistle needle to
Yeah.
kill all those guys coming after him, and he was really
Remember
cool
when
and everything?
Yondu
Yeah.
when he saved Peter, gave him the
Oh
space suit,
yeah, he
flew
did.
him up
Yeah.
into space to save him?
I might not have been your father, but I'm your daddy, and he saves him, and he sacrifices himself to save Peter. Yeah.
Mhm.
Then he gets a
Remember when
big
they-
funeral, and Sylvester Stallone is there.
Yeah, remember they comboed up Spider-Man and Doctor Strange to pull in and out while trying to punch and kick
Oh
Thanos?
yeah.
That was really cool.
That was really
really
awesome.
cool.
Remember
Do you
the
remember-
airport fight in Civil War?
Yeah, you remember
Yeah,
Spider-Man doing the off with the AT-ATs and then Iron Man and War Machine punching Ant-Man in the face?
Oh yeah, he gets all big and he comes in.
Do you remember when
Oh.
Ant-Man had a fight on like a toy train set?
It
That
was
was
super
really
exciting and thrilling and
Aw.
creative.
And then they zoom out, and it just the little toy train falls over.
Yeah. They had good comedic timing in the MCU.
did.
That's right, they
Yeah.
did.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Well,
anyway.
Candles,
Remember
edible
when-
candles, and petroleum.
Everywhere I go, I see his face.
Remember when
Ah.
Thanos was about to kill Iron Man and Iron Man went, "It's Morbin time."
Oh, I don't quite remember that.
Joker 2
Remember-
wishes it could have Morbin time at the box
Remember-
office.
Remember when Captain Marvel locked up with Thanos and he was terrified of it?
Oh, that was
Mhm.
Yeah,
that's
I
right. He
do
was
remember
actually
that.
scared.
We
He
gotta
was
stop
scared,
with-
and then he-
Remember when Peter Parker is in the rain and he's listening to the TV of J. Jonah Jameson talking about how he's a menace to society and he has to make important decisions about
Oh,
That was a real
oh my
deal
God.
shot, yeah.
heroic
Mhm.
character and
Do you remember when all three of the Spider-Men they worked together? Remember?
oh
And
yeah,
then the
all
music
three
was
of
playing
them.
as they were
They
working
share their
together.
insecurities and
Teamwork.
where they failed and
That's right.
how they're gonna
Yeah.
overcome their in the future. Oh, that was really really good. That was a really good.
Remember when
one.
Reed Richards got
Or
turned
when-
into spaghetti?
Oh, yeah. That was,
Oh,
yeah.
We're remembering the before times, Mahler, please.
No, we weren't. We were moving
The
through.
long,
We
long
went from
ago.
Endgame to No Way Home, which means next stop.
Listen, No Way Home it can belong in the before times. We could move it back. It's got a lot of good stuff in there. Okay,
anyway.
so to remind everybody about what's become of us,
Rocking
Agatha
back and
Lillian
forth
are
in
in
the
a
fucking insane
bathroom.
asylum, by the way.
Agatha and Lillian are in a magic bathroom and they're looking for petroleum products because it has zooplankton in it and they need that ingredient to brew a potion because they drunk the wine that's poisoning them on the witch's road. Okay? Now, that's taken care of. We need more ingredients though. Now, Woo and Gay Kid, they go look for the frankincense, right? There's no Bibles anywhere. They can't find any. But Gay Kid is like, "Oh wait, do you smell eucalyptus?" Which is one of the gayest things you could ever say. And then they run off to get essential oils.
Oh.
This is a story, okay? But Woo has to catch her breath. She staggers, and she's hallucinating that the door to the sauna ahead is full of vapor and smoke. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, Jen is back in the kitchen, right? She's our potion master. Now she's at the sink, and she remembers that she needs the Eye of a Newt. And she goes to a pantry because it's also like mustard seed. I guess that's another name for it. But when she comes back to the kitchen, it's dark and there's a spooky man there in old medical scrubs. Oh my gosh. But now Lillian hallucinates too. There's a girl in a fancy old pink dress and she speaks Italian. Oh my god. Yeah, they all have like hallucinations. It doesn't matter what they are. Woo sees her mom. Jen sees a guy who tries to drown her in the sink. Lillian follows this Italian girl, and there's like an old desiccated lady in the person in a skull in a robe. It's all just random spooky shit. It probably doesn't mean anything. Don't worry about it. So the three women all stumble out of their hallucinations because they are hallucinations and nothing actually happens to them. And this annoys the hell out of me when things are obvious hallucinations and they know from the symptoms that they will hallucinate, but they still like completely fall for it and go along with the hallucination. It's really, really annoying to see that. Like, guys, you know you're gonna hallucinate. Get your shit together, all right? Obviously, the weird skull lady in the old 1400s Italian dress is part of the hallucination. You are going to die. You need to get these ingredients to the sink to make the antidote because you've got poison in your blood veins. You're gonna die. You're gonna fucking die. Ignore the hallucination. You got shit to do. So Woo and Gay Kid, they go back to the kitchen, and everyone's just really chill in these scenes. They're not like, oh shit, we have like 12, 13 minutes to live unless we don't brew this antidote. Everyone's just kind of chill, walking around. It's really kind of weird how there is no sense of urgency here. It is also mentioned that the gut of a eusocial insect is just honey, the Gay Kid says, which would have been great to mention at the beginning.
They treat them like they're fucking riddles, even though the one who's trying to make the potion said it to them. Like,
yeah, it's like, you, zooplankton, it's in petroleum products. You, frankincense, go check here. Mustard seed, boom, one of you go to the pantry. We also need honey. You, go get honey from the kitchen. Yeah. It's not just like some maybe semblance of you don't want to die here, potentially, Jen. So, they're sort of assembling their ingredients, slowly but surely. Their lives are at stake. And they notice that the crack in the window that Agatha made earlier when she tried to get out, turns out they are now underwater. The house is underwater. And they're worried about the crack Agatha made, like, breaking and filling the house with water. And they take a long time to explore this. The Gay Kid even asks, like, are we underwater right now? And Woo asks, how long is that glass gonna hold? And I'm like, holy shit, bitch, you are poisoned. You're going to die.
I hate it.
You have like 10 minutes before you die.
Solve your fucking problems. Stop wobbling about. It's so annoying.
I'm wobbling about.
They all go to investigate the window where the water is now. Like, no, you're poisoned. You're gonna die. The poison will kill you. It doesn't matter where you are. All right. We get a shot of the digital timer that shows 3 minutes. They have 3 minutes left. All right? And they even bring in Sharon to the kitchen where they are brewing the antidote. Because remember, she passed out on the couch. Okay.
Oh, really?
Now, I want to go over this in a little bit of detail because it's insanely bad. And I need people to understand. All right? So they gather around the sink that has been filled with water. Jen says that the ingredients of the antidote need to be added in a certain order and in a specific time, right? So instead of doing just a moment of organization and lining them all up, she just starts plopping in the honey and the seed, the mustard seed. And then Woo randomly says, next is frankincense, and is about to put it in for some fucking reason, and Jen has to stop her. He's like, no, don't do that. Why the fuck would you do that, you idiot? Jen asks for the zooplankton, which is in the skincare products Agatha and Lillian got. And they just, like, slide the skincare, like the lotion and the shampoo and like, the conditioner. They just plop it into the sink water. In its packaging. They just slide it in.
Because this is a woman's show, we need to be reminded so we don't forget.
But, like, you need the zooplankton. It is that
Rags,
the shampoo
witches' spells are
and the
more,
hand cream,
like, symbolic.
it's full of chemicals.
Yeah.
It's full of other shit.
It's a symbolic spell. Like, you've got the right things in there. Good enough, broadly.
But it'll completely throw off what the antidote is if you just throw, oh, here's a bunch of soap. Let me just squirt all this shampoo in there. Here's some skin cream. And you just chuck it in there. You would think that these are...
Throwing in some plastic and wood as part of all those... Nah, it's fine.
Fair enough, I guess. But they just flump that in. So, whatever. Now, Jen says that obviously the frankincense is next. Not obvious. Jen, fucking bitch. That's special information you have access to. And she says only 3 drops. So, they put 3 drops in, and then the sink starts to glow pink. It is at this point that Jen asks if there is a way to boil the water in the sink. Jen is a fucking retard. What an absolute idiot. Jen is a moron. If she knew that you had to boil this shit in order to get the potion, why didn't you just put a pot? This is a kitchen. It's a very nice kitchen. Why didn't you just put a pot on the stove?
What, you
and
can
start
boil
getting
stuff
it
in
ready
kitchens?
to boil?
Oh, what?
Apparently, I'm just a stupid man. I don't know anything about kitchens, but I think there are these devices in there that heat up really anything you put on them, including water.
No,
Jen...
no, she's a witch though. She doesn't need that. She just needs a kitchen sink.
True. I guess it is. So now Agatha rightly is very angry and asks why the fuck you didn't think of this before and let us know before now, because we have like 2 minutes before we die. And Jen says, oh, well, I was in the middle of a traumatic hallucination, but the hallucination only lasted like half a minute, so God knows what she was doing for the other 14 and a half minutes.
She wasn't on screen. Doesn't matter.
Jen is the dumbest, and I hate her the most. Jen is a bitch. She's stupid. I hate her. Fuck Jen.
I would be with you if the consequences of all this were that, let's say, one of them died or something.
I guess that's true. If it turned out
Yeah.
to be like
If that
okay,
happened, that would
that's
be
true. That's
crazy.
true.
Yeah.
That would be
It'd be
crazy.
terrible.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Now, so they have probably like 2.5 minutes left before they die of this poison, right? And they have to bring this full sink of water to a boil. Now, this is the part where you're just like, oh, we're dead. This is not possible to do. We do not have the technology or the magical ability to boil a sink full of water in 2.5 minutes and then finish the rest of the antidote process, right? Which, by the way, there are still things they have to do. Jen has not told them yet, but we'll get there, right? Now, Gay Kid asks if there is a sous vide, which is apparently it's a super the show says it's a super fancy cooking tool that heats up water to a specific temperature to cook steak evenly, or really anything else you want to heat in there, right? Now, there is no way that you're going to boil all that water in less than 2 minutes. But they find one. They find a sous vide, which is like this little metal object you kind of clip to a container of water and it heats it up. It's a real thing. It is real, right? In fact, I have friends who use sous vide to make things, and I hopped into a call with one of them last night and asked them, is this how a sous vide works? And he said, there's no fucking way. All right? So they clip the thing, they clip the sous vide thing to the water, right? And it takes 6 seconds. I counted them in the show. It takes 6 seconds for him to clamp the sous vide in and plug it in to now the water is not simmering, not hot, but a full boil. It takes 6 seconds for the sink full of water to be boiling.
They're witches.
Unbelievable, actually.
It is literally unbelievable.
I don't even need to know what this device is to believe that that's unbelievable.
It is a magical laser.
Space age. This is like Mass Effect space age technology.
And even then, it'd be pushing it.
The amount
Even
of
then, you'd be
energy.
like,
Okay, a sous vide is not capable of this. He said that in order to speed up the process when he makes sous vide, is he dumps already boiling water into the. He said he typically uses about a 5-gallon container, because if you just use the sous vide machine itself, it takes hours to heat up to the temperature that you want it to be, right? Hours. And this is way more than 5 gallons in this sink.
Well, considering how quickly those 15 minutes went, maybe time works differently.
It does work differently. It does, and we're going to get to the example of what is happening because they fuck around with time multiple times. All right. So the sous vide thing is actual bullshit. Doesn't make any sense. They're stupid for even trying it, but it works. So whatever. Now, it is at this point that Jen says that they all need to pull off a single strand of hair. A single strand of hair, which is actually a lot harder to do than it looks, to get a single strand of hair, yank it off, especially if it's like in the dark and you're kind of like losing your motor functions and everyone's a bit clumsy. Jen did not let them know, like, first thing, before you go, take off a hair, leave it here by the sink, or give it to me, or whatever. This is the point where Jen tells them they need to do this. All right?
They've all been, a lot of them have been standing around. It's like, you could have told, yeah, whatever.
Now, it is at this point that Agatha's trying to get a hair off her head, and she gets distracted by a hallucination of her own. It's a crying baby in a crib. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's sad.
Now, yeah, it's very sad. She goes over to the crib that she's hallucinating because she's a fucking retard.
Yeah,
right?
no one's pulling her away from this, by the way, when they need her hair.
She just goes along with it. Oh, look, there's a baby in a crib over there that I'm clearly hallucinating. I guess I'll go over there and check it out. And she pulls away the sheet on the crib, and actually it's like a book or a tablet. I guess it's like a
Dark
book. This
hold.
the
Her reaction to
Darkhold?
that is so
Yeah.
funny.
Okay, I couldn't remember what the Darkhold looked like.
That's okay.
It's because she gave up her kid for the Darkhold.
Allegedly.
Bum, bum,
Oh no, the
bum.
book.
Allegedly. So Jin snaps out of her illusion. Jim snaps Agatha out of the illusion by saying her name. He's like, "Hey, Agatha, you need to do this thing so we don't all die. What are you doing over there on the floor, being all weird?" And then Gay Kid calmly asks her, like, "What did you see, Agatha?" It's like, "Fucker, you're poisoned. You have like a minute left of life, or you'll die."
It's crazy,
And
they
he's like
all-
calmly being like, "What did you see, Agatha?"
The way they do this,
You are
it's almost like they're a
poisoned!
bunch of like actresses in a set. It's almost as though there's no actual poison at all. It's almost as though all of this isn't at all immersive in any way, shape, or form, and it's just awful.
It's like they're doing a play pretend or something.
Yes, there is no sense of proper urgency. Your mortal coil is about to be shrugged off involuntarily by this poison wine, and no one gives a fuck. Now, they put their hair into the brew. They have to clasp their hands together, and once their intentions are aligned, Jin says, it will glow a bright cerulean, right? But instead, it glows green instead of blue, because cerulean's like a blue color.
Damn
right?
it.
It's like a Pokemon. Now, when Wu says they have 1 minute left, right? This is the movie, sorry, the show, this awful experience saying that it is 1 minute left. They have 60 seconds left, all right? But they have cheated. They have given themselves an extra 45 seconds-ish of time from when we saw the timer at 3 minutes 15 seconds earlier. I went ahead and I did the math based off of just the timer because I was legitimately curious if they actually stuck with it or if they would cheat. Turns out they cheated massively multiple times. All right.
More often than not, they will. It's
Yeah,
rare
which
you
is
get
a
them
shame.
adhering to it.
Because I was thinking, it's only 3 minutes 15 seconds. Wouldn't it be fun and cool to do a one take
Nope.
of the 3 minutes 15 and the camera doesn't like cut or anything and it's them all doing this? It's only 3.25 minutes. Like that would be a cool one take to do and it would build up the tension, but they don't. They cheat. They give themselves an extra 45 seconds, which is a really big deal when they only had 3 minutes 15 earlier. All right? Now, they're panicking because the brew is not the right color. And I'm wondering, like, well, yeah, Sharon's not been a part of this process. You're not clasping her hand. You're not pulling out her hair.
We are watching this show.
Brags, what do you
are living
mean?
it.
Who's that?
That's a
But,
good. That's a good thing because no one has fucking at all mentioned Sharon really.
How can that even? We are watching, and it doesn't matter because we're watching a stupid TV show. They're living it.
Yeah.
Like they don't remember. Like, oh wait, there's another person here.
So, they have a minute left, and they're starting to panic because oh shit, we're gonna die in a minute because we're all retarded morons, right? Jen doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know why the brew's not working. Now Agatha grabs her by the shoulders and he says she's gonna give her a pep talk about oh I left you alone because what you're doing was important or whatever, and you're doing the real work. You're doing that real witch shit, and you need to be a real witch again. And they can take your power because you're bound, but they can't take your knowledge. You could do this, Jen. And then Jen suddenly remembers through the power of motivation that they need the blood of the unpoisoned. This is an odd thing to forget. It kind of stands out, you know.
Hasn't a minute passed already? Please die.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
It's witch time. It slows down the closer you get to 0.
It's witching time. Now, when she says they need the blood of the unpoisoned, again, odd thing to forget. It's kind of like a standout thing, someone's blood, right? Also, good thing he didn't drink the poison because we can't have an underage drinking. Yeah.
When you have like a cool element maybe as part of a ritualistic thing and other well-written stuff, it can often be something that makes sense but is simultaneously a bit sacrificial of like oh shit, yeah, oh yeah, that's part of the blah, blah. This one felt to me like the writers thought, what have we got here as like a final thing that can work? And it's like, I mean, the guy is still there. He hasn't really been a part of this. We just make it his blood.
Yeah,
I guess
it does feel like essentially randomly selected shit
Yeah.
based off of what they had in their group of random stuff. But yeah, so Wu says 30 seconds. They have 30 seconds left, right? So she called out the 1 minute mark and she called out the 30-second mark. And they cheat again. There should only be 3 seconds left when she says this. They add an extra 27 seconds to a minute timer.
And to be clear,
They can't even do a minute.
this
They have to
timer
add 27 seconds.
does the timer relate to when the poison will kill them, or simply when the water will come through the walls?
I mean, surely it's got to be because then the breaking of the glass wouldn't have made a difference, right? Like,
Yeah,
they
it's
didn't
the
know that
poison.
anybody was going to break any glass, so it has to be the poison.
And if it's the
I would
poison,
assume it is the poison.
does that mean then it has nothing to do with how much you drink or when you drink it? It will simply kill you after the timer is complete. In which case, why is Sharon knocked out?
Yeah.
And
We
how
don't know.
are they
She's
just are they just
passed out.
extremely lucky they didn't drink enough to get knocked out?
I guess so.
I guess
May it be because she's not a witch?
because the wine
I don't-
refills in the glass, so they could have drunk more than they needed to. It's just one of those things where you're just gonna have to accept it doesn't make any sense. You cannot think about it. It is so shittily written.
How do you
I
fuck
have
all this
no
up
idea how
so
it works.
bad?
It's magic.
You have a clock and a sink with things in it. Like, there's so little variables. How are you fucking this up so hard? Petroleum.
So they need the blood of the unpoisoned. Agatha grabs a knife and tells him thanks for being underage, which is a weird thing to say. And then she cuts him and his blood goes into the sink. It changes color a bunch of times and settles on cerulean blue, and then they all drink it. Now, with only 7 seconds left on the timer, they remember Sharon exists. And then they use this really weird, awkward system of like handing off a little ramekin of the potion to like one person, and then they hand it to the next person, and then the next person, instead of someone just scooping it up and going to Sharon's mouth. It's really, really weird.
It is
but it
remarkable how selfish all of them are at this moment. And you could say, like, hey, you would be too if it meant it's like, no. I'm all in favor of saving yourself. But try to remember there is only one of you that cannot do that for themselves, and you need to do it for them.
Exactly.
you specifically carried her unconscious body into the
And
kitchen.
remember,
and set her
it's
on the
all your
table.
fault that she's even here in the first place.
Yep,
and
you
she shouldn't
abducted
be
her.
here.
Kidnapped her. She would just
The
be back
least you
home.
could do.
trimming
The least you
petunias.
could do is make an effort to help her.
It's just bullshit.
Yep.
So, in the nick of time, or is it? At the last second, they put some of the potion's antidote into Sharon's mouth as she's laying there, and then the oven pops open like it's a little tunnel. The door of the oven pops up. That's like the exit, the tunnel. And
Completed
then
the
water
trial.
starts pouring into the house. Oh no. Wu asks Agatha for help getting Sharon off of the table and into the oven tunnel out of here. And Agatha says no chance before being told that they might have to actually bring her along as part of the challenge. They might need her later.
Mhm.
So, great, Agatha, you're really awesome.
That's what I
But
mean,
yeah, they all...
evil doesn't mean retarded. It's just, I keep repeating that because every time there's no practicality to her evil. She's just the writer's version of like, that's what an asshole would do. You're like, okay.
Yeah. Like you would think that if you're evil, oh, I want to look like I'm cooperating with everyone and I will help them so that if I need help, they will help me. Like pretty basic, normal, super basic shit. So yeah, they all slide down the oven tunnel and it's actually like a rock chute and they slide out of the house and they're back onto the road, the spooky dark forest of the road. And Lily is like, "Oh, woo, we all made it out alive." But Gay Kid says that Sharon is dead. She is laying lifeless on the
No.
ground with her eyes open, and he uses his hands to close her eyelids. Agatha then asks who Sharon is, and the credits roll.
And my god.
And I
What
think, if
the-
I'm not wrong, the most poppy song ever plays afterwards.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
the show thought this
I
was
think you're
really,
right,
really
yeah.
funny, and like I
Who's
just couldn't help but
Sharon?
be like, wow, that was a
That was
asshole move.
Alice. Yeah. This poor woman who got dragged here when she clearly shouldn't have been here. You couldn't even learn her name, and now she's dead. And you're just like, eh.
I didn't care about this show at all. The first 2 episodes were like a boring malaise of disinterest. I am watching the show. Fuck this. I'm watching the show because it's my job, and I need people to understand that this is a shitty show that exists. I don't care about Agatha. No one does. Look at this panel. We don't give a shit.
It's
No one cares
desolate
about
here.
Agatha.
We're in a
However,
ghost
this
town.
episode made me angry. I was like, I cannot fucking believe that they did that. What a cruel thing to do to this character I don't even care about.
So the whole
And-
episode has just been watching them treat her like shit the whole time, and then she dies, and it's like, what? I don't
for a
know
joke at
what
the
you're
end.
aiming for. Like, I don't know what your goal is, but like, this is a really bad way of trying to get people to like your characters. I gotta tell you, it's pretty
hate them
inefficient. I would
all.
say.
I
Well, yeah, they're all on
despise
the
them.
hook.
I
The
hate
idea
them.
that Agatha is like
Well,
mostly responsible, it's like I guess she is the most responsible, but I'd say they're all so close to being as responsible as her.
Jen is a
that they're
very
basically in
close
the same
second.
group.
Can we be absolutely
Yes.
clear as well? 'Cause
Jen's
for anybody who wants to make the claim, like, guys, they're evil. It's like, no. This happened because they're incompetent. Most of them cared about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, they're just stupid. Jen is the
And
second
also-
most responsible because she is incredibly stupid when this is her area of expertise,
And
and that's why they
also-
brought her along.
Get a bit real. You know how it works with these stories. You're not. This is not like a villain show. That's not like what it's meant to be. The whole point of this
Yep.
show and shows like this, and the kind of thing that Marvel does whenever they do something like this with like more of an anti-hero character, they still want to follow a lot of the basic beats of like the hero storyline. The whole point of this show is that they want you on Agatha's side. That's the point.
They want you on Wanda's
That's the point of the
side.
emo- that's
Most of the
point more of
characters
emotional themes.
do not act evil at all. They're mostly chill, happy people who are just moving along in life. Like, as in, like, if they remember,
they're mostly
Candle
just
Eating
weird and
Lady
kinda
was very
stupid.
The main thing that
Yeah.
you might classify them as evil is because of all the stupid
Candle
shit they
eating?
do. Yeah, the candle
Pretty much.
eating with the people it was obviously meant to be like, see, she's nice to customers, look at her go. But obviously she has like the lawsuit about burning people because of her cat, which I don't even want to get into in terms of what the fuck that even. But
Point being that, like,
well,
yeah, you're right. It's, Agatha's the only one, and the show is not. This is not meant to be like a villain show. The whole point of this show is gonna be, you see Agatha, yeah, you know, she does some bad things, but like, there's something there. That's what the point's gonna be. That there's something worthwhile about her. That's clearly what they're gonna be
and
ramping
they
up
all
towards.
have
Which,
that
of course,
desperate
this is
moment of
hardcore.
trying to get the antidote to her at one point because like they're all
Exactly.
like, we gotta save her. Like, they all cared. They're just really stupid, and
They're
that's the
really
main
stupid and
crux of this.
incompetent.
Combine it with the fact that she spent most of that unconscious, unable to help herself, and she's the one that dies because everyone was too busy helping themselves. Then you got rewind a bit earlier, and she has her mind melting such that she flashes back to being tortured by Wanda. Go back further, she's nearly dying on the road because no one explained the rules to her or kept her safe after kidnapping her. Rewind a bit further, kidnapped in general for just trying to be nice to her neighbors. Rewind a bit further, oh, she was just released from having been tortured for years. However long, how long was it in Westview again? Was it half a year?
Sometime. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
sometime.
And then to the point where she was so desperate she asked that you kill her. Like, why did you make a
Mahler.
character just to do all of this to her? It's very odd.
Mahler, you've kind of highlighted something that I was that I kind of meant to bring up, but Sharon's last conscious experience was reliving Wanda's torture. She never woke up.
Oh no.
That's right.
That
So
was her
like-
last conscious
yeah.
experience.
And now nobody's gonna
Mhm.
even know what happened to her in the real world. It's just
Nope.
like, yeah, she just kind of
She's just
disappeared,
gone.
and that's it.
You know,
What
Yeah,
a terribly cruel thing to do to
But
her.
quite
and-
tragic, really, when you add it all up. It feels like a prolonged. Do you remember the Jurassic World, the lady who got grabbed by the pterodactyl and
Yeah.
then got eaten by the?
It's
It's like that,
weird.
but longer. It's just weirdly cruel and terrible
Mhm.
for your characters that the
Yep.
show wants you to get on their side for.
Well, and then
this
just
is not.
cherry on top, it's a joke
Mhm.
at the end. They want you to laugh.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a joke,
To
like,
Sharon.
Uh-huh,
Pop song
yeah.
credits.
So yeah, that's terrible for all of them. They're all on the hook for this. Every single one of them, including what's his name, the guy.
Yeah, you fucked
They're
up as
all on
well.
the hook for this one. Yeah,
Gay
every
kid?
single one of them. Yeah, they're all.
They're all
responsible.
stupid, and it got her killed.
There's varying degrees, you could say, in terms of like, because he like makes attempts to pretend to care about her, but obviously in terms of actions, that didn't materialize. So Pretty bad for all of them, really. It's just a disaster. Like, this is like not how you write it so that you get people on the side of your characters. And you can tell stories about bad people where you will still find ways to essentially get people to be like, oh, well, I can see this
Well, and
angle to them or something like that.
If let's say, for example, they get to the end of the road and it's nothing, and then they exit the road, and then they realize that Mrs. Hart was never even there, like she was actually just a spell or some bullshit. I'd be like, that doesn't clean anything out for any of the characters.
Yeah, nothing changes.
No,
It's
exactly,
good that
because it's
someone
the
didn't
way-
die, but
Well,
it's still their choices.
That's like, because it's that kind of sloppy writing where it's like, yeah, but nothing bad happened. It's like, no, you don't understand. They thought it was real and made these choices. If it later turns out that the consequence wasn't bad, that doesn't change that their thoughts about it were terrible. Their thoughts and their actions in relation to it. In terms of the idea of like moral culpability. I just don't get it. Why would they do this? Other than to just have it be like, oh my god, look, someone died. Isn't that dramatic? Anyway, watch next episode. It's like, no, thank you.
I'd like
Just
to
a
also
laugh.
Coverage.
I'd like to also point out that because I don't know why I didn't even mention this. Is weird to me. It frustrated me. Gay kid doesn't know what counterclockwise means.
What?
Yeah,
Really? I missed that.
That seems impossible.
Oh yeah,
When?
it's one of the rules. So Jen tells the gay kid to stir with his dominant hand, the brew. He has to stir with his dominant hand counterclockwise. And he says he doesn't know what that means.
Oh, is that a joke at the expense of the fact that Gen Z people don't know that?
What, the Zoomers don't know what counterclockwise. I would have to imagine that Zoomers
You know
know what
what?
counterclockwise
I
is.
don't know if we have any Zoomers in chat. Do they still teach clockwise and anti-clockwise? I fucking hope so.
Well, they
They
teach how to. They surely teach how to read analog clocks.
There's no way
too.
that's not the case.
I can believe reading analog clocks may not have anywhere near as much like need, but clockwise and anti-clockwise are
You
still.
just pick that up.
it's-
That's just
the
a,
clockwise and anti-clockwise is relevant to like things beyond a clock, right? That's how you learn about the like how
Rotation
water goes
direction,
down
yeah.
the drain. Yeah.
That
And
seems-
also- it isn't just frustrating that apparently gay kid doesn't know what counterclockwise means, but and also if this is all an act, right? If this is all an act and he's actually whatever magic bullshit, he has no reason to lie here because his life is at stake.
I was about
right?
to say that wouldn't
But
make sense. Yeah.
Jen tells him when he asks what's counterclockwise, Jen says to the left. But depending on if you're looking
To
at the
the
top or the bottom,
Yeah, it depends.
it's left either way,
Exactly.
depending on which
Well-
one you look at.
Yeah.
That doesn't help. If you say left, then if you're stirring if you're going clockwise, then it's left on the bottom. It's leftwards on the bottom. If you're going counterclockwise, it's left on the top. So he wouldn't know which one, like, which you mean, the top of the circle or the bottom of the circle is left. Like, so even Jen's direction for clarification is stupid because Jen is a fucking moron.
Episode 3, done and done.
Episode 3.
It's, so this show hates young people. It also hates elderly people. It only
They
appreciates
really like Gen X, I guess.
It hates women.
as
'cause it portrays,
asshole
you know,
sociopaths who don't care for others' lives. I guess that's.
We're doing great.
Just- I don't know. It's just yeah. Yeah. It just sucks. I can't believe they actually had an episode where they sat around and drank wine.
So I
And it was the
spent more
best one.
detail. I went into more detail on that because it's just like it turned the tide of me not caring about the show to me hating the show and all the people involved in it. We can just kind of like, you know.
Oh well. Oh, and that brings us to the episode that's got the worst name. If I can't reach you, let my song teach you. Don't rhyme the same word. It's not impressive if you do that. That's just
True.
not
Oh.
interesting at all.
You
That just
suck
means
if you rhyme if you rhyme
The thing
a
is-
word with itself. You suck.
You can do it sometimes in a song, but like every time, it's kind of like a damn. Oh,
If it's
oh.
if it's supposed to be
Yeah.
like deliberate repetition, that's one thing.
Well,
but
it's just
this
the,
is just,
the
like,
theming for
lazy.
the other ones, right? All of the other ones have they have like fate, gate, miles, trials, hour, power is the next one, and then you. Bit awkward,
Hmm.
you know.
Episode 4. If
Here
I
it
can't
comes.
reach you, let my song teach you. Um, we pick up right where we left off.
With them digging
Agatha,
a shallow grave for
man, she should be lucky she gets one at all.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
she is lucky she got one.
Agatha's looking at Sharon's body. I didn't think you had it in you, she says, as gay kid is digging a grave. I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know. Wu said that her mother died on tour in a hotel fire, and she's here because her mother said that the road would save her. Agatha's really callous and unfeeling about Sharon being dead, and she tries to say that the ballad actually says, which is like the song about the song about the Witch's Road, the ballad of the Witch's Road says, with Coven 2, all power shall be thine, instead of with Coven true, all power shall be thine. She's like, no, it's fine if they die, because with Coven 2, it's fine if we have two people. It's a really weird attempt at like a joke or reframing. It's really weird. I don't know. So they still need a green witch to get through the trials. Sharon wasn't even one. She was a muggle, for lack of a better term. They say, yeah, we need a green witch. You always did. But now they, I guess, address it. And Jen says that they wouldn't have survived the last trial without her expertise, but Wu points out that Sharon didn't survive. And then Jen asks, oh yeah, Wu, well, where were you when Sharon needed protecting?
Yeah, they start like
I have no
pettily
clue what this
fighting
means.
over whose incompetence more so led to the
When they're
death
all-
of Sharon.
When
It's to be fair,
easily-
this is not done from a place of grief and frustration and guilt. It's done from a place of, no,
Yeah.
fuck you, you're worse than me.
It's a catty blame game.
Yeah.
And Agatha's at most at fault for abducting her. Jen is very closely second for being insanely incompetent and stupid with the potion stuff. But yeah, Lillian points out that Sharon drank the most wine, so how many doses of the antidote did you end up getting? So I don't know. Jen's just fucking awful. I guess they just bicker about whose fault it is. It's awful. I hate all of these people. Gay Kid says it was all their fault. They should have been looking out for her as a team. Okay. Now they need a green witch to do the trial, so they decided to do like a summoning ritual to summon a green witch here to the road to help them continue.
What a great
Yeah, and
reference you've just made, Rags, to when they'd set that up a while ago, you know, the nature of summoning witches and how that works and where you can actually implement it and why they hadn't implemented it before. It's a great little thing that we're bringing up now because it's a useful tool in our tool set that we always knew that we had.
Well, it's an insane implication that this. Well, let me explain it first, and we'll see what happens. Right. So, Gay Kid has like this little pocket spellbook, and they use this to make this summoning ritual. They make like the outline of a person in the dirt, and they each make a kind of request about the summoned person, what they should be, what they should have, you know, traits that they're looking for. Jen requests that she is pleasant looking. Okay. And Wu requests that she brings Advil.
Wouldn't you want to say something like extremely
Smart,
talented?
Clever, talented, experienced, wise, kind, generous? No. I hope she's easy on the eyes, and I hope that she has Advil. Okay. They do the ritual. And then Sharon's corpse rises up from the grave.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
No. What?
True. It's Vidal.
No. Yeah, no.
Well, they think it's Sharon's corpse at first, and so everyone's like, "Oh my god, Sharon's a zombie." But it's actually Vidal. Remember her?
Yeah, but this is so I was really confused when this happened. I was like, what? But she crawled out of her grave, so like, what does that mean?
The grave
And
is.
then it turns out it means nothing.
Did her body? Did
No,
She
I don't. She's dead. That's the thing, right? Like,
yeah.
she-
Sharon's
she's still
fucking dead. Sharon's
She is
absolutely
definitely dead.
She's dead. She's worm food, man. She has become the garden that she so loved. It's actually very poetic. But
no.
well, no, it's good. So, yeah, it's Vidal. She's here. She's here because magic. But she says her real name is Rio. She says she's not a green witch. She's the green witch. Okay. Yeah, Rio's here. This is her from the beginning when she tried to kill Agatha and sent the Fast and Furious 7 witches after Agatha to kill her. Yeah, she's here now. She's part of the team.
Which was awkward because I was kind of just like, where is she? She's Aubrey Plaza's supposed to be in the show. When's that happening? And it's so funny because her arrival was nothing but like, she's here now. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just accept her being there and move on.
There was nothing in the story that would have suggested that she'd be arriving now. They're just like, we're summoning her. There you go. You're like, okay.
That's a power
Yeah.
that they can do. You can just summon someone into this place particularly, the Witch's Road, this magical realm. You can summon people from the real world, the normal world.
I don't want to.
They're too bad.
But I thought, okay, that seems like antithetical to the whole point, right? It's something that you willingly would want to participate in, rather than like, oh well, sucks. You were
No, this is
sorry, bro. Like you gotta deal with all this crap.
so they call it a summoning ritual. This is an abduction curse. Let's be
Yes.
clear, okay? You, against your will, can be essentially pulled across the nether world or the real world or wherever to another realm, and you just appear like digging out of a grave or something, and now you're here, and this is your life now. You've been summoned here. What an insanely powerful spell.
And
Think
also
about all
just
the-
like, man, like super unethical. Like, yeah, what if they don't want to be here?
Yep, you're essentially saying, someone, you are now in a life or death trial with us so that we can get our witch power. Okay, that's what they decide to do. So now they're not all only stupid. This is arguably something that pushes even like Wu and Lillian into like, you are now doing evil things. You are now abducting people against their will to...
And then they'll be
The
like,
Witch's
no, but
Road.
what are you talking about? Aubrey Plaza wants to be here. It's like, no, you. Okay. Moving on.
Now, oddly, Gay Kid says that he describes Rio as the dangerous but charismatic lady, which is just like a show. Oh, you're just trying to like compliment her for no reason and big her up from this other character. I have no idea what's charismatic about this character yet. She hasn't been that. Certainly he hasn't seen her be charismatic, but that's kind of weird. The other witches, Jen, Lillian, and Wu, they want Rio's phone number because they're all lesbians and they think she's like hot and cool. So within like moments, she's in the group and everyone's talking about how fucking amazing she is.
Yeah, the whole like, do I date her or do I want her phone number line?
I mean, it's Aubrey Plaza, so it's like some meta
Yeah.
commentary within the show, being like, look, it's Aubrey Plaza and she's hot and she's cool and
She's attractive. It's still, even if she showed up in a group, I'd be like, it'd be weird if everyone within like instantly was like, wow, look at how hot and amazing she is. Like, that's just weird.
To me, it was definitely a like, we want to get into this being our crew now. Can we skip the parts where that's not the case? You're like, no. That's what we call story.
Sharon is in her fucking grave, so we
Yeah.
can carry on with the story. That bitch is out of the story. We got Rio here. Isn't she dangerous and charismatic and cool?
she's younger and hotter, so it's a fair trade, I guess.
Damn. That's ageism, and you know what? That's mean.
So they approach the next trial, which is another house on the road. Wu says that she will not go into the house and starts walking the other way, but then
Which
no,
immediately
actually,
it's like, well, obviously you have to go into it. So why are we
Yeah.
even pretending like you can go away from it? Like,
Yeah,
I don't
we
even know why
starve
we're
here.
wasting time. You know better than this. You
We're at
know
the
that
point
you can't walk away from.
where if there was a giant hole with a bunch of blades, fire, and acid in it, it'd be like, well, jump in.
I mean, yeah, you got it. You got no choice.
Whatever.
Where are you gonna go?
This is what I mean about the.
I think what
they-
annoys me again is that the writer would be like, well, no, she doesn't want to go in there because of like, you know, her history. It's like, yeah, but she can't go anywhere else, and she knows that. So why would she walk
She already
off?
knew
She
this
has
is
to go
like
in.
this was the broad point of the road.
This is how it works. Yeah. This is a deal.
You should almost be at the
So what are we
point
doing?
where the characters go like, "Oh God, it's my turn." Well, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of doing this, and I'd be like, no, we're building character. She wants to walk away. It's like, yeah, but this is stupid character.
And
I
it
mean,
wastes
she's dumb.
time that you
Yeah.
don't have. The show's so short
Ugh.
anyway.
Yeah.
And again,
And such a
established
yeah.
they drank poison, and then they encouraged the remaining person to drink the poison to move the trial on, literally killing yourself to move the trial on, which is much worse than I don't want to enter a building I have issues with.
Mhm.
Get on with it is the vibe.
All right. I hope you guys like vibes because boy, we got vibes coming up, and what wonderful vibes
Oh,
they will be.
Hell
But
yeah.
yeah, obviously they have to go to the house and inside of it. It is pointed out that this door has a waxing moon on it, which is the fire phase.
Ooh.
Okay. They mentioned it. I figured I would. Yeah. So they go inside, and it's like a 70s
it's
music set.
70s theme because
Yeah,
this is the
woohoo!
show. The show is every episode it'll be some like theme. And
Which they're
and then you're like,
hoping
oh well, no,
will be enough for people to talk about to, pass
well
it
yeah, and then
through.
they'll be like, yeah, see, this is actually an episodic show because they have a different theme each episode.
Yep.
And like that's enough.
For
Because
some
obviously
people, it actually is, unfortunately.
yeah, for some people, it is like, oh, this is a compelling use of the television format that in each episode they go to a place where they have different costumes. Not only do they have different costumes, but they dedicate time to like, oh, look at these costumes. Oh, look at me. And it's like, dude, the solipsism is actually like driving me crazy. Like, can we? I don't know what it is, but I find it really cringe when stories write in characters commenting on their own attractiveness. It's like really embarrassing.
Yep.
That's
It's
something you
really
give
really
to
stupid and
specifically the
lame.
vain characters, typically.
Well, rather than like what every
Just
time there'll
everyone,
be
just every
because after the
woman
last
and gay
episode as
person.
well, the potion one like going, "Oh, ruin my perfect face." It's like, man, you should not write characters in this way. It's like really lame. It's so lame that it feels like it's not real. It feels like the writer writing it down because they find it personally like entertaining to have their characters declare that they're attractive. Like when people just don't tend to do that with regularity. But
Mhm.
okay. I don't know. It's just the whole thing of like, yes, let's sit here and bask in our costumes. What are we doing? Like, this definitely struck me
Mhm.
as, man, this really was just a bunch of people got paid a bunch of money, a lot of money to just screw around on set for like a few months instead of like going in with the real desire to do storytelling. Anyway,
Yeah.
Um. So yeah, it's a 70s set. Their clothes change. It looks like the 70s. Boy, oh boy, it is time for fun stuff. Now there's banners on the wall of poorly drawn women being killed, and Lillian cries at that. I thought it was funny. Jen sees some weird masks on the wall. Wu sees some old photographs and newspaper clippings, and she sees a photo of her mom there. Okay. Um, so it is discovered or stated that Wu's mother was trying to open the road. No, okay, we kind of skipped over this because it wasn't important until now. So Alice Wu is our character here. Her mother, Lorna Wu, is like she was like a famous like concert singer person, rock star back in the day. Um, and there's trauma with Wu and so blah blah blah. But Wu's mother was trying to open the road using her concerts, and all of her fans were her coven. I don't know about the male fans if they
Wow.
were allowed on the coven. I think it's implied this is a specifically chick thing. I don't know. Um, but yeah, Agatha and Rio are having a little private chat together in this music booth, this little studio booth, in the next room over. And Rio says that the reason she's here because of the summoning spell is because magic took the path of least resistance, and it ferried in the closest, most appropriate candidate with the summoning spell. Um, what an
what
insane power this is! That
Yeah.
what did that look like for her? What was it? That she got like dragged into the earth?
I don't know on her end what it looked like.
Must have been
Uh,
horrifying.
it probably was very confusing and horrifying at the very least. Agatha says that they should call a truce between the two because they don't like each other. Um, and they should have like one more adventure, just like old times. But you see, it's a trick because Agatha hits a button on like a microphone, and then it projects what Rio says into the next room where everybody else is. And she says, all right, She says she's going to murder all of them, and Agatha's going to get her powers back, and Rio's going to get her bodies.
Which I don't. This was really bizarre to me because I got reminded. I was like, oh yes, the fear they all had about Agatha and why they didn't want to come on this trip with her that we never really properly addressed. I guess that's still on the cards because why wouldn't it be that she's gonna kill them all? I don't know. It's weird that the show is dangling this when I'm sort of sitting here like, yeah, that could happen at any time. I don't know why the characters aren't taking care of themselves to prevent that from happening, but oh well.
Yeah, it's kind of it is crazy. This is gonna be hanging kind of in the background for the show going forward. That Rio has admitted that she wants to murder all of them. She will get her bodies, and Agatha will get her powers. Agatha cheekily says like, "Oh, that's not cool that you said that. That's a really mean thing to say." And the others are kind of upset that this new person that they summoned here has just said that she's going to murder all of them. However, before they actually get to discuss the fact that one of them has just been caught saying that she wants to secretly murder all of them, the gay kid has started playing a record player because it had "Play Me" written on the album cover, even though he and everyone else just heard Rio say that she actually wants to murder them all, because I guess the record player was more important.
Well,
But
What a
also,
fucking
it
moron.
was
You learn
stated
nothing from-
the new point of view is to not do or say or touch anything, which is stupid, by the way, considering they need to get through this as soon as possible, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, he's like, yeah, I did that. They're like, why? It said "play me."
Like, dude, weren't
Did
you
you not hear the
listening?
person? Yeah, she
Did you
just said
not
she wants to
listen?
murder all of us and give Agatha
I
her
don't know.
powers
Did
back.
you not notice that somebody died the last time that you just stumbled forward
Yeah.
into whatever it was you were meant to be doing instead of taking your time?
Oh, it's poison. Let's drink it. It is awful. It's awful. No one's real. No one's real on this show. They're not real people. No one acts like a real person would act. Everyone's just like this weird, bizarre caricature. Um. Anyway, the album is really loud and obnoxious, and it's playing backwards. And Agatha smashes it, and it stops playing. Um, Lillian, who is less of a character and more of a just someone who she's just a font of if you need to know a magic thing, she tells you. Lillian says that they have been cursed. Oh no.
Oh no.
Damn it.
A metronome. Now, I love me a good curse, as you know. I love the idea of a curse, or some would say it's persistent transferable magic. But a curse is really cool. A lot of opportunities for curses. Why are they given? To who are they given? From whom are they given? What are the ways that you break it? What's the nature of the curse itself? How does it relate to the person that's being cursed, or the wrongdoing, or the person casting it? A lot of really cool stuff you can do with curses. Curses are neat. So let's see what they do with this curse.
Ooh.
All right. They have all been cursed because of the spooky sound that's been played. Now, a metronome starts ticking. A metronome is the little click click thing that the musicians use to keep in time, everybody.
Time.
So Wu then says, "Oh, I start feeling a bit lighter." And then Lillian starts screaming in pain. "Oh my god, I'm burning. Ah," she's smoking. Holy fuck. Now Wu takes the knife from Rio, because Rio has a knife because it's a Disney thing. You always gotta have a knife. That's like the most badass thing you can have, is a little knife. All right. And she gets this knife and she draws like a circle in the floor. She cuts a little circle. And then she chants in Latin. And then Lillian's fine. She's okay. He's like, "Oh, that hurt, but I'm okay now."
Protection witch. Hell yeah.
Yeah, she's a protection witch. She can protect you from the curses. And Jin says, "Oh shit, you should draw a circle around me next," which is a really like that's
Yeah,
a
like, do it for
neat,
all of us,
decent
I
thing to
guess,
say.
yeah.
Agatha says that once vengeance is loosed, you can't reel it back in. And Lillian says there's only one way to end a curse, which is like, oh, that's kind of shitty that we've just decided there's only one way to end a curse in this universe. Never mind everything I said about how cool and very varied curses can be. He said there's only one way to end a curse, and that is to face it. Okay, no clue what that means. I guess we'll find out. I'm so excited. Now, Jin, who only seconds ago said, "Hey, Wu, you should draw a circle around me of protection so I don't, catch on fire," she starts to become pained with this heat. She cries out, "Ah, my god, it's so hot. I'm smoking. I'm on fire. Oh, god." But Wu then draws a circle around her and stops the pain with a chant as well. So,
Again,
all
probably
right,
worth
we've
putting
taken
that
care of
around
that.
everybody at this point. Just
I'll just make a big fucking circle in the middle of the room.
no, you
and it's
can't
like, hey
make a
guys.
big circle.
Oh,
Obviously,
okay, fair
that's
enough.
so
That's
silly.
fair. It's only
You
one
can't do
person.
that, and you can't
Bubbles,
do
not-
portable circles. You can't draw it on a big whiteboard and move it around the world.
And
Such
then
things.
stand on it.
Yeah,
Like
you
you
can't
always
do
have it
that.
handy, and then
Can't
you
do
can just
that.
hop on it if you need. Yeah.
Didn't this show
Um,
like teach us before that if you're like hot, you should just mess with your hair and take off your clothes and stuff like that?
that
Maybe we should
might be
try
a totally
that.
random curse. I think that's totally random and coincidental. That at the
Oh.
beginning in the first episode, Agnes was like, "Oh, I'm sure I'm hot. I better let down my hair and start taking off some of my clothes."
That was like 3 episodes. They don't remember anything about like what happened all
They
the
don't
way back
remember.
then.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was just coincidental. Now,
Mm.
they notice that there's a scar on Jin's shoulder because she has like an open shoulder outfit thingy. And they say, "Oh, Lillian, you should check and see if you have a scar because you got burned." And she has a scar too,
Wow.
like it's on a scar on her shoulder. And we get this weird POV, like a fucking Army of Darkness POV of like this thing flying around the room, and they're like, "Oh no, it's like the curse. It's here. The curse is here to get us. It's personified. It's here." So they ask what the song was on the record that they smashed. They gave him the curse, and it's Lorna Woo's "The Ballad of the Witch's Road." Holy fuck! Oh my goodness gracious. Now Wu says that she thinks that she is cursed because she reveals an old scar on her shoulder, like she's had it for many, many years. And she says, "Oh God, this is why I can't hold a job. This is why everything I have turns to shit. Oh, we have this old, like, generational curse placed on us. Oh no, we're cursed family." And then the gay kid gets thrown across the room through the glass wall of the recording booth. He
That was a
just
little
gets
bit
like
fucked up. This
flung
demon
across the whole
targets
room.
the gay. I don't know what's that about. What's the demon doing? It's a bit mean.
Well,
It's
they're
pretty
all gay in this
homophobic.
room, so he had to pick someone.
Oh, yeah.
Goes for the gay
yeah.
guy. I feel persecuted.
Interesting.
An underage guy who does not know.
Doesn't he know the
True.
law?
Anyway.
That demon was like, thank goodness you're underage, and he just fucking whips him across the room and into the next room through the glass wall.
That's what makes it
But he's okay,
serious.
I guess. Yeah, he gets flung across the room violently through this glass wall, but he seems to be totally fine and a-okay, so that's good. So, all right.
Hey, whatever eats
Um,
up the minutes of the episode, right? Like,
That's true.
there's
That's
not much
true.
story for this one.
We're sailing through this baby. All right. All right. So they have to play Lorna's ballad in order to stop the curse.
I like that you say that as though like the workings out for this are just insane. Like,
You're
let's
just gonna
just
have
do
to
it.
accept that this is what it is, because I think Lillian says something along the lines of, she made that song as a protection spell for you and the
Yeah.
curse. So
Oh,
she made a
okay.
big popular song because chances are at any one time in the world, someone's going to be playing that song somewhere, and that keeps the curse at bay.
Man, I don't know
sorta.
about that though.
Do you see though how trial?
But-
Let's call it trial 1. Was at least, in retrospect, this isn't even the case, but at least it was a test of her potion's ability to detect a poison and then render the solution. Which, by the way, like I said, if it weren't for them being so fucking stupid, that would have been done pretty fast. But this one is play the song. That's it.
Yeah, but what happened?
Yep.
But as witches, that doesn't mean that you know how to play musical instruments, though. So
Oh, they all
like,
do. Don't
what
worry
if-
about it.
No, well, that-
I
mean,
forgot that this was
that's-
about to happen.
Yep.
That's the thing, yeah, because it's like
Oh,
they all
no.
just somehow know how to play. They all just know how to play musical instruments. Well, in fact, no, it's worse than that. They even explain that they don't really know how to play them, but then they still
They just do.
know how to play them.
It's magic.
As if not only
Oh,
that, but like
no.
know how to play a song that they may well have never heard before. It's like, oh, do you know the chord progression? Do you know? Is there any sheet music available? For
Also,
you?
I don't know if you noticed, but they
that'd
have
be a good thing to be able to-
they cut
Yeah.
to Aubrey Plaza every once in a while, just fucking randomly hitting the drums. I find that kind of funny because she's
I
just
mean,
like whatever, boom,
it's
boom.
just, it's just a bit of a piss take, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
The notion that like you could all just play a song that you've never heard before and instruments that you may well have never touched before. Like, what are we doing? Like, how can you even? You're screwed. You're actually screwed. Like, you're not going to be able to do this.
I wish they just sat down and they were all shit.
That would have been really funny.
Yeah.
And also, this is, by the
Yeah.
way, this is the scene that exemplifies that the Ballad of the Witch's Road is obviously like a pop song. It's not like a
Yep.
centuries old song, because it's like when you hear it here, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's like a song that you can fit into like a 70s pop song.
Well, this is
And it's probably
explicitly
like, oh,
referred
that's
to
clever,
as
right?
the version from Wu's mum, but
Yeah, but it's
at the
the same
same
lyrics,
time,
isn't it?
yeah, it's yeah, absolutely the same lyrics. But I
That's
guess what I'm
which
saying
is
is
more
like
what
this one
I'm
has
getting at.
more reason to sound more poppy, but the previous one sounded just poppy anyway. So like it just there's no
Anyway,
effort.
this is just, well, it's just you can tell when you hear it. It's like, yes, this sounds like the kind of lyrics and verses, and this just seems like a song that was made in the last like 50, 60 years, not a song that was made like 400 years ago.
You know what this reminds me of? Like the last time I was this detached from like the main characters,
Yeah.
and there was like just this random music number. And it's Marvels. It just reminds me of the
I don't know.
Marvels.
This
Oh,
definitely felt a bit like,
the cat
hey, remember
sequence.
how Agatha?
Where
What?
Brie Larson
Oh,
just
what do you mean
randomly.
the planet where they were dancing
Oh shit, that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking about the I forget the name of it.
with
You
the
know, the
cat
I
sequence where the
don't
singing and
even.
cats eat
all?
everybody and they play the song. Yeah.
Oh, I
I don't know.
don't.
To me, this felt like trying to recapture the Agatha all along thing. Hey, have a
Oh
song.
yeah,
People like a
that's
song,
for
put a
sure.
song in there. And
Yeah.
then
But
people
this
will be
is.
like, wow, that's really cool, even though the song's really boring.
Dude, there's
Yep.
like
I
no
mean,
story in this episode, so I think the song was meant to compensate. It's like they'll remember that.
and
It's
I
good
guess
enough.
this is like kind of the nature of like, what are we doing here? So the first trial was you drink wine and it's poison. And then the wine makes you shout out your main fears and have hallucinations for like the things that you need to solve for your central character arc. And then the
Well,
second one is, yeah, you stop a curse by singing like a pop song.
there's also that utterly bizarre moment because I was confused. I had to watch it more than once. The gay kid's been impaled by glass. So when he
Yeah,
was tossed through the wall, I guess he did get stabbed. Nobody saw that on him when they went to check to help him, and he didn't feel it until now.
until
Oh,
while
he
he was
was.
playing guitar.
So he was stabbed this whole time.
Yeah,
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
That's
No one
fucking
noticed, not even
crazy.
him.
not even him.
Damn.
I just
I mean,
I just find it so laughable that they could all even play this when they even
Yeah.
say that they don't know how to play musical instruments.
people
It's
They
are
know
like,
the
oh
dying.
yeah,
words.
you gotta be in sync. You got all the key signatures and you know the chord progression and everything, and like the
Listen,
tempo.
lyrics.
they are
You know
careful
everything,
with the
yeah.
shots. Whenever you can see them play the guitars, it is so awkward. Like they avoid showing it as much as they
Well,
can.
just, yeah, when you play guitar, you just strum it, right? that's what you do.
Well,
you
my
just
my favorite thing
go,
with guitar
you play
extras
the
are when
same
they
thing
just
over and over.
up down up down up down up down up down. They don't even move
Yeah,
the
like
other
they're
hand.
clearly not
Yeah.
actually doing the fingers for the chords.
It's like, come
Yep.
on. It's so funny to me. It's like, how did that become the pretend to play guitar? Have you seen it before? When you pretend
Well,
to
it
play
just,
guitar,
it
you can
just
do better
feels
than
like
that.
if you've not paid attention to what people do when they play guitar, you could just show them you could just give them a book, like the basics of playing a guitar, and then they could just read it for an hour, and that would probably be better
Just
than
5 bullet
just doing the
points.
pretending thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's the kind of thing that if you do it well, people will appreciate it.
Oh
Like if
yes,
you're actually
for
doing stuff
sure.
that's where like the way that they're playing actually looks like they're playing the song, because musicians will notice. Be like, well, wait, no, that's not no. And it's the same with piano as well, right? It's just like, yeah, just sort of hit some of the keys and then just sort of bounce around. Never mind if you're actually like playing any chords at all.
And then a demon
Mhm.
arrives.
Yeah,
By the way, I think the song is pretty good. I don't know.
I
think it's...
I don't really like it at all. I'm not.
Damn. All right, fair enough. I thought
I don't
it was an
know.
okay. I thought it was an alright
I
song.
really don't like the chorus. Down, down, down the road, down the witch's road, over and over again. I don't
Yeah,
like that.
that part's not good, but
That's not very. Yeah, like I don't know what you want me to say. Like there's
no, it's
nothing
fine.
about
That's
it
fine.
that
That's
I
fine.
find
I'm
impressive.
glad you like it, Rags. I enjoy anyone getting some respite in the middle of this show in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That was
mean,
alright.
I'm glad that
Yeah,
you
that
got
was
something
alright.
out of it, because yeah, for me it was just like,
I think
oh,
it's
all right.
I think it's funny that I had to step away for a moment. I think it's funny they told the black girl she's on base, and that's just
I was a joke
know.
in South Park with Token, where it's like Token, she You can play, but Cartman telling Token he can play bass, and then he can.
I don't know if that's actually like what they were doing with that, but while they're
Probably not.
discussing
It's
what
Disney.
instruments we're
They
gonna
would probably be
play,
like,
it'll
"What?
be
Oh
like,
no!"
you, Jen, the black one, you are on bass, and she just does it, and I'm like, okay, all right.
God, that episode of South Park, man, where Cartman's trying to get a platinum record, but because it's Christian rock, you can only get it was gold, frankincense, and myrrh. It's like, are you telling me I can never get a platinum with a Christian rock band? No, but you could go for double myrrh. Ugh.
Sorry, cough there. But yeah, as was mentioned, a demon appears. A spooky flying demon appears
Look
on
at
the
him go.
balcony. Yep. But by playing the song, it makes the demon fucking explode in fire after it lands on Woo's shoulders.
I understood this. Everyone did. Everyone understood this,
Yep.
and it was
Yeah.
understood. Yes.
So
also
I
just
guess
like
this means the curse is
I
broken.
just-
I don't know why
yeah.
though.
I guess so, yeah. They killed it with song.
Everyone understood this.
Well, like go ahead.
To be objective, anything that happens in this episode will make more sense than what just happened.
There is something to be said. Kind of earlier, I said that there's a lot of space here to work with like witch stuff, magic stuff, witchcraft, especially if you want to really lean into the typically feminine angle that witchcraft has, which they just never do in this, by the way. Disney doesn't at all play into that, like motherhood and all that stuff. Fuck that. No,
well,
no,
Lisa's
no.
in the
It's
credits
like
though.
Disney's.
She's from The Simpsons. So.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have liked it if they had like what was the name of the cat in Sabrina the Teenage Witch? What was his name?
Salem.
Salem. Yeah, if they had a talking cat
That would be good.
that was sarcastic and snarky, that would be fun.
Yeah, and he says all the
Yeah.
things that we're thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Familiars. It should have
But,
been the rabbit.
Yeah, the
Oh,
rabbit
yeah, it
should
could've
have
been the rabbit.
snarky
Yeah, they
rabbit.
carry him
that's right.
around.
It'd be like, it's always
Aw.
cats, but like there's rabbits as well. Rabbits, rabbits get up to all kinds of stuff. Anyway, you all suck, and he just starts making fun of them the whole time.
Imagine this cute, fluffy rabbit going along with Agatha. That would be
And just saying
That'd
the
be
harshest
fun
things
dynamic.
ever, just like scathing remarks.
just
Have you-
bullying her.
Are you familiar with Suspiria?
The movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
I read both either. But that's a movie that's got like spooky witches in it, and they take care to sort of have takes place in like a dance school where dance is like an integral part of casting magic and spells and rituals, moving your body, the way that you move. It's very much like this is kind of how they do magic. It's a very physical process that involves choreography and these specific motions. It's dancing, and then the front is it's a dance school for girls. So you have all of these different options, like singing. Tolkien was big on songs of creation and stuff of that nature. You could have voices and that kind of method of expression being a way that magic can be conjured, or certain kinds of magic is by song, some of it's by dance, some of it's by all kinds of stuff, right? Magic can manifest itself in the world through all these different varieties of skills. So the idea that you have to sing a song with other people and cooperate, because being in a band and music is often a cooperative process, right? The idea that this is a way for you to defeat a curse, that is a cool idea. It's
You
an
can do a lot
interesting
with that as well,
concept.
especially if
Oh,
there's
yeah.
layers of like spontaneity to it as well, where it's like sometimes you have to like you can't just play like the same song and expect to get the same outcome. The idea that there's a level of dynamism to it, like I don't know, like like switching between like major or minor chords depending on like what you need to achieve, or sort of those.
Or
sorts
that
of,
this
that could be
like
really
if
cool.
Wu should have been the lead singer, not Agatha. Wu
Yeah.
confronts the curse to the point where it's almost like she's staring the demon in the eye as she is singing at it this song, maybe even making up words as a way to speak, not like inventing words, but like going like improvising words as part of the lyrics as she's talking and confronting this
then
thing.
that's a level of skill, right? Because it'd be like almost like if you read a thesaurus that would help you because you'd have a greater understanding of the English language, greater access to
Yeah,
the ability to rhyme, for
and
instance.
And maybe you just lean into the idea it's more about the passion and the earnestness of the act and not the
Yeah.
technical music skill itself. Like maybe she's a terrible singer, but she is so impassioned with what she's saying. It's so earnest and from the heart, and she's so angry at this demon, what it did to her mother, what the curse that it would give to her, the curse it might give to her children. That would be interesting if she wants to be a mother, but she doesn't want to bring a cursed child into the world, and so this is her way of being able to open up that pathway. And so she's like crying as she's singing at it, and she finally confronts it, and it like explodes in fire or some bullshit. There's a lot of stuff you could do. This is like the show of opportunity that you could do anything you want, and they just don't do anything interesting
Well,
with
it's
it.
just
There's
imagination,
nothing
right?
there.
Imagination. It
Just like
seems the furthest. I
yeah,
guess that's part of the reason why I really do like the whole like just having it be themed after like a certain decade. I don't know what it is, but like that annoys me maybe more than it should. And I think the reason why is because it strikes me as the most it's like unimaginative, mistaken for being imaginative. Like, yeah, what if they go to a place and it's like a 70s place? Oh, what if they go to like and it's like an 80s place?
then
Like
they
that
sing
that's
and the
the
demon
extent of the
explodes.
imagination as opposed to anything, because of course this is the Marvel universe. I presume that witches are not actually exclusive to Earth, so I'm gonna have to bring it up again. Why isn't there any place that they go to that's actually difficult to discern? Like it's from a culture that they don't even recognize from like another planet. Or if you wanted to have even just like a little bit of imagination within the scope of Earth, what if they went to places that weren't recognizable as like Western witch related places? What if there was like a sort of universe like that there's a universality to like magic in the Marvel world to where they could show up in a place that's like from an entirely a culture they're just totally unfamiliar with that has
But it's
some
like a
connection.
shared language almost. Like, oh, you guys do magic too? Oh, sweet,
Yeah,
we
but
do magic.
exactly, but it's something else. But like, I don't know, they go somewhere and it's like ancient Egypt or something, and there's some connection there that you could draw, or like a Mesoamerican, or like,
Yeah, you could have
you
like
know what I mean, like
Bast and
something.
Sekhmet and all these
Yeah,
ancient Egyptian gods or goddesses.
especially
You want to
since we
lean into
have
the
precedent for
femininity
that in the
angle.
Marvel universe. Like that stuff is already a precedent because of Moon Knight. But like, it's no, it's like everything has to be. It's like, yeah, it's anything within the last 100 years, more or less, and very American slash Western European.
Yep.
And then of course again, like I said, even if it was in the scope of Earth, I would kind of find that to be not good enough in the MCU. I would want to see like alien witches or something. That's what I would want to see. They go to a place
But
that's
free.
actually like difficult to discern because it's alien.
Everything they need is within a 3-mile radius.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
that's the
Yeah, yeah.
Covenstead rule. They cover their bases. The writing is really tight.
Really tight, yeah.
Like I don't know. I just because my assumption would be because of course it's not we're gonna get to it. The next episode is 80s. My guess for like the places that would remain is maybe nothing early. Oh, they'd have something that would be like New England, like Salem witch trials era. That would be my guess for one of them.
Or that could be the
that
flashback
they
episode that they do
That could be the
majority.
Oh,
flashback
yeah.
one.
Here's what really happened.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll have one for the 90s or something as well. I could imagine them having a 90s one.
Yeah.
And maybe like a 50s one.
Yeah,
Those
they
would
could
be
they could
some of my
reuse all their
guesses.
WandaVision stuff that they have sitting in the
Yeah,
warehouse.
that
Get
would
their
be my
money's worth out
guess.
of it.
But the idea of anything that would, yeah, again, be like really surprising would be like, yeah, no way.
But yeah, there's basically there's a shit ton of stuff that they could have done that's cool and interesting and creative, especially when they have so much open-ended space to work with when it comes to magic and everything like that. They get to just essentially invent this all up from the ground up. There's not really any pre-established rules as far as this stuff goes, but they don't do anything interesting or creative with it.
Someone in chat has pointed out. I know what the argument is. The argument for it is, yeah, this is all relevant to these characters. Whatever it is relevant. That's why it's 70s or 80s or the wine stuff. I'm just saying, like,
You don't have to do
to
that.
me, it's like that. You don't have to make it that way. You
Also,
don't have
it can be
to have it
relevant
be like,
in a different time, especially if these are like basal human experiences. If it's
yeah,
talking
like
about like song and dance or like
Well,
guilt and sorrow or our daughter's
that's what I'm
relationship with her
saying. It's like
mother.
I know what the logic is. The logic is that the places they're going to are relevant to them. I'm just saying that if that ends up with you just having it be like 70s, 80s, it's like, yeah, boring. Can
Well,
we do
imagine they
something a
had
little bit more interesting?
a scroll witch, and then you have part of the road
Witch?
is sometimes they'll have trials that apply to two people, and it's a clash Like it's almost like they interpret from their experiences what world to generate, and it is this complete mashup of the alien culture and an 80s environment for whatever character that is. And you just
Yeah.
have this whole new fucking thing where you're just like, what is that? And you can figure it out who it's for and what it's about via that. But no, we're not even going to touch it. We're not even going near it. Too dangerous.
Anyway,
It is
yeah.
shockingly boring,
Wait.
and this isn't even getting into something I don't think they will ever bring up because they haven't brought it in yet. But culturally, witchiness has this very deeply like feminine kind of lean to it. Women are witches, but they don't. There's nothing feminine about the show except everyone's like a catty bitch to each other all the time, which isn't a great way to portray women.
Well, they made
But
the
you have an
solution in a
opportunity
sink
to
in one of the
actually.
episodes in the kitchen. Use the
Oh,
kitchen.
it's true.
That's
Yeah,
womanly.
yeah.
There you go.
You think they'd be more competent in there, but it's just really weird that you have this actual in-universe opportunity to do like big girl power, feminine, stuff, and they don't lean into it at all.
Nothing.
And I don't know if
Nothing.
they're afraid
like-
to. It's like if it's the same like, oh no, like don't be a mother. That's lame. You have to be an adventurer who doesn't belong at home and you want to explore or whatever, or be a fighter warrior. Like that's. I'm probably asking too much, but even suggesting that maybe you should have actually leaned into, maybe more aspects of femininity, and actually like big them up and said how great they were.
Well,
But
the biggest
another
respectful thing
opportunity
they could
lost.
do for women with a show like this is provide some decent characters.
A cool cast of characters
Mhm.
who are women, who
Well,
aren't a
we were
bunch
asking-
of catty dumb bitches.
Well, so what's funny? I assume only me and Frank could speak to this, but there is a new character as part of the Matt Reeves, the Batverse, whatever we're gonna call it, who is a
Mhm.
lady, and she's very significant. And she's already climbing up everybody's like interest levels for just
He's
awesome.
really great.
Really
Really
good.
interesting character.
Writing and performance just really top notch. And the funny thing is, she's a bad guy. Like she's
Oh yeah, she's crazy.
and people like her more than they could ever, combining all of the women in this show. It's just not even close, and it's the difference you can make when
Which,
you care about the writing,
And hey, if DC were able to maintain that for their shows, which that'd be nice. If they could maintain that, that would be. I just find it funny, like how much more worthwhile the Matt Reeves Batman world is than anything that's existing right now, and may well end up being way more worthwhile than the rebooted DCU as well. Just sort of existing in its own little corner.
Mhm.
So, moving right along. So yeah, the demon explodes.
Yay, we did it. We beat
All
him.
right, awesome,
Yeah, they got
great,
him.
they did it. Good job. So, oh shit, let me.
Did the demon scare you?
Yeah, it actually kind of did. I was really spooked out by this crazy.
I guess I like this, like,
crazy wild.
He wasn't
demon.
just entirely CG, so that's nice. They're trying to incorporate the idea of what he would have looked like had they made him in this environment. It's the same with the camera work, right? Like I'll give them
She, I
a
think the demon's
sliver.
a lady.
You don't know
Lady.
that,
It's got
yeah?
chest.
A lot of men have boobs.
Name 3.
Galathothech. He's an ancient demon
Holy
who has boobies.
fuck.
So yeah, think about that next time you're so rude.
All right, yeah. I shouldn't have assumed the gender of the
Um,
spooky generation demon.
I don't think he looks that great, but I guess I just appreciate that he wasn't just a CG blob. So there's that, and then the
Yeah.
camera work trying to evoke a sense of the 70s. Like, yeah, sure. It's like a weak
something.
thumbs up, sort of. It's like.
Everyone in chat
Yeah.
saying boogie.
Yeah, balls.
Let's see. So the piano opens up. That's the exit to the next trial. Right? Now Gay Kid, he collapses because he totally got like super injured by that piece of glass that's in him. I guess he's got blood loss now and he collapses. They drag him out and they put him on a they're back on the road. They're back on the road. They're out of the 70s house. They put Gay Kid on this very cleanly cut massive stump, which is actually kind of weird. It kind of like hurt my immersion to be like, why would there be a super cleanly, like mechanically cut tree here in the Witch's Road? That's really actually kind of weird, and it like distracted
The road
me.
provides them just what they need when they need it, Rags, to go on their journey.
Hooray! Yeah. But Agatha
Look,
asks
the other
Jen.
lady.
I guess they knew. Yeah, they knew that. Hey, gay kid's gonna need a place to get put down. We can't put him down on the dirt. That would be dirty. Agatha asks Jen, the potion lady, what do they need to save the gay kid? And she says they need water and moonlight. So it's a good thing he didn't die
Oh,
during the
come
day.
on.
During the daytime.
That's the first thought I had. I was like, oh, wow, we would have been just out of that, actually, if it was sun time, or this place had sun time in it. Or
Also, this is like a
Mhm.
magic moon.
yeah, it's
so
not
why
even a
would it
real
work
place.
anyway?
Like,
Yeah.
maybe,
Maybe
whatever.
all moonlight will do. And actually, moonlight is actually sunlight.
Moonlight
so
is
we won't
sunlight
even get
reflected
into
We're
off
not
the
even
moon,
gonna get
yeah.
into that.
We're not even going to get into that. Don't think about vampires at all. Okay, so Lillian says, Three of Swords, because she says weird things. Jen gets some water and like this rock or shell or whatever, I don't know. And she's like, ooh, I know Latin. And then she chants, and the water in the moonlight is, oh my goodness, she does it. And then she pours it over the wound, and it heals like a fucking bullet wound from Holy
And-
Grail.
Yes, it does actually. I thought it was exactly the same sort of approach to doing it. But yeah, this was quite amusing to me. They all care heavily about this. Significant. They are on the edge of their seats, wondering what will happen. Even fucking Aubrey Plaza, who is the troll who will turn out to be death itself, is like concerned. I don't understand what the fuck they think they're doing with these characters. When Sharon died, all of them were like, well, there she goes. But no, this gay guy that they've known for 5 seconds, they're like, oh dear, oh no, this can't happen, we must save him, oh god. Even Agatha's losing it. I was just like, God, writers, you need to work on your characterization. They're all over the fucking place.
Mhm. And also
They're
just
all like,
recognize
yeah.
how little time has passed as well.
Hey.
This is episode 4.
Sharon was married to a man, I'm just saying.
He's
Just
dead.
saying. Still, that doesn't wash away the taint of straightness.
When it says Sharon as she's dying was like, I'm gay, by the way. They all go, oh my god, they start like panicking.
Quick, shove it down.
And it's just like they're all freaking out so much. They're like having anxiety attacks.
Yeah, I didn't
And
understand.
Agatha's
This-
crying.
this is
Like-
like so bizarre after the complete like apathy that they displayed. They literally came off as like sociopaths in that
Yeah,
like in the third episode, and here it's just what is going on?
Oh no, gay kid! No, not him. Oh, I'm crying. I'm Agatha, and I'm crying.
Yeah,
So I guess Jen can't do magic, but this is like she does the thing, and it doesn't matter if you have magic or not. If you say the words, if you get the ingredients, it does magical things. If that's how they, by the way, if that's how they want to set up the system, okay. Being able to use magic and being able to access magical things, like, yeah, sure, those are different, I guess. But I don't know. I just have questions, and they never explain it. It would be cool to flesh out the world of witchcraft, but whatever. All right.
That's never going to fit into the MCU, I'm sorry. It won't. And obviously
Nope.
it doesn't as it is, but it wouldn't if they went even further. They've already said analog magic, which is just shoving things together that can make spells. Like, no fucking way no one's discovered that. That's bullshit.
Yep. There would have to be. You'd have to have something like specific chance, specific things, things that no one could ever stumble across. Instead of like what you think. Just to be clear, basically all of the water in the world touches moonlight. Just to be clear, that's just we need more than that. But fine.
Yep.
All right, fine. It's sure, whatever. It's magic.
It's like narratively, what was the point of stabbing him if
I
they
don't-
were gonna fix it in like 2 seconds? It's just like a
I guess
jump
to have
scare.
the scene of Agatha being sad, because that's character.
Aw.
There she goes, being sad.
I'm sure she will stay consistent with that.
Well, let's find out. Yeah, gay kid's okay. He gets healed. And Agatha's watching over gay kid. They like build this shitty little shelter with sticks over him. It's actually fucking hilarious. I don't know if you can show it or not. It's really funny that they just made this shitty little shelter that would do nothing for the not weather that exists here.
The
I
not
don't know.
weather.
It's just weird. And while she's watching over gay kid, Agatha is. The witches chat around a campfire. Jen says she never thought of herself as a witch, but she's an 11th generational root worker and midwife. And Lillian's like, "Ooh, midwife," as if like that's something super special. By the way, midwife, anyone could be a midwife. A midwife means with the wife, so you don't have to like. It's not a woman thing to be a midwife. A man could be a midwife. It's just a
You
weird
know,
thing that's like so
that
Ooh,
thing they
well,
built
midwife.
would have taken time. Why?
Yep.
Why?
It's just funny.
It is funny.
They just made it. What did they use for twine? Like it's just funny that they did that. Huh. From where?
All of it.
They dug
They
up
put her-
Sharon's corpse and
Yeah,
used
they
her
got
hair.
Sharon's hair.
We don't give a shit about you. We have to make a shitty shelter for gay kid. He got hurt.
Oh fuck.
Wu asks how Jen was bound, and she said she got tricked to go to a conference, and it was a trap about some guy, and that this guy was able to bind her without magic. So that's weird that that's a thing. Wu says that when her mom died, she felt angry, but now she doesn't. Blah blah. No one cares. Jen makes like goop on a rock and gives it to Wu, and is like, "You should put this on because it smells nice."
Okay.
I don't. This is just a weird
This is how a
scene
Rebel
where they
Moon
just start talking about
character
stuff.
did
Yeah,
a
this is a
scene done even
this is our
worse,
weird
possibly.
characters. We are bonding. I think it is worse.
Because there's like
it's
less
just
information that's actually useful. It's just usually funny information anyway.
kind of. It isn't nearly as entertaining. So sorry, I was felt like I was about to cough there for a second. I've been thinking about the show too much.
Hmm.
Lilia says that the worst part about being a witch is the hypocrisy. No, it's the misconceptions and the rumor mongering, like talking to goats and having an extra nipple. Which I would think that the worst part is like the curses and the people coming to kill you and the
Yeah.
crazy spells and the fear of being abducted at any point and brought to the underworld. But
Burnt
she's
alive.
yeah, things like that. Well, I guess we're past that now. We're a much more progressive society. But she says the misconceptions and rumor mongering are the worst part about being a witch.
Why is
The
it
show.
that bad? So was it you talk to goats? What's what they gonna? Oh no.
Oh no, we could. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people be like, "Wait, you can talk to goats?"
Yo, that's cool. I know
What
there's
do
some men
goats
who stare at
say?
goats,
Yeah.
but I
What
don't
do
think I
they
talk to them.
what do they talk about?
The idea of being like, "God, what a gross stereotype that's been applied to it," is like, I'm down. Like, it's not that bad. Jeez.
This would be a cool thing. This would be a cool scene to have if they actually talked about, what does witchcraft mean to them? What do they hope to do afterwards? What is like, the connection between the magic and their femininity, their shared feminine experience, or something that Disney, who's been pushing really, hard for this kind of stuff lately, could actually really lean into and it makes sense in the world, but they don't. So, oh well,
Eating
whatever.
candles.
Eating candles, true. I mean, so eating any good candles lately? Oh yeah, I had a really good sex on the beach last Tuesday. It was it went straight to my thighs. So gay kid wakes up and he asks Agatha if, hey, Agatha, did you put the sigil on me where I can't like say my name or my backstory? Because everyone over there at the campfire, they're having such a good time sharing their backstory and I can't do it and I feel all alone. He doesn't really say that. I'm just having fun. Gay kid asks, she says that, she says that the sigil doesn't just work on the person it's put on, it also works on the person who cast it. So she doesn't even know if she put the sigil on him because she wouldn't know herself. Obviously, the workaround is before you put the sigil, you write a note and leave it on the countertop next to you that says,
what an
"You have
idea."
cast a sigil on this person for this reason, and here's why." You'll forget this, of course, because it's a sigil. And here is a secret thing that only you know just to make sure that it's real. And then you do the sigil, and then you read the note, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it was me. But I'm just a fucking moron, so what do I know?
Couldn't you also set up a camera, hit record, do the spell, and then, be like, you I guess once it's done, you go, ugh, and you'd be like,
No, CGI is really good these days. The moon landing and the Bigfoot, it's really
the
big,
Bigfoot.
so.
You're talking about the giant foot that was found, right?
He has two. In that field in West Essex?
Yeah, where they poked it and it flew away.
Yeah, the giants. Yeah, from the Bible, the giants. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gay kid, he's like, hey, can you lift this sigil on me? I don't like it. And Agatha says that sigils aren't lifted, they're destroyed. Thanks, Agatha. Good clarification. She says they are destroyed when they are no longer needed.
What?
So if he
What?
What?
What stupid spell is this, and who came up with it?
No! This is the worst part about being a witch, not the talking to goat crap.
and
you cast- Go ahead.
if he casts that on himself, he might have not remembered casting it, but like, don't you remember the motivation you would have to do it?
Yeah, hang on.
Like, why would you want to lift
Probably
it?
If ever you cast a spell on yourself that made you forget you cast the spell on yourself, would you continuously cast it? Would you just be like, blah,
Oh,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah?
Oh, Mahler, this is like the going back in time thing. You'll catch yourself in an infinite loop if you ever go back in time. Don't do it. It's really dangerous. Don't think about it.
You know what? If I get the chance to go back in time, I'm going to say no. Seen too many movies. Maybe I
Yep,
will,
I'll
though.
catch myself in an infinite loop. Let me see. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So I guess if you want to cast a signal or sigil on someone, it lasts until it's no longer needed.
All
From the
right.
perspective of the caster, I suppose. But that could
I
be like
don't-
always. If it's something that you don't want to be discovered, it's a permanent curse.
Well, and as was mentioned, if you're going to forget the casting of it, do you forget your motive to do so as well? Otherwise, it would lead you to cast it again. And then if you forget the motive to do it, then would the casting of it be broken because now there's no motive? There's nothing to, you know?
Oh my
Yeah.
god, these could be things that they could actually explore in a cool show.
No, I think that if we
Yeah.
said this to the writer, they'd be like, actually, no, shut up. No.
Yeah, it'd be like, how do you get around the technicalities of the magic spell? Like, this stuff is really important. If you do this spell, make sure that you leave something for yourself, or make sure that someone knows, so that you don't catch yourself in an infinite loop of trying to cast it over and over because you forgot you already did it.
Yeah.
Would show that there's actually blah. No one fucking cares. Let's get through this episode. So, oddly enough, gay kid is like, hey, what happened to your son? Did you really? What happened to your son? That's a weird question to ask all of a sudden like that. And she
Yep.
gets up and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Agatha goes and joins the campfire, and she shows them a scar on her elbow where she took a needle to the elbow and destroyed the Daughters of Liberty. I guess that was like a group of witches or something. I don't know. Or angry seamstresses. I don't know. Rio says that she had to do something she didn't want to do as part of her job, and it hurt someone that she loved, and that's her scar. Like, that's her backstory thing.
Which,
Aw.
like I said, with the context, so she's death, and she had to end someone's life who needed to be ended that she loved. I find that so odd that she would just volunteer that information to these people.
Yeah.
Yep.
What the
That's a
fuck?
weird personal thing to say to these random people.
They're
now
bonding.
No.
Now, before Agatha and Rio leave, Lilia grabs Rio's hand and says, don't think for a second I've forgotten what you said in the sound booth about how you were gonna murder all of us. But
I don't get it. That was the thing they were all worried about before they went on the road anyway. To say, like,
Yeah.
you've said it in the sound booth now, you're like, what? I don't know. What does it mean for you to be a person who is just traveling along this adventure with someone you believe wants to kill you, and you've had that confirmed, and you just don't do anything about it?
But you let her know that you haven't forgot that she said she wants to murder all of you.
Which is arguably
Yeah, but you
even
don't do
worse,
anything
to
about
let
it.
them know you're
Might be
thinking about
worse.
it.
Think about that mean
Exactly.
thing you said to me about how you're gonna kill all of us and Agatha's gonna steal our power.
I guess they're just waiting.
I guess so. Yeah, it's weird that nobody mentions this. Nobody brings it up. It's not even like no one says anything. Everyone's
mean-
like, "Oh, your sad backstory." Like, bitch, you said you were gonna kill us in there. What's going on?
I mean, all
Uh,
these people trust Agatha anyway, so they're just
Agatha-
stupid. They're
They are
canonically stupid.
They have not done a good job establishing why they even bother to stick around. But let's wrap this episode
Yeah.
up. Agatha and Rio, they hug away from the others, but before they kiss, Rio says that gay kid isn't her son, and Agatha leaves.
Oh.
Credits roll. All right. Episode 5,
Nearly
Darkest Hour, Wake Thy Power.
Mm.
We start with a very short flashback to Salem, in, I think it's 1693. Agatha's tied up to a post in the middle of a circle of witches, and one of the ladies.
This is
WandaVision.
the WandaVision, yeah.
Yeah, that was the WandaVision thing.
Yeah, it is part of WandaVision, but they're reminding us, I think, for an important reason, and because that was like 3.5 years ago, it's probably good to remind everybody, because I think the show is
No, sure,
rightfully
it's
reminding
it's
us
what a
now.
previously is, right? Like a bonus, if ever there's
this is
relevant
previously
context.
from a different show,
Like
not
if-
just this own show. So I
Well,
think
yeah,
it's
but if
more
Tony Stark
important
turned
now.
up, they might go, "I am Iron Man" briefly. In the previously, they do that with because it's a broad
I am Doctor
continuity.
Doom.
Oh, my
Oh
God.
yeah, he's an Iron Man anymore.
And the way you know it's an older scene is because it looks significantly better.
It does look
so.
better, yeah, than this show, but whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, the flashback that they show at the very beginning is back to Salem in 1693. Agatha's tied up, and there's a circle of witches around her, and they're like, "Oh, Agatha, you have betrayed your coven!" And they tie her to a post, and they cast magic on her, but she absorbs their power, and then they all turn old and frail and desiccated, and they fall down, and I guess
That
they
is
die.
Agatha's
So-
meme is she takes your power when you attack her. That's what she does, I guess.
Yep, so just shoot her with a fucking gun and be done with it.
Yeah, I
She'll
just-
absorb the gun though, and then she'll become Gunatha.
I have become Bullet Goddess, or
Or
something, I don't know.
Stab with her with that knife that you have, just randomly.
Yeah, Caesar
Yeah,
her.
that drew
Caesar
blood.
her like
That'll
they
work.
Caesared Sauron and Caesared Adar. Caesar her.
Yeah,
Also that guy from Rebel Moon.
Glug could kill Agatha. We need you, Glug.
Justice for
come back.
Waldrig and Glug.
Just
Isn't it
They
so
go
sad
into
that
the-
when season 3 rolls around, we will not be getting Waldrig or Glug? There's no hope for that. That's so
Oh, they're
sad.
gone.
there's nothing.
There's
Ugh.
nothing left.
Okay, so there's a bunch of animals show up. There's a fox and a raven and a snake, and they are here in the the witch's road. And all these animals are actually the Salem 7.
Ah,
They can transmogrify,
Mhm.
transform into animals.
ah.
So that's pretty spooky. Weird that they're here on the road. I hope that they will give an explanation as to how the witches, the Salem 7 have arrived here at the road. And I suppose this also means that everybody's journey to the road, it is like a physical place you go to. It isn't like instanced per group that's going through it. There is only one road that is
Yeah.
being
They've
used
got to
at
make a new
time.
TV show called The Salem 7 where they go on their own road journey and they have to solve trials. All
And
of
the
them are,
dialogue
like,
will be better.
it'll be
because at their
funny as fuck
campfire,
because
they'll
they're
just
like
go,
little
"What?"
demon skeleton goobers. They enter the first room and it's like you must make a potion. They're like, oh, how do we do this? Oh fuck, I don't know. They're wandering
Yeah.
around. Like, did you drink the wine? It's like I've been poisoned. Oh,
Of
man.
course not. That'd be the dumbest fucking
Why the
thing
fuck
ever.
would
They're
I
like
do
way
that?
smarter than the last group. And they like
Wait.
floomp around the house getting the ingredients, but they do it in like 2 minutes. They're like, this was easy.
They have to sing that song.
Salem
Oh,
7.
down the road. Down the witch's road.
The fucking
Play the guitar.
the road starts giving up in terms of creativity. They just enter a room. There's a Rubik's cube. Just like solve it.
They're just they're absolutely jamming on the guitars and the piano, and one of them's on the triangle, and they're just slaying it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Their hair washing back and forth.
Except the voices just sound like their voices, but the music's actually really great, and they do like a guitar rock solo.
They're like nailing their trials, and they catch up to the Agatha and shit. They're like, "Oh, I was actually kind of."
We can leave this one, but do you guys want to jam around for a little bit? And they're like, yeah, we got a good thing going.
You want to meet at the end of the trials? We'll do it. We'll each do the trial. They're fun.
Bring the instruments with us. Okay, no more fun.
No more fun.
No more fun. Okay. Lillian wakes up and she says that the summoning spell left the door open.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, that's how it works. Sure. When Agatha killed her coven a long time ago, she spared their young children. How kind. Who then became a feral, hive-minded coven bent on revenge.
Like what?
Okay, if you say so, show. Sure. Agatha says that the moral is finishing what you start and that mercy is overrated.
Mm,
What a cool, great character.
I
Um,
know.
so, Gay Kid mentions a Hexenbessen, which is like a ritual about enchanting sticks to be like brooms you fly on. And they can use them to fly away and get away from the Salem 7. Lillian says that she hates brooms because they are a symbol of witch culture that has been co-opted by the holiday industrial complex, and they represent the domesticity of women.
Shut the fuck
Wow.
up.
Yeah, this is like just shut the fuck up. You're not doing anything with women here. You're not doing any celebration of femininity. You're just a bunch of catty, stupid bitches whining. I hate you. This show is responsible for my descent into misogyny. Yet another level.
Oh no, I should get out.
No, you need to stay here or else you're doomed.
Gonna save you.
I am
Okay.
doomed.
Because one
So-
day,
Already.
if you find
You're not
yourself
doomed.
liking
This is the
shows like
last
this,
episode
you'll
we have
know
to
it's
talk
over.
about. So they start getting on. Oh, by the way, it's really kind of ironic that she mentions the holiday industrial complex when all of that imagery and symbolism and stuff they use in the show at the end in the credits. Kind of weird that they lean on it and they do that sort of thing, but then they're like, "Oh no, it's the culturing. What's blah blah blah. It's cultural appropriation of witches." So they get a bunch of these big sticks and they dress them up a little bit with flowers and stuff sometimes, and they chant in pairs. And Agatha says they all have to fly together or nobody flies at all. So Gay Kid gets a big stick, and one of the Salem 7 jumps on him, and then Wu hits her with a stick, and
We
it's
need,
kind of funny.
like, at this part, I was just thinking to myself, so this is a witch who's very angry that her parents were killed by
Agatha.
and so she's spent, presumably, centuries
Hundreds of years.
getting mad, and she's become a creature that goes and jumps on people.
I turn into a fox sometimes.
Like, what? And I have a feeling by the time the end of the show hits, none of the Salem 7 scenes are going to make any sense. They'll reveal something about them, and it's going to be
Yep.
like, why the fuck were you doing that the whole time then? Ugh. Hits her with a stick.
It is funny. Wu just smacks her with a stick in this magic show about witches. She just hits her with a stick and beats her. And that she's on pause for a while, because they have to finish up the Hexenbessen ritual.
She's waiting for the plot.
She's just on pause. Don't worry about her.
While
But yeah, they cast a
you
little
talk
spell.
about this, I'm going to play a lot of these clips slowly, piece by piece, so everyone can appreciate how awful the CG is. All right, I'm just letting everyone know.
Yes, you gotta show everybody.
It's not CG. That's just the distortion effect of the magic.
It's actually unbelievable, and I mean, it feels like it is just a case of you got to see it, and then you'll understand.
Oh fuck that bit in particular, that
Yeah,
compositing.
look.
Oh, this is awkward.
Oh, but hey, it's all practical. It's practical, so that means something, right? Even though it looks, even though of course this isn't practical, but it looks terrible.
Like
Yeah,
the
this
sticks
shot
are real,
here-
like actual props.
I
I would
they're
imagine.
real, but it's green screen, and look at it.
It looks worse
What?
than when in ET he gets on the bike and floats over the moon. It's like
Yep.
it looks so
Well,
bad.
so can I just be that you could tell that they actually? I reckon this is darker than it was originally because they were like, "You gotta bring it down, bring that
You gotta
darkness
bring it
in."
darker, otherwise it's
This
gonna
looks
look
way
real,
too
real
bad.
bad.
We gotta-
Like, if you're gonna do a shitty CGI job, just commit to it and show us.
No,
Just-
what they said
I
was
see
we have
that.
to make it. They said we have to make it darker so less people see. And then they were like, but so few people are already looking at this episode anyway. And they're like, I don't care, make it darker.
But
Oh, but it
sir,
was
now
cheap
only
to
one
make.
person
Yeah.
is looking. We've
It,
lowered the
it
audience.
shows. I can't believe that they actually considered this acceptable.
It's hey, witches on brooms. We gotta do it. We're the witch show.
Yeah, but like, why does it look so awful?
Well, they just don't have much money to use.
It's only
How much
Disney
money
for
did
me.
the show cost?
I can Google it.
$5,
real
I
quick,
guess.
find
Because
out.
the thing that went around is it's the cheapest one, but like, I almost don't believe it. Cheaper than Echo? Was it?
It has the lowest
Ooh.
budget of any MCU Disney Plus
Yeah.
series, costing them less than $40 million.
Did it actually okay, really? Less than that.
Yeah.
I mean, good for them. They're
Yeah.
finally bringing the budgets down
I mean,
a little.
yeah, but like if this is what you get, then I don't know, maybe spend a little bit more money. Like, you know what I mean?
No,
Like, this is not acceptable.
this would just be a matter of rushing it, I guess, because like 40 million should be able to pay for this.
You would think so.
It looks like ass. It's just
It looks
something.
terrible. No,
Um,
but how could it have been rushed? Didn't they
It
shoot
is
the
as
show
bad
like
as it
over a
is
year ago?
uninventive.
This show like had principal photography in 2023. How are they rushed?
Mm.
I can't help
I have
you.
many names.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. Look at how it looks so bad.
No, it looks great. Look, they're flying over the moon or past the moon. But remember, the holiday industrial complex is co-opting witch culture with this imagery. But Disney is whatever.
Yeah.
Hey,
And yeah,
they
I don't know. The
fly
color
into
grading as well, like, actually hurts my eyes. It's like I have to actually strain to like discern all of the information on screen because so much of it blends together because of
Yeah.
the color correction. It's
I think that the
actually
moon would
like
be bright
kind of
as fuck,
maddening.
but whatever.
Yeah, but it's like Mola said, they probably darkened it so that that it didn't look as terrible, and it still looks really
I
bad.
would guarantee it. They could have shone the moon's light as loud as they wanted to, but they didn't.
But
Yeah.
like, I don't even
Quiet,
know.
moon,
What's
it's
the
too
point? Like,
loud.
just commit to how bad it looks, which it does. It looks really bad. And I just
Yeah.
don't understand why it was like how that's even possible. I suppose that's all.
Oh, some of these shots are so
And
funny.
I could honestly imagine someone going, "Oh yeah, but it's like vintage, you know? Like, you know what I mean?" It's like I don't really
No, I don't
care,
know what.
and I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. First off, no, I don't even know what you mean.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
all I mean by that is the idea of like, you know, how older stuff would. It's just they had way less means of, you know, like the whole idea of like projecting something onto the background or, you know, like old green screen stuff. But like, I don't know, that like, nah,
No, this is
no.
shitty CGI and it's green
Yeah,
screen.
because like Return of the Jedi looks better with the
Yep.
with the chase and on Endor. That looks better than this.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't
Well-
know. I'm kind of stunned by how bad it looks. And I don't know. It's just but like I've not generally been impressed with the way that the show looks anyway. Like a lot of it, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I guess the sets are okay, sure, but like there's nothing particularly like interesting going on a lot of the time with like cinematography or anything. And of course, in a scene like this, goddamn, like,
Yeah.
sorry, I really is stunning. Like I'm
It
a
is
little
really
bit floored
shitty.
that like a Marvel, because again, even if it costs like $40 million to make, that's still like that's not a cheap show. Like even still, by the standards of television.
And this is not particularly a hard, like a difficult shot to nail. It's not like there's a dragon or anything. You're just flying on a
they're just
broom.
flying, yeah.
Yeah.
With nothing
looks so
in particular. Look, look at how it's actually difficult to discern the characters in the background because of how dark they made the entire shot.
I mean, they
Look
knew.
at that.
They knew. They knew. They knew.
Like if you're actually a creative person, there's so many ways you can do this without like it just at all using up money. You could have like made it animated or something, like used creative ways to sort of
Yeah, that's right. Especially if
Yeah,
you
I
don't
forgot
have
the
the
term.
money, you know, like you can. There are other options available to you.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just, man, it's so bad.
It's so dark too. Look at this shot.
Yeah,
Jeez, it's
like look
so
at how
dark.
hard it is to tell. Like you have to actually strain your eyes to discern all of the characters from the background.
So bad.
Look, look at
What
this.
what is this supposed to be? Wait.
I can't see it.
Oh, that's Aubrey Plaza. Look at her go.
And look, she's laughing because she's crazy.
She's a
Because
crazy
that's
one, yeah.
Aubrey Plaza. She's a wacky character, ain't
Crazy
she?
asshole, yeah.
I don't know. I guess it's just like it feels like she kind of gets typecast, right?
Well,
it's just like, yeah, you're like.
I would
wacky
reflect
person,
it on
right? You're
both
kinda
sides.
Crazy.
I'd say you're right that she does get typecast and the writing's usually failing, but I would say this sort of performance has been a little stereotypical, hasn't it? And the
Yeah.
easy comparison, we're almost lucky for it, is the Penguin. We have an actually, at times, scary, volatile woman who seems like she'd be fucking crazy, and we already know the things that she's done essentially define
Oh,
her
and
as crazy.
I guess it's funny because when you said we've got the penguin, I'm like, yeah, and Colin Farrell is like unrecognizable. It's like, oh wait, no, that's just one of the great performances in that show.
Well, I can't wait so that that season is finished so I can actually watch it. I'm waiting.
I
I
mean,
hope I can
thus
fully
far,
recommend it once it's over.
Yes, I sure
Yeah,
hope so. But I'm feeling optimistic
I am
after
too,
those
yeah.
first
Yeah.
3 episodes.
it's good.
Anyway, back to Agatha.
That's
Mhm.
right. So yeah, they fly on their brooms, and Gay Kid's like, "Gosh, why didn't we do this all along?" That's a really good question. Nobody mentions any. That is a really good question. You shouldn't have asked if you're a writer for the show, because now everyone's thinking about it instead of just most people. But yeah, whatever. The brooms start to turn downward, and the road once that like pulls them back to the road. They can still use the brooms. They just can't go up really high. So they really
So
should
you
have done this from the
might as well
beginning, so
just
they don't
keep
have to walk
using them.
everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, they should have done this from the beginning. Um, I even have it in my notes. Yeah, Rio cackles like a crazy witch. Ha ha ha.
She's
It
Oh
crazy.
just
yeah, I
stood out to
remember
me.
that.
Yeah, she's nutty. Look at her go.
She's wacky.
So one of the I put a Salem 7 is on the
Hey,
road. A
Salem
Salem 7 is on the road, and they're like, "Oh no!" And it screams at them, and it summons a whole bunch of bugs. But they go past her, and they run into the next house, which is the next trial, and they get in just in time, and they're okay.
And it's 80s. This one's 80s.
Yep, this is like an
Woohoo.
80s cabin attic
They're doing an
kind of
Wow,
thing.
80s
80s,
sleepover.
So,
yeah.
80s
wow.
sleepover. Boy, sleep sounds good right now, but we can't do that. We have to finish episode 5, which is Darkest Hour, Wake Thy Power. So
Oh
yeah,
my
it's like a cabin sleepover party. The gay kid mentions that he has dropped his spell book while on the broom, so hopefully that it will not be needed later. Probably will be, but now we know that he doesn't have it anymore. Now this is Agatha's trial, Rio says, because there's a blood moon outside of the window.
Ooh.
And that is when the veil between the living and the dead is at its thinnest. Ooh, I don't know what that means.
Ooh.
So, a random gust of wind plops over a Ouija board, copyright Hasbro. And instead of having it just like sitting on a table or something for them, it's just like it just falls over. Here it is. It's not even upside down. It just gets blown over. These are Ouija board, copyright Hasbro. So yeah, gay kid thumbs through the manual for it after the digital watch timer on their arms has like it's another timer, 30 minutes, beep beep, and then it starts counting
Oh God,
down
it's
30 minutes.
analog.
Digital.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gay kid goes through the manual, and this part was really weird. So weird to the point where I like mentioned it in my notes. He picks up the manual for the Ouija board, copyright Hasbro, and even though the top of the board is like written obviously in English and everything, he has to flip through the Chinese and Spanish translation before he gets to the very last page of the manual where it's in English. That's weird, because English is almost always going to be the first one, and then all of the other languages are going to be after it. But because these things are distributed in predominantly English-speaking areas, the English one's
Not
like
on the
always
road,
the first one.
bitch.
Okay. It was really fucking weird that they specifically had him say, I have to flip through the Spanish and Chinese to get to the English one on the last page. Very strange. But he reads out the rules of the Ouija board. Copyright Hasbro.
Ouija board.
1. Do spirit board. Do not use the board alone. That is the first rule. Don't use it alone. Rule 2, don't speak over each other. Rule 3, don't taunt the spirits. It's very important you don't taunt the spirits. Rule 4, don't ask about death.
Oh.
And rule 5, always end your session with goodbye. And rule 6, do not under any circumstance remove your hand from the planchette, which is like the little thing you touch with a magnifying glass on it in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it, because if you remove your hand from the planchette, it will release a spirit,
Damn.
and that's really bad, I suppose.
What?
So,
So like
yeah.
the whole say goodbye. What if you say see ya or like
Too
some other,
flippant.
you
Too
know,
flippant. They
I
don't like
would.
that.
Oh,
they
but what
don't?
if it's a really casual ghost spirit?
No, that's
Those ones
right.
will
What
like
if you're
that.
like, see you later? And also, what if the ghost they got in a car crash and it gave them brain damage to where the only way to say goodbye that they recognize is see you later.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna say that the only way they recognize goodbye is.
No,
You
I was like,
gotta
holy
say
shit,
that
Fernley,
if
that's
you don't want the
Idea
spirit
that-
to come back. Yeah.
yeah.
you're summoning the ghost of Helen Keller. Listen, we can't make fun of the disabled. So they all put their hands on the planchette and they begin their little summoning party. All right. Agatha asks who. Oh, this is the funniest part of the show. Oh my god, I'm so excited that we're here. I'm so excited that we're here. This made me laugh so hard my face hurt.
I know what
Okay,
this is
I'm
now.
so excited. I'm so
I know what
excited.
it
Oh
is.
my god.
Go right ahead.
I'm scared.
Okay. All right. So they all put their hands on the planchette to begin the summoning spirit session, communicating with the dead. Now, Agatha asks, oh, are there spirits here? Oh, who are we communing with? And then the planchette starts to spell out MRSHART, which instantly, as it was being spelled out, I thought that it spelled out Mr. Shart when it's supposed to say Mrs. Hart. I thought it was Mr. Shart.
I smiled when I was watching the
And
episode because of that. I knew because I figured Mrs. Hart was on, but I did know it. I was like, it's kind of funny. It looks like Mr. Shot.
So I was watching this episode and I was like, is this because I forgot about Mrs. Hart because I always called her Sharon, her actual name. So when it spelled out Mr. Shart, I thought it was like, is Agatha fucking around with them? Is this allowed in would Disney have sharks?
Hey man, you don't know. It could be a real spooky ghost called Mr. Shot who'd shot on people.
Listen, if you summon a ghost named Mr. Shart, you need to end the seance as soon as possible, because he's known for one thing, and it is not pleasant. Okay. Oh my gosh. Mr. Shart. Oh, okay. We've calmed down. Oh, we've calmed. That was really funny. I really enjoyed that. I wonder. So it spells out Mrs. Hart. So, weird that it obviously now this is Agatha. She's being jokey. She's making a joke about it. You can tell because it is Mrs. Hart instead of Sharon, which is what it would be if it was actually her. But
Writing
yeah,
consistency.
yeah,
Mm.
there you go.
Hey.
So I think it's a mistake. I think it's just fuck up. I guess. I don't know. Anyway, Lilia's hand slips off the planchette, and then Agatha becomes possessed by Sharon, who does a voice, but it's just an act for funsies. She's mocking the dead person she's responsible for killing. Yeah, Agatha's a real bitch. And everyone's like, that's not funny, Agatha. And she says, I thought it would be. So they try again. Now a TV in the back is playing static and the lights flicker. Who is with us tonight? Agatha asks. And then the board spells out DEATH. Death. Oh my god. And then she asks, what do you want? And it spells PUNISH. Punish. Ah, who do you want to punish? And then the spirit board types out AGATHA over and over. Agatha, Agatha, Agatha. Ah! It's not this exciting in the show, but yeah. Agatha pulls her hand off the planchette, and there's a shrieking noise in the house, and then Jen yells, "Punish Agatha!" and the voices stop. Oh my goodness. Jen says that this is the trial. They have to punish Agatha because Agatha's a fucking evil bitch and she deserves it.
As if none of the others deserve punishment as well.
Yeah, they're all terrible and stupid, but Agatha deserves the most punishment. She's like an actual serial killer murderer person. She's actually evil. Something the show, I don't know, like really recognizes, like they kind of play around the idea, but she's a murderer. She has killed a lot of people. Agatha is evil. But anyway, Jen goes to get a rope. I guess to tie her up, I hope, right? But Agatha has disappeared. Where is she? The lights go out. There's a breathing sound in the room. And then everyone gets out their lights and they look around in the pitch black. Where could Agatha be? Way she was here just a moment ago. And then something drips onto Gay Kid. I don't even want to think about what it actually is. And then he puts the flashlight up to the top of the cabin. Oh, spooky Agatha! Oh my goodness, she has a floopy face.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's on the ceiling, and then she's all pale and weird, and she jumps down and she starts convulsing around like Suspiria. And Agatha, it seems like she's possessed, and she jumps on Jen and starts choking Jen. And then when they turn on the power, Agatha disappears. Oh my goodness gracious, she doesn't like the light, maybe. I don't know. But a strange mist appears by the little staircase in the cabin. It's a ghost. It's Evanora Harkness of the Salemites.
Oh.
This is who possessed Agatha a moment ago. The ghost said that her... It's weird. It's actually weird, and I don't know what we're supposed to take from this. If she's the one who possessed Agatha, why did she try and strangle Jen? Why was she being all spooky? I don't know.
Yeah, was she just doing it for... Oh, maybe it was like maybe it was Mr. Shot.
Oh my god, Mr. Shart, he's here!
They had to like excise Mr. Shot so they could get to Evanora Harkness.
Oh no, the Shart is coming from the room!
Well, you did say something dripped onto Gay Kid, right?
Oh no, that's the Shart! Gay Kid got a Shart on him.
Mr. Shot and his signature, his titular
signature Shart drip. Oh no, this is what he's known for. Oh no. Oh my God.
As you can see, we've deteriorated. It was inevitable.
And what would happen if Mr. Shart possessed
a real person? They would just go around hanging out in the ceiling and sharting on people. They'd
what
be
I
like
do.
birds in the trees. They'd be up there just waiting with their butt hanging out for a...
If ever there was like a ghost meeting
passerby
of all ghosts and stuff, Mr. Shaw would just not be popular. He'd be like, yeah, my thing isn't that cool, I guess. It's like, oh...
But you would be scary, at least.
I guess it's more gross than scary. Like...
No, I would be plenty scared.
What is
in the chat said Shartnado.
Dude, I've got the perfect emoji for when you're dealing with Mr. Shot in your house.
My goodness.
You gotta show everybody.
You gotta make sure you keep your mouth closed.
You gotta show him.
That's all of our faces when Mr. Shart is around. Where is he? Is he
oh, there he is
rafters?
again.
Oh, Mr. Shart, what are you doing up there? Oh, wait, no, I know. Never mind. Don't answer that question.
You're gonna take your umbrella in your house.
Can't we have a normal seance with a Ouija board where we summon someone who isn't Mr. Shart? Not all the ghosts can love Mr. Shart.
You get Mr. Stabby next time. You're like, thank fuck, it's Mr.
Thank
Stabby.
God.
All he does is with a knife, he stabs you. It's much normaler.
It's nice to have a nice, simple, classic murderer and not Mr. Shart.
You're just trying to have a family meal. You just see it flop, 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 flop.
Can you stop sharting, Mr. Shart?
No.
Oh, you're like, damn it, Mr. Shart. You can shot in every room in the house, not this room. Like,
I got shart my Caesar salad. I got shart my
God.
casserole, and now I can't find it. I looked
no.
away. Oh, no. Oh, and the whole thing's we gotta throw it all out.
You've ruined it, Mr.
Oh.
Shot. I hope you're happy.
Oh, no. We worked hard on this dinner, Mr. Shart, and then you sharted on it.
You'd never be able to make like a chocolate pudding or anything in that.
You'd have to have like an umbrella.
Yeah, all little
everywhere
mini
you went
umbrellas
when
for
you
all
were
the food.
cooking.
Parasol for the kitchen.
Every once in a while, when you're like making the lasagna, you hear that little where it, it hits the umbrella, and you're like, "This is gross," but at least the umbrella.
When you ask for like the exorcism to take place, you're on the list, but you're pretty low down because it's like we got to deal with ones that are killing people, dude. It's like, yeah, I know, but I've been on the list for like 3 years. He's still here. Like, I feel
Can
like
we please? Can we please deal with Mr. Shart? We have to get him out of my
deal with
house.
I can't deal with this. It's just too stressful.
trying to write your
I can't
novel and he
sleep on
keeps
that
shotting
anymore.
on the
He
pages.
keeps shitting on the he shots on the typewriter. It's like, oh Jesus.
And remember, it's not just a shit; it's a shart, so you hear it every time.
And then he grabs it.
It's like the
And
telltale heart.
I already picture it animated, like he
The
does it, and you.
shots.
The telltale shart. Just
They
It's
very
the beating of the hideous shark.
it's the trembling of the hideous butthole.
it's become so accepted because I picture it animated. The guy like his work is shot on, he just like casually picks up the spray and then the tissue, wipes it away, puts it in the bin, carries on with his life. It just
You
happens
know, he probably
constantly.
has another 20, 22 minutes before it
Now I'm just
happens again.
like, get shot. Oh, someone's got on chat. Yeah, get shot.
Get
Now
started.
I'm just imagining the opening scene of him walking through all the doors, but he's kind of awkwardly shuffling through. So he's trying to hold in the shit.
Yeah, he's like, open up.
One of the doors opens. He's like, oh shit! And then he leans against the wall.
He would be secret agent number 2, Maxwell Shart.
And then you see it like sleeking out of his pants.
No.
So you're saying we need Mike Flanagan to make a show about Mr. Shot?
That's right.
Yes.
Shardy's like a melody. Okay. All right. Let's take a moment, reset ourselves.
Yes.
My abs hurt.
Mr. Shart is gone. He's no longer here in the house. He's returned to the spirit world. We have to return to the real world and talk about Agatha. We need to wrap this up, then go home. Okay. So, the ghost that has possessed Agatha is Evanora Harkness of the Salemites. And the ghost said that her coven risked everything to kill Agatha, and that all of you are fools to join her. The ghost says that they must finish the witch's road without Agatha. They must
Ooh.
leave Agatha with me, the ghost.
Ooh.
Agatha asks, Mom, how come you hate me? And then she replies that Agatha was born evil. I should have killed you the moment you were born.
He's right.
Which seems
Agatha
accurate.
has not made much of an effort in her life to disprove the theory. Like, I don't know. And it's like she's crying. It's like, dude, you suck. Like, not 1 hour ago you got this innocent lady killed. Like, and it's like, oh, geez, oh, she hurt your feelings. Like, get out of here. Shut up.
You're a psycho murderer, killer, a power stealer.
Mhm.
This seems to be pretty accurate. Agatha has been cruel, mean, backstabbing, callous. She's a murdering, lying witch. She seems to have no desire whatsoever to repent or make amends or change her ways. I'm with the ghost on this one. Now, when the ghost possesses Agatha again, Wu casts a magic spell with her hands. She can do that now, and she casts her magic spell on the ghost, which has possessed Agatha, and it repels the ghost of Evanora Harkness out of Agatha's body. But then Agatha uses this as a way to start sucking out the power from Wu, who starts turning older and becomes more and more desiccated and wrinkly by the moment. It is like pissing. You can't just stop casting magic, I guess. the gay kid goes to the Ouija board, copyright Hasbro, because it's starting to choose letters on the ground, and he asks, "Oh, who are you?" And then the board says, well, it speaks out, or it types out, Nicholas Scratch.
Which is the dad's son or something, right?
Yeah, earlier on, there was like a room in her house that was like a kid's room, and it belonged to someone named Nicholas Scratch. It was in like the first episode. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
because
This
Build
is
him for the
Anyway.
Darkhold or whatever.
yeah.
that's the thing. You need to be reminded again. Yeah, that's what Agatha did. So like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't really care if she's there crying and having a bad day and having a little suck.
Everyone's
Like,
saying Nicholas
for
Sharp.
being mean to me.
Yeah.
Hey,
Now,
look, right?
no, we cannot devolve into madness again. We have to press forward. We're so close. I can taste
None of them stopped this
freedom.
power suck from happening, even though they all know what it means, and they all even go like, "No!" Like, why not fucking tackle
Hit her with a stick. Hit her
Yeah,
with a
do
broom.
anything.
Punch her. Kick her.
Do something. They all just sort of
Stab
stand
her.
there and watch.
Yeah, you could
Stab
give her a
her,
go.
yeah.
Stab, shot on her.
Kill her. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the timer on all of their watches starts beeping. It goes off as gay kid yells Nicholas Scratch, and then everything. And then Mama Stop sounds in the air. That's a voice. Mama Stop. And the attic opens up, and Alice Wu is left all wrinkly and drained and gray, on the floor. Gay kid says that she was trying to protect you, Agatha, but Agatha, you don't deserve it. But Agatha says, "Oh, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to suck out her power."
I don't know. It looks like you did,
Um,
guys. Looks like you were having a good time as well.
Yeah, because the ghost was clearly not in you. We saw it get, knocked
so
out of
I
you, and
guess
also
you
you're
look like
Agatha. You're
yeah,
evil,
yeah.
and this is what you want.
Mhm.
Why,
However,
why should we care?
um,
Like, they've talked about her forever how she wants to kill them and stuck all their power, and then she finally does it almost by accident, and it's just like, now we're mad. It's like, yeah,
Yeah,
well. What
Anyway,
happened?
well, yeah, Wu is dead. This is the end of Wu.
That's
She's
it. Yeah,
dead.
that's the end.
She's laying on the floor, and she's dead. She's done.
Bye.
Wu is dead. Goodbye, Alice Wu.
Bye.
I remember the time we
end of
sang
your-
that song, and she finally defeats the demon curse over her, and she dies right after it. So that's tragic.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. So Agatha, after they leave the 80s sleepover house and are back on the road, Agatha claims to Gay Kid that she just couldn't control it, but they obviously don't believe her because of course they don't. She's evil. This is what she wants.
Yep.
And they start to walk away from her. But the gay kid, he asks, "So is that what it's like to be a witch? To hurt other people to serve your own agenda?" He's not going to be that. He's not going to be like that. And then Agatha laughs and whispers in a really creepy voice, "Are you sure? You're so much like your mother." I don't. Okay, I don't. Who does she? I guess
I guess
thinks-
she
so
knows now for some reason that he's Wanda's son. I don't know why.
I don't know
What
either.
happened?
Yeah, I've got no clue. But yeah, she tells him to come, pet. And Jen and Lilia grab Agatha because Gay Kid is casting like a little blue spell with his hands. And then the two witches, who I guess are like enthralled by this in the most literal sense, they throw her off of the road into the sinking mud that almost got Sharon at the beginning. And then she sinks down into it. And then Gay Kid flings those two into the mud. And all three of them sink down into the mud. Because it
What?
turns out he's a spooky spellcaster himself. And then it shows his face and he has this circlet on his head.
Like his Mumsley.
Yeah, so that's the end of the episode.
This is such a terrible shot.
Why would anyone care? I don't understand.
You look so gay.
Look, he's got power where you didn't think he did. Doesn't that
I didn't think he
change everything?
existed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's such a just. What do you think the audience does with this? Okay.
Like everyone is out of character in this last third of the
I just
episode.
think it's so funny that they all reestablished. Yeah, we're not surprised. That's what Agatha does. It's like, why are you here? If you believe all she's gonna do is kill and steal your power, like we never really got the answer to that. But yes, he's reached his queen status, I guess.
Okay.
So yeah.
So
Wow. How about that?
all right, that is the first half of Agatha. What's the show
Agatha,
called?
all
Agatha House of
along. No, Agatha
House of
all along.
Harkness.
That's what it used to be called. Among other names, because I think there was Agatha Coven of Chaos as well.
That
What
Really?
were all the
that's
names?
appropriate.
Now I want to know what were all of the names that they went through for this.
They say Agatha. Oh, that's the worst name because this doesn't have anything to do with her being behind everything. all
Well, and also
along.
she wasn't behind everything all along,
Also,
so
that's
the
a
name
lie
is
too, yeah.
stupid. Yeah, so,
Not only does she not behind everything, she wasn't doing it.
okay, yeah. So it was man, they actually went through like so many titles. So it was initially announced Agatha House of Harkness, and then it was
Okay.
renamed to Agatha Coven of Chaos. Then it was renamed to Agatha Darkhold Diaries. Then it was retitled Agatha the Lying Witch with Great Wardrobe.
Fuck off.
What?
But maybe that was
Actually, fuck off.
but maybe that might have been a joke, apparently. Even though apparently it got released on the Marvel Twitter. So, I don't know. And then finally Agatha All Along.
Well, is that supposed to be a self-aware meme of it was always gonna be Agatha all along? It was Agatha all along. It's just those names would throw you off.
I know, absolutely, they changed their mind for sure.
Well, what's funny is
They
that
absolutely-
several of the ones you suggested as alternatives are better than Agatha all along.
Yeah,
Well,
Coven
Agatha
of
All
Chaos
Along
is
is
probably
like
the most
it's
Coven of
that
Chaos
song
is
that
pretty
people
solid.
know. I would say Agatha All Along is the most desperate of them all, because it's
Yeah,
the one
Agatha
that's trying to
Yeah.
remind you of that show that people still bafflingly hold in high regard, WandaVision, and that song. When again, it's like, well, Agatha All Along. What do you mean? That not only is it not that story, but the song didn't even make any sense. She didn't do anything. Like all she did was sort of show up and troll, but Wanda was the one who did everything. Wanda created the hex. Wanda trapped all the people. Even Agatha pointed that out, that she didn't even do anything in terms of like all she did was make them say things that messed with her. It's just a dumb name. It's stupid.
What do you mean your work is done? You didn't do anything.
No matter what, no one would watch this.
Oh, well, okay, so apparently Marvel essentially claimed that it was orchestrated to mess with fans. That's what they said.
Sure.
come
The
on.
Mess with
names.
fans. Like
Messes
The
with humanity.
changing titles were
What
quote.
fans?
what?
I don't know
fan-
what this all wiki. That's a,
Mess
yeah.
with fan.
It was they announced in an upfront presentation that the official title was Agatha All Along and released a video showing that the changing titles were quote orchestrated by Agatha as a way of messing with Marvel fans.
God, stop it. Sit down.
I definitely get the impression that the changing titles was because they were actually going back and forth on what it should be called. That's definitely what I would believe. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what a terrible show.
Well,
What a
yes,
And
and
I
that's
feel like
show.
5 of 9, correct?
Yes. So
So-
we're over
Yes.
halfway.
And you will be
And I
fetched
suppose-
a second episode on the 2nd of November, probably.
Yeah, when it's all done. I feel like the thing that I would want to, note, because I don't know, it feels like the narrative that's being run for this show is, oh, it's so refreshing. Oh, it feels like Marvel is finally starting to know what to do with television. This writing is like the same kind of writing that's been plaguing all of these Phase 4 and 5 productions throughout the whole thing. Really
yeah, this
bizarre, like
lets right in.
inconsistent, stupid characters, dumb plot, meandering plot of just like, man, it feels like we are just sort of dragging through this because we don't know how to fill out all of the time that's available, and terrible world building. It's like the same thing, just that it has noticeably lower production values in terms of like the amount of money that they had. It doesn't really mean much to me that you have practical sets and practical props and everything if the writing still sucks. It's just not worth anything to me. Like, it's like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, I guess they worked hard on stuff that this time didn't get painted over with CGI, but like, for what? For this?
For this.
I don't know. Like, it's just, yeah, I mean, I guess so. And I suppose the thing is, whether this show succeeds or fails, whatever that even looks like, it doesn't even really like address or do anything for Marvel's problems. I don't see that. Like, if this show, if it somehow turned out that it was really, really successful, I don't see how it really addresses your problems. because you can't make more of this and then expect to be
Oh.
successful for like what people actually wanting to watch in Marvel films and shows. I just don't see that the audience that this could attract would be an audience that would translate to watching Fantastic Four. You know, I just don't see that being the case.
I'm curious. I'll ask chat, and then anyone here who doesn't know the answer, you're welcome to give an answer as well. But the announcement of Joe Locke's character in Agatha All Along being a gay kid being unveiled as Wiccan, the son of Wanda Maximoff. As
His
a
name is
post,
Wiccan?
yes.
Well, I think his name is Billy, right? That's the
Well,
that's like his...
Wiccan is the
the superhero.
the fluke
the
name, yeah.
superhero name.
Um,
The fluke name.
That is a fluke name. Wiccan.
So that announcement in the form of a tweet, considering this show and everything we've talked about, everyone give a guess. You know, just number and amount, whatever. How many likes a post like that would get on Twitter? As long as you don't know.
So I should keep it to myself then.
Rags
And
and
this is
Nutzer,
from which account?
Pop Base.
Here, what was the question?
The question is, how many likes would a post that says Joe Locke's character in Agatha All Along has been unveiled as Wiccan, son of Wanda Maximoff?
Oh. Oh, God.
I feel like
It
nothing
could be
will
anything.
surprise me. I'm gonna go with something really high. I'm gonna say 37.6 thousand likes.
All right, Nutzer.
Okay. 100K. Whatever.
Holy fuck.
I don't care.
Freak, I know it's a difficult question. Could you imagine what you would have guessed?
Could I imagine? So when you say the announcement, it's from like a film Twitter kind of account, right? That just sort of relays news for
I'll be completely honest.
mainly.
I don't recognize the account, which to me is an important
Oh,
element
okay.
for like,
Okay.
you know, how well I would have guessed this to churn. Because if I don't recognize them,
I mean, if you wanted my real guess, like my real earnest guess, it would not be that high. It'd be like maybe 5,000 or 10,000. That would be my guess.
to give an idea of where I'm at,
guess.
I would likely have guessed something like a 10k likes, and when I find out, let's say it's 10k, I would have been like, that's still too high, I think, but whatever. Not in the sense that I think it doesn't reflect people's enjoyment of the episode. I just don't think that many people are even aware that this shit is happening or what it means, you know? Like, so that's the engagement I expect.
Yeah, exactly.
The truth is, it has 121k likes.
Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah, so like I don't know what I'm meant to do with that really. It's like it's just kind of like really? Okay.
I mean, I just this is one of those moments where I was like, I just don't believe that. I'm sorry. It's just no way, right? Like how the
I think the problem is
That's
it's just
fraud.
that when you understand the idea of the sort of general amount of interest that you will see and what it relate like you remember when House of the Dragon was coming out and people, you know, for stuff like Rhaenys and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, that was getting like a lot of engagement. It wasn't getting over like 100,000.
No, yeah, not this.
That's like one of the most popular shows in the world.
Well, and
I don't know.
I've seen barely any
On
posts.
the bot-ridden Twitter, the bot-infested new Twitter, that this is like easy to do and orchestrate, I would imagine.
Well, I mean, that's where I'm drifting toward. Is like I just can't believe that this could get to that height of engagement naturally, quote unquote. Like I said, I barely see any posts about Penguin.
Well, I suppose the thing is when you bear in mind. Wow, it's interesting you say Penguin because you can compare, right, with when they announced how many views episode 1 got relative to other Disney Plus shows. It was like comparable to Acolyte, which was cancelled because not enough people were watching it.
When you got the Samba TV rankings, which aren't 100% reliable in terms of telling you any given thing, but they are interesting to look at in terms of the standard top streaming programs for the average household. And hang on, I'll give you the image as well. It's
I guess
number
the relevant
one.
part would be though is that they're going to be more impartial than Disney when trying to find ways to explain how their stuff.
Yeah, they're not
is
loyal to
doing
fucking
well.
anything. As in, like,
Yeah,
they're not pushing Penguin to do it. Like, and honest, if I'm being completely honest, I wouldn't have known for sure that Penguin would get this popular. But having seen it, I'm like, oh, I can get why it might start to tick up.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Because I
And
want to
then-
see it because I hear it's really good. So
Well,
I want to
it's
check
got
it out.
positive. It's got positive
Mhm.
buzz. It's got good word of
Well,
mouth.
and
It's
as
and it is
you'll-
Batman related.
As you'll notice, it's funny to laugh at Rings of Power being sixth. You're like, ha ha,
Yeah.
you like, you
That
know,
is
that'll be
amusing.
God soon enough. But the real notable thing is, wait a minute, there's no
Where's
Agatha.
Agatha?
Agatha's not
Yeah.
even here. Like, nobody
I
cares.
feel like
Wow.
the tweet,
Shit.
it sounds dystopian and kind of unrealistic. It sounds like that, but I'm pretty sure the bots, like coming from a country where like propaganda and Russian machine is so, it's so successful here. I will not be shocked if even this 100K is achieved through bots and such fraudulent, whatever witchery there Disney might do.
Oh, on theme. Huh? Well, we
by
all
the
know
way-
that bots are drowning Twitter in almost
Yeah,
every
it's
venue you
fucking
can
I think
imagine.
awful.
yeah, I mean, it's just about like how much people are talking about a show on social media is an imperfect metric for gauging how popular something is. But at the same time, when a lot of people are watching something and enjoying it, they will talk about it. And when they're not talking about it broadly, and it doesn't like make its way to you, and you just don't hear that much organic discussion surrounding something, it just makes you wonder. That's all. That's really it. It just makes you sort of be like, I'm not so sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it is a case of even when Disney was talking about how many views the first episode got in the first week, relative to other Disney Plus shows, it wasn't like amazing. What was it? What was the figure for this show in terms of viewership? Wasn't it like something like 9 million in the first week?
Oh right, yeah, the tweet that was very proud to announce the success of
Oh well,
Agatha.
yeah, and a lot of people going like, "Ha ha, yeah,
Absolutely
yeah."
bizarre. They were like celebrating that Agatha is breaking out. People are loving it and stuff. And it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Those numbers
so
are bad.
People?
The
Yeah.
first episode of Agatha All Along attracted 9.3 million views globally within its initial 7 days of streaming.
That's not good.
That was the well, yeah. I guess the interesting the thing is the number on its own is meaningless. The real number is but compared to other things, how well did it do?
Well,
Because like
yeah.
you said, the number, it's like, okay, is that really good for a streaming service that has over 100 million active subscribers worldwide? In a week, right? So not even like on the night that it premiered, but over the course of a week, it's like, well, I don't know if that's good or bad, right? The only thing that's going to help me understand if it's good or bad is how did it do relative to other comparable television shows.
Well, and to go back
yeah,
and
like,
forth on what conversation happened. So 9.3 in total over 7 days, and then the response was but the Acolyte got 11 million in 5. So more in less time, and that got cancelled is the obvious
and that got
subtext to
cancelled.
that.
Now, of course, it costs more money, but to make the Acolyte costs more money, but still.
Well, so that, funnily enough, was not even an argument I saw people talking about as much as but you know, that's Star Wars. That's a lot of like Agatha is just a side character things. This is actually impressive for that.
It's a Marvel Studios production.
Well, as
I
though
don't know what to
Acolyte was
say.
marketing with fucking Yoda or something. That's not what happened.
Yeah, like I don't know. I mean, the cope, right? It's like I don't know, guys. Like,
Well, so
it's
I don't know what other because without proper statistics from Disney, which we'll never get, we have to go off of like a lot of engagement and how we talk about this stuff and what people say and where things are posted. And just Agatha's practically a ghost show. It's amazing. Nobody's fucking talking about it other than those weird 100K plus posts, which I still don't understand at all. And then, like I said, a lot of people that we invited to this episode were just like, I ain't watching past fucking episode 2, or I haven't even considered watching it. Because that's the vibe. That's what Marvel have done.
Painful.
We're learning who our real friends are this week.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. The whole thing just seems like just a bizarre idea, right? A bizarre project that just sort of got approved in an era where this was still when Marvel thought that they could basically do anything that they want and they would make a lot of money. But that era has kind of ended a while ago at this point. You know, Ant-Man was a notable failure. Well, it was Ant-Man didn't make his money back, but I mean, even then, there had been some before where it's like, ooh, shit, okay, like Eternals didn't do that great. Obviously, TV show interest appeared to be dwindling. But yeah, now it's in a place where it's like, oh shit, Marvel projects can like outright bomb.
Yeah. Only Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, and way more of
Really
that with
exciting.
Fox, like,
Yeah.
and X-Men stuff feeding into that. Like,
Yeah.
I suppose it's the point being that like Deadpool and Wolverine's success, that's not something that they should expect will just translate over to any other projects that they're doing. And even if it was the case that this show ended up proving to be successful, it ain't gonna help them long term for what they need to do for the MCU. You know, like Agatha is not a format or a template that you can expect is going to be particularly successful when applied to your other IPs. It's, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't know, like if this reached an audience that existed beyond the MCU, would they show up for Daredevil? Would they show up for Fantastic Four? Would they show up for Blade if that film ever happens? It's like, I don't know, you know? Compared to the idea that somebody who watched Fantastic Four, if it turned out to be good and enjoyed it, would be a lot more likely to show up for other Marvel stuff.
Hmm.
So we're in a real good position, and when that last episode rolls out, people are going to be like, wow, what a successful and amazing show, and then someone will turn around and go, what show? What are you talking about? And they go, Agatha. And they're like, what? What show? It's a double episode on Halloween, right?
Yes,
Uh,
because I do find that funny that they have to have the finale sort of because I don't know timing. The timing doesn't line up. If it was one episode a week, it would have ended after Halloween. So it's a 2-episode finale, and it
yeah.
might also be because these episodes are short. Like a lot of these episodes are like 25 minutes.
So someone just connected the Mr. Shot to the I mean the Poirot movies, but I was just thinking of the Kenneth Branagh ones, and I was just looking at that, and appreciated a shot on the Orient Express, shot on the Nile, and then a shotting in Venice.
Agatha Christie.
Very amusing.
Oh, great summary. Well, that about wraps
Well,
us up on this half of the season.
Yeah.
Which was the likely half that people would even have considered giving a chance. So we're going to be the only people on Earth who watched the second half, I guess you could call it. Pretty
Yeah.
crazy. Who knows what
Don't
will
worry,
happen.
guys. We will let you know how it ends.
Yes, we won't let you
Sure.
go uninformed. We know
We could
that you'd
just
love to know.
we could just stop though. We could
We
make
could,
it
but
up.
we
We
gotta
could make it
skip
up. We
through.
could just like
We
as a
gotta go to
fun
the
joke.
end of the Witch's Road.
It's
Just
like being at the
highlight-
bottom of Mount Doom and being like, we could give up. It's like, but
No.
This is
No.
this for a noble cause to save the world, or is that?
just
I don't
troll the
know.
next time. Make up stuff. It's gonna be more entertaining than
that would
whatever.
be something to do someday, to just completely invent a TV show. See how long it
As
takes
you
chat
go.
to be
Yeah,
like,
this is the
"Making
Well,
Glenn
this shit
Mr.
up."
Sharks.
show. Yeah.
Well, hey, I guess as we're wrapping up, Nutso, is there anything you want to make people aware of that we'd already made aware of 2 days ago?
2 days ago. Well, there's a Acolyte video. There's some Disney ship posts. There's a Star Wars sequel trilogy videos and stuff. And go check it out if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I will compliment Agatha. And on a positive note, I would rather watch this than watch She-Hulk.
I think I agree.
Blanking statement.
I think I do agree.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. I think I do.
It's an interesting point, actually, because the idea of what would you be forced to watch if it's the same amount of time? What would you prefer to be forced to watch? Season 2 of which one?
Oh.
Of this or
She-Hulk.
oh this.
So this is the thing now. I was
Yeah.
just thinking to
This one.
myself,
It's
like,
this one.
ooh,
It's this one.
if we're talking about like which one would be better, it probably would be this. But like the memes of awful from She-Hulk season 2 could entertain me more.
Oh, maybe She-Hulk is
Mm.
rancid.
It is
though.
rancid. It is.
Yeah.
I would enjoy memes and like jokes about She-Hulk more. I would probably make it into content more, but also it just as a woman, it just deeply insults me
Look at your
to the level
choices.
that this
This is
witch show would never dare.
not a lot of good representation for the fairer sex going on at
No.
Disney, I've noticed. They really fucking hate women, it seems, because
Oh
they
yeah.
write them so
I think they just
horrifically
hate
unappealing
everybody.
and nasty.
Mm-hmm.
The writing isn't filled with much
And
happiness, you know?
mhm.
It's filled with murder and death and sadness, and
I
nothing
mean,
makes sense.
She-Hulk is like, am I gonna watch another episode of her like scrolling on Tinder or
Yeah,
like
maybe.
at least we have Mr. Sharts here. I don't
Why
know.
can't they make the Mr.
It-
Shot show? Why won't they?
Mr.
Cowards.
Shart saved this episode, all
He
right?
did.
This was misery until Mr. Shart showed up. And then
Yep.
my mood has become, I mean, it's like a, oh man, what an uplifting end to encounter Mr. Short.
I can picture the
and his
person who wrote the episode
spookiness.
was very proud of their work, and there was like one guy, like a boom mic operator or a lighter guy, who was just sort of doing that giggly face when you saw it. He was like,
Yeah.
and she was like, "Hey," he was like, "It's nothing. It's just funny. Don't worry about it. You wouldn't understand."
MRSHART, right? Okay, all right. Mrs. Hart, right? Mrs. Hart. All right.
What else? What else can be said? Things are being worked on.
Yeah.
Fringy Rags, do you want to say any particular things of things?
Should be wrapping up a video tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. Yeah, tomorrow or Monday, and then it'll be out the following day, as long as there are no issues with there shouldn't be no issues with like copyright or anything like that. So yeah, a couple days I'll finally have this video out. It's been a busy October. There's been a lot of stuff going on. Things pop up. So but yeah, hopefully I'll have that out, and hopefully within pretty soon after that, I'll have another one out. Once now that I'm kind of back on the swing of working on that, and I've refamiliarized myself with a bunch of stuff. And I am planning an Amnesia The Bunker stream sometime in Spooky Ween, but I don't know when in Spooktober I'll do it. I don't know exactly what my Halloween plans will be. I'll probably be spending Halloween with my friends, family, and loved ones in the real world. So we'll have to see what's a good time for it. But you know what? It's a spooky month, so it could be sometime nearish Halloween.
Yay.
Woo!
Oh wow. I mean, I guess I mean it mentioned the other day that I haven't figured it out yet, but at some point I'll play Amnesia: The Dark Descent for I sung it last year, so I haven't played that, so that'll be
Yeah.
amusing.
Yay.
Yeah.
I give you a little bit more thought to because Rags, you mentioned it last time. So what? It's you and Wolf if the
Oh wait. Yeah,
the,
we'll do that. I got
Oh.
plushies come after. Like you guys talk about whatever you want to talk about, whatever that may be.
oh
if you're
sure.
done.
Oh well, yeah. Let's talk about the plushies then.
Yeah, I mean, for those who do not know, they are still going, still around for a little longer, okay? So
Yes.
grab them while they're hot and cuddly. Right here,
Yeah, look at
the
'em.
full set of EFAP hosts as plushies, but a Halloween variant. You got vampires in here, ravens, jack-o'-lanterns, and werewolves, but with us. You see? You see how they do that? It's great.
Oh, wow.
Very
Woo.
yes, good memes indeed. What I was saying was yeah.
Well, yeah, so the idea is that
so
we got them funded, which is great. Thank you guys so much. And we've figured
You buy 'em, you'll
this
get
sort
'em.
of spontaneously happened. But Wolf was like, you know what? If plushie, the plushies as opposed to necessarily the hoodie, if the plushies each get to 1,000 units sold, which for example, mine is at 563. Rags at 541. If they each of the four were pushed to 1,000, he will stream. I can't claim if he said he'll stream the entire thing. Lord of Ring Golem, the classic, the game that brought such great men down to their knees in appreciation. And I believe, Rags, you were like, wow, what a great idea. So you decided to fill that
That's
gap.
what I said. I said, what a great idea. Those are my words. What an incredibly awesome idea that is. And so I said, you know what? Let's sweeten the pot a bit further, because I have not played Lord of Ring Gollum myself.
Rings of Lord Gollum.
Rings of Lord Gollum. So if our EFAP hoodie gets to 1,000 sales, I will do a playthrough of Lord of Ring Gollum myself, and I will finally experience just what it is that everyone's been talking about, this incredible new sensation that's been sweeping the nation. I will be a part of it, and I will stream that experience live. If the hoodie gets to 1,000 sales, the EFAP hoodie.
Which, yeah, so now I figure it's redundant if it's just like, oh yeah, so if it's the same as that, then I'll play it. So yeah, 1,500 for the whole set, 1,500 of the entire set, and I'll also play Gollum. I also make no guarantees that I will finish it, but dude, I really don't want to play Gollum. Like, but hey, look, alright.
If I ever find, well, think of it, if we ever find ourselves streaming Lord of Ring Gollum to these fine people, then no matter how miserable and terrible and awful the experience is, we can say, you know what? A lot of people bought our really awesome hoodies and plushes, so that'll help. That'll be a balm on our wounds as we play that game.
And just, I guess, as a little bow on top, if we get all 3 of them playing it, then I can promise I will sort out a supercut, and we will have an episode for it. So we will check in with all of the greatest highlights of Rags, Wolf, and Free having played the game. It's like it's almost like going back home, you know. It's been so long since we've seen Gollum, so it'll be nice.
You can never really go home.
But you know what? We leave that up to the grand public.
That's right.
If they wish.
Yeah, there's still time. There's still time to make that
There's
happen.
still time.
To play Gollum, which is still like full price on Steam. By the way,
fuck, really?
It's still full price on Steam. Yeah,
it's a
is.
They didn't even put
legendary
that shit
video
on
game.
sale. Damn.
No, it's not on sale. It's full price.
I just hope it's as funny still. I hope they didn't update it.
So yeah, so it's what? So for Wolf, it's the whole the set of plushies to 1,000, then he plays Gollum. For Rags, it's the hoodie at 1,000, and then he'll play it. And for me, it's 1,500 for the plushies and the hoodie, the whole set. Because it'd be selfish if I just said no, just the friggy one. Just buy the friggy one, and then I'll play Gollum. That wouldn't be nice.
Which, yeah, there you go. And of course, other than that, we've so many EFAPs already this month, and Elm Streets. We've done 4 so far, which means 5. What was the 5th one called? Dreamchild?
Dreamshot.
I can't remember.
Dreamshot? Yeah, I think so.
Dreamshot.
That one is on the way, as well as the entire set up to. Some people were confused, but it was in the trailer. We're doing Freddy vs. Jason and the reboot, the one everyone loves. Everyone loves the reboot. Yes. Wow, that kicked off so many more Elm Street films, didn't it? It didn't just kill the franchise dead or anything.
Boy, we sure probably do have opinions on that everyone should tune in and watch live.
Yes. And more EFAPs on the way. Because Halloween is filled with some wackiness. Not just more Agatha. Like you can expect. I mean, the plan as it stands is next week we're doing another Outlaws one. We did promise that it wouldn't be the end, that other one we did. So yes, plenty of horrifying things to come this month. But we appreciate you hanging out with us. Thank you so much for all of your messages and your kind donations, in which we are going to be rolling out catch-ups. We're carving as best we can slots to do that.
Yes.
While also carving out slots to record for next year's Halloween arc, so that the editors can get on that for you folks as well. It's just a bit hectic, that's all.
Yes,
but it's all good fun. So anyway, thank you all so much. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Bye.
See you later, everybody. Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye. Them in my witch's brew. I got magic. Alakazam, a kazoo.